Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had a Motherly Instincts Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It was midnight when a dark figure broke into a house. This house, however, belonged to a kid named Izuku. Izuku was asleep until he heard the window break. He had a phone. Now, you're probably thinking, why does a 6-year-old have a phone? It's just a flip phone that works for calling and only that. Izuku got out of bed and listened closely. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Izuku slowly opened his bedroom door. He shuffled his way downstairs. He got to the kitchen and checked everything and nothing seemed off. He decided he was thirsty and grabbed a cup of water. While he was drinking his water, the figure quietly made their way upstairs. The figure's orders were to kill the parents, not the kid. Plus, the kid couldn't possibly be a threat. Little did he know he was completely wrong. The moment the man had set foot on the first stair step, Izuku was already calling the police. They told him they'd be in about an hour, so he'd have to wait. Izuku slowly made his way upstairs. He was still on the fence. He wasn't completely sure if someone was he or not. Izuku was reaching his room when he noticed his parents' bedroom door was open. So it had just been one of my parents. I'll sleep with them. Someone needs to protect them. Izuku thought to himself. He made his way over so quietly. He looked through the crack and saw his dad had a slit throat. There was blood everywhere. Same thing goes for his mother. They were dead. The person who'd done it was still there calling on the phone. Izuku quickly and quietly made his way downstairs. He got a knife and locked the doors and windows. He got some cookies and milk and sat down waiting for the man. Izuku was enjoying his cookies when the man appeared. "Hey little buddy, what are you doing awake at this time? Your parents texted me they needed to give me something, so I came to pick it up. Come on, let's get you to bed." The man said. Does he think I'm stupid just because I'm a little kid? Izuku thought. If you try to leave before the police get here, I will kill you. I saw what you did to my parents. No one hurts someone I care about and gets away with it. How about you sit down and tell me why you did it? You can have some cookies too. Izuku smiled at the man. He smiled his signature smile, but it was a bit off. His tone was very soft and it would have been comforting in another situation. The man tried to make a run for it. Izuku quickly threw a knife at him. The knife flew just in front of his face. The man looked terrified. He slowly turned his head towards the child. Guess the kid was a threat. Just no, mister, I keep my promises. The child still had that eerie smile on his face. Now, who sent you? What did my parents do? I was sent by the #1 villain, All for One. Your parents worked with us and your dad failed one of his missions. So the boss sent me to kill him, and because your mom loved him, he thought she might want revenge. She was also a threat and we had to get rid of her. He told me to leave you alone though. Izuku hummed to himself, thinking. And why did you join him? What happened in your life that sent you down this path? Me. Of course, silly, who else? Well, my parents used to beat me and then they sold me into human trafficking. I managed to escape and All for One offered to help me. I was a scared kid and I just wanted to feel safe. The man couldn't help but tell the kid everything. The kid's eyes changed from emerald green to pastel blue. His eyes made him feel at ease. This small child in front of him was looking at him with such kind eyes. Like he understood, even if he had just killed his parents. The man was feeling regret, something he hadn't felt in a long time. This kid was just looking at him. That's all he had to do to make his eyes water. The man began to cry. I am so sorry. I wish I hadn't taken why your parents from you. While I can't forgive you for that, I understand why you became a villain. Most villains don't deserve sympathy, but the ones that regret what they've done do. I'm sorry you had to go through that. The police sirens could be heard. The police were here. I think I'm going to turn myself in. That seems like a good idea. Never once did Izuku stop smiling. The police came into the home. They were slightly confused. Here was a child in his PJs eating cookies and milk, talking to a man covered in blood. Who was most likely the intruder? Hello, police. The child beamed. Hi. Police, I've done something terrible. I killed this kid's parents and I regret it. I will turn myself in. The man held out his hand ready to be cuffed. It's okay, I forgive you. You regret what you did and you apologized. The child said. This was very bizarre. They arrested the man and took the child to the station. The man confessed to everything. He even spoke about his suspensions on the kid's quirk. Izuku answered all the questions and he didn't seem very affected by anything. So what's your quirk? Detective Tsukachi asked. My quirk is called motherly instincts. Basically, I can heal people, comfort them, and if someone threatens someone I care about, I can become super strong and fast. It also changes my eye color from green to pastel blue. There's more to it, but that's the gist of it. The kid answered politely and smiled at the cops. Okay, well, we're done with the questions. The detective said. They led Izuku towards the chairs and gave him a tablet to play games on. They were looking over his files to see if he had any other family. He didn't. Well, this was a problem. But the kid did have a healing quirk, so maybe Recovery Girl could help him master it? But they'd have to talk it out. Maybe he could stay with his neighbors. Hey, Izuku, do you have any neighbors you could stay with for a while? There's Auntie Mitsuki. She's not actually my aunt, I just call her that. She was my mom's best friend, but I don't know if she could house me. Okay, don't worry, we're working something out. The police put Izuku in the cop car and drove Izuku towards his aunt's house. They went up to the door and knocked. They waited for a while before someone opened the door. It was a woman and she was screaming. What do you wanted? Oh, sorry, police officer. I just woke up and it's 4 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, well, do you know this kid? The police officer pointed towards Izuku, who was in the car. Oh, yeah, that's my best friend's kid. Well, I'm sorry to inform you that your best friend and her husband are both dead. We have an idea of where to take him, but for the meantime we were wondering if you could house him? It's fine if you can't though. What? Mitsuki's eyes started to water. Yeah, of course we can take care of the kid. She was trying not to cry. I can't cry. I can't believe this has happened. If I cry, then Izuku will start crying too. I can't imagine what it's like for him right now. Mitsuki thought. They brought Izuku out of the car and into the house. Auntie. Izuku hugged Mitsuki and smiled at her. Why is he so happy? Is that even possible? Why are you crying? Oh, did they tell you what happened? Auntie, it's okay to cry. You can cry, you know. Izuku told his aunt. Mitsuki was just confused. Anyway, she took Izuku into Bakugo's room and set up blankets on the ground for him to sleep on. Izuku thanked her, said goodnight, and went to sleep. Mitsuki went back to her room and cried. She cried herself to sleep with her husband comforting her. Back at the police station, Detective Tsukachi called 2 pro-heroes, Sir Night Eye and All Might. He asked them to come down to the station and to bring Recovery Girl if they could. When they showed up, Tsukachi explained what happened. So, this kid's parents work directly for All for One? But I thought I killed him. All Might said. Well, clearly you didn't. Tsukachi replied sarcastically. So what are we going to do about the kid? Sir Night Eye asked. Why am I here? Recovery Girl asked. The kid is with his mom's friend right now. He doesn't have any other family. But he does have a healing quirk. So what I was thinking was that the kid could live with Recovery Girl. Tsukachi answered both questions. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Look, I'll have to think about it. I'm very old, I don't know if I could take care of a kid. Recovery Girl sighed and looked at Tsukachi apologetically. That's fine. Just think about it. Tsukachi said. He looked defeated. Well, we can't just put the child up for adoption. Who knows, what if All for One comes back for him? What if he finds out he has a healing quirk? What then? We wouldn't be able to defeat him. It's safer if he's with a pro-hero. I do agree that Recovery Girl could train him, but she can't take care of him. Night Eye brought up some important details. What if we told the other pros about it? Night Eye, you can tell the underground heroes and I can talk to the daytime heroes. All Might suggested. I mean, it doesn't hurt to try. Tsukachi shrugged. So that's what they did throughout the next week. Sir Night Eye and All Might spread the word. Hopefully someone would adopt him. Word travels fast. Midnight heard of this kid who had a healing quirk and needed a home because there was a chance the villain who sent his parents to be killed might come back for him. Apparently, all the kid had to do was talk to the man to get him to turn himself in. That was very impressive, especially since the man admitted to it too. "Hey Momo, how would you feel about having a brother?" Midnight asked her daughter. "I thought you couldn't predict a baby's gender before it was born? Or before it was a few months old?" Momo questioned. "No, honey, I mean I want to adopt a boy. A villain sent someone to kill his parents and that villain might come back for him. So, the police thought it would be a good idea if a pro adopted him. So, I was wondering Midnight was cut off by her daughter. If I wanted a brother so you could adopt him?" "Yeah. I want a brother. How old is he?" "He's 6 years old. He's the same age as you. He'd be going to your school but he would need to train with Recovery Girl. But you'd also be able to train with him. He needs to learn how to fight." "Yeah. It'd be so much fun to have a sibling." "Okay, I fill out the adoption papers." Midnight applied to adopt the kid. Now they were just waiting. Midnight adopted the kid? President Mike yelled at the dinner table. "Don't worry, she already has a daughter, remember?" Aizawa reassured. "So, does that mean there is going to be a new kid at my school?" Their kid Shinso asked. "Maybe kiddo," Aizawa said. The media was losing their sheet. The pros were losing their sheet. Everyone was losing their sheet. They for some reason couldn't believe she adopted a kid. The day she went to pick him up, the media followed. They had already taken Izuku to pick up his things from his old house, so now they were just loading up the car. Momo was very excited but she had to wait in the car. Midnight was talking to the kids, aunt and uncle, and they thanked her for adopting him. They clearly cared about the kid and wanted him to be safe. She thanked them for taking care of him too. She can't say she wasn't losing it when she saw him. He had curly dark green hair, green eyes, freckles and chubby cheeks. When he smiled it was blinding. He was so adorable. Izuku was talking to Bakugo outside on the porch. The media kept taking pictures. Eventually Midnight told Izuku if he was ready to go. He looked at her and nodded before turning his attention back to Bakugo. "Here, I made this for you." Izuku held out a bracelet. "A bracelet?" "Yeah. We're matching, which makes them friendship bracelets." Both boys stood up. "You're weird, Deku." Bakugo started to tear up. "I'll miss you, Kaken. I'll try to visit you." Izuku pulled Bakugo into a hug. The media went into overgear. They were taking so many pictures. Even more so when Izuku gave Bakugo a kiss on the cheek before pulling away. Izuku grabbed Midnight's hand and walked towards the car. Before Izuku got in he turned back and waved at them and then he got in. He saw a girl sitting there. "Hi, my name is Momo Yayarozu and I'll be your sister starting today." Momo smiled at the boy. She was expecting him to be shy but she was wrong. "Hi, Momo, my name is Izuku Midoriya. And starting today I'll be your brother." He smiled at her. "Mom, I think I just went blind." Momo told her mom. "Yeah, his smile is blinding, huh?" "Definitely." "Hey Miss Midnight, can I keep my last name? Like, can you not change it? It's the last thing I have of my parents." Izuku asked from the back seat. "Of course you can keep it. Now just relax, we'll be home soon." Izuku and Momo were asleep when they arrived home. Midnight carried them out of the car and towards their rooms. She tucked them into bed and kissed their foreheads. Midnight had already enrolled him into the same school as Momo and tomorrow they were going to get his school supplies. Midnight got ready and went to bed. Izuku was very confused about where he was. He was in an extremely big room. It was painted a pastel green. It had a bay window. He spotted his luggage in the corner of the room and went towards it. "Oh, that's right, I was adopted by Midnight," Izuku reminded himself. He got out of bed and left his room. Izuku didn't hear any noises, so he assumed one of two things. 1, he was lost, or 2, everyone is still asleep. He shrugged his shoulders and eventually found the kitchen. He looked at the clock and it was 6:30 a.m. Well, that explains the silence, Izuku thought. He was looking around when his eyes landed on something. It was candy, but it was on top of the fridge. Now, how to get it? Saying Momo was surprised was an understatement. When she woke up she made her way to the kitchen. She was rubbing her eyes and wasn't really focused. She was getting a bowl and cereal. She went towards the fridge to get milk, and when she closed the fridge door she yelled. Hey, she screamed. Hi Momo. Did you sleep well? Izuku asked. What are you doing on top of the fridge? Well, you see, I spotted candy and I wanted it. So I climbed the fridge to get it. He smiled at her. Izuku, you can't have candy first thing in the morning. Also get down before Mom's dash. Izuku, what are you doing up there? Midnight yelled. I'm not eating candy. He had an innocent look on his face. Clearly he was oblivious. Come here. Midnight picked him up and set him on the ground. How long have you been awake? She asked her son. Since 6:30 in the morning. He replied. It was 8 a.m. He didn't even look tired. So you've been awake for 1 hour and 30 minutes? Momo asked her sibling, who was apparently Spider-Man, considering he climbed the fridge. Yeah. If I knew where the living room was, I would have watched a movie. Or if there were any chores to do, I could have used my time to be more productive. I would have made breakfast, but I don't know what you like. Okay, well, did you eat breakfast? And no, the candy doesn't count. Midnight told her kid. No. But I feel full. You know, Sheet. Izuku, I need to tell you something. Go for it. Right? So you'll be going to school with Momo and we need to get you your supplies. So today we're going to the mall. So go get ready so we can leave soon. Okay, Mama. Izuku beamed at his mom and went to his room to get dressed. Aw, Momo, he called me Mama. Midnight was over the moon. Izuku already considered her a mother. Now can I eat my cereal in peace? Okay, little Miss Sassy Pants. Make sure you get ready after you eat. Okay. Momo finished her cereal and got ready. After they had gotten the school supplies, which was all bunny-themed by the way, they were looking for clothes. Sure, their school had a uniform, but that doesn't mean they can't have new clothes. Midnight has always allowed Momo to pick her clothes and wear whatever she wants. Momo was picking out clothes, but Izuku was just following Midnight around. Izuku, honey, are there any clothes that you like? I don't know. Usually my mom would pick clothes for me. I don't really care what kind it is. It could be very masculine or feminine. Girl or boy clothes, it's all the same to me. So, would you be okay with me and Momo picking clothes for you? Sure. That sounds fun. Anything hero-themed would be nice too. Okay, well, do that. They bought different kinds of clothes. They bought jeans, skirts, dresses, shirts, you name it. It was hero or bunny themed. The clothes were in all different colors as well. Izuku was very happy with it. It was Izuku's first day of school. He was excited. He got dressed in the school uniform and got in the car. When they arrived, the office gave Izuku his schedule and Momo was going to show him around. However, she wanted to introduce him to her friends first. She was busy looking for them until she found them. Todoroki. Over here. She called out. Oh, hey Momo. Ilda greeted. Hi. Todoroki said. I wanted to introduce you to my brother Izuku. Where is he? Todoroki asked. Huh. Momo was confused. It appears that your brother is missing. Ilda chopped the air. Oh no. Mom is going to kill me. Izuku had been following Momo around until he got distracted. Izuku had been looking at his schedule and realized they weren't anywhere near his classrooms. He decided he'd go looking for his homeroom by himself. He eventually found it. He went in and sat down. Soon enough, class started. The teacher walked in and started talking. It took her at least 30 minutes until she noticed Izuku was there. Oh, hi, you must be the new student. I'm sorry I didn't see you. It's fine. No one noticed me because I made sure of it. I snuck to my seat. Would you like to introduce yourself to the class? What do I say? You know, you tell us your name and a fun fact about yourself. Okay. My name is Izuku Midoriya and a villain killed my parents. Izuku smiled at everyone and the classroom was dead silent. You could hear a pin drop, that's how quiet it was. That's interesting. Let's get back to class. The teacher awkwardly smiled at everyone before going back to the lesson. After a few more classes, which helped the school notice that Izuku needed harder classes. The ones he was in currently were too easy. It was lunchtime now. Izuku had gotten his food and was looking for a place to sit. No one looked like they wanted to sit with him. To Izuku this was odd. He hadn't done anything that would bring about this behavior. Maybe it's because I told them my parents got murdered. Or maybe it was because I didn't look or sound sad. Izuku was just confused. Izuku, after interrogating a few teachers, found out he could eat outside. Which he promptly did. He was sitting at a table outside enjoying the view and fresh air. He was slightly annoyed though. Is he going to come out of his hiding place? Izuku thought. He gave it about 5 more minutes before he said something. If you're going to keep staring at me, say something because you're making me very paranoid. The boy just looked around from where he was. Yes, I can tell you're there, why don't you just come over? Izuku invited the boy. The boy didn't move though. He was very nervous and embarrassed. What if someone you thought was pretty caught you staring at them? Would you go talk to them? Didn't think so. Shinso nearly had a heart attack. He had been walking outside to eat lunch, which he did every day. Who wants to hang out with a mind freak, as the kids call him? He was going to his usual spot when he noticed someone was already there. The boy had curly green hair, green eyes, and freckles. He's kind of cute, Shinso thought. Shinso didn't notice how long he'd been standing there. He was lost in his thoughts. That was until he heard someone talk. If you're going to keep staring at me, say something because you're making me very paranoid. Shinso just looked around. Maybe he was talking to someone else? Yes, I can tell you're there, why don't you just come over? Shinso didn't know what to do. He just stood where he was. He was too embarrassed to talk to him. Shinso just went back to his classroom and ate there. It was the end of the day and Momo and Izuku were waiting for their mom. Momo was talking to her friends when Izuku had gotten there. Now, Izuku is very good at being stealthy. He can basically sneak up on anybody. He was standing there silently doing his homework while he waited. Momo's friends were a blue-haired boy and a boy with half-red half-white hair. From what Izuku could tell, he saw their mom's car pull up and he put his stuff away. He got into the car undetected. Hey kiddo, how was your first day? It was good. The classes were very easy. The office said they'd have me take a test to put me in classes that could challenge me more. I liked my lunch. I ate outside and it was peaceful. I already finished my homework. And yeah, that's about it. Sounds like you had a great day. What's for dinner? I thought I'd let you choose. Can we have katsudon? Sure. Momo got into the car and put on her seatbelt. Izuku had pulled out a book and was reading. They drove home, ate dinner and played. Momo and Izuku had been playing video games. Momo was just destroying Izuku every time. Eventually their Momo told them to go to bed. Life was good. One day Midnight sat Izuku and Momo down to tell them something. Tomorrow is bring your kid to work day. So tomorrow instead of going to school you'll come with me to UA. Isn't that great? Yeah, it is. I'm so excited. Both children said in unison. So that was the plan. The next day they got ready to go to UA. Izuku was wearing shorts with a shirt that had a stupid food pun. You know, the ones that have like an apple and a box of apple juice, and the apple says something stupid like, "Mom, is that you?" Yeah, those types of shirts. Momo was wearing a blue long-sleeve jumpsuit. It's a jumpsuit for kids, just to clarify. Midnight had told them this was the first time they were going to do it. Clearly they didn't expect any kids to show up because Momo and Izuku were the only kids there. Midnight took them to meet Nizu, the principal. Hello, you must be Midnight's kids. Nizu greeted them from his desk. Hi. Hello, both children politely said. It's so nice to meet you. What are your names? My name is Momo Yayarozu. My name is Izuku Midoriya. Well, kids, how about I give you a tour of the school while your mom teaches her class? Yeah. Both kids yelled in agreement. Midnight was concerned. Leaving them with Nizu wasn't the best idea. Sure, he wouldn't do anything bad, but at the same time, Nizu had a tendency of wanting to take over the world. He never did, but that doesn't mean he wouldn't teach them how to do it. Okay, well, can you bring them to the teacher's lounge when you're done? Midnight asked. Of course I can. Now come on children, let's go. Her kids followed Nizu out of the office. They'll be with Nizu. What's the worst that could happen? Well, the worst that could happen is Nizu losing Izuku. Look, Izuku got distracted, once again, and he wounded up following Mr. Aizawa's class. The class was going outside and Izuku decided to tag along. Nobody noticed anything. Now, you're all probably wondering, how come no one notices him? It's because his parents trained him. They taught him self-defense, how to be sneaky, and even how to use weapons. Yeah, give the 6-year-old a gun, see how that turns out. His parents worked for the #1 villain. It's really no surprise that Izuku can do this. His parents weren't the best at parenting, but they did love him a lot. Anyway, Izuku was watching as Mr. Aizawa was telling his class about how they were little beaches and needed to step it up. Really, it was a lot of cuss words. Mr. Aizawa was telling them to stretch because they were going to do an exercise. He was mumbling to himself when Izuku piped up and said something. You should throw a live grenade at them. Aizawa jumped, not expecting to see a small child. Who are you? What are you doing here? Aizawa looked around looking for his parents. My name is Izuku Midoriya. I'm here because it's Bring Your Child to Work Day. Nizu was showing me and my sister around, but then I saw your class and decided to follow. Aizawa sighed. The things he had to deal with. Okay, well, get you back inside, just stay here until I finish my class. Yes, sir. But you should throw 2 live grenades at them. Why? Just because. Izuku, you're crazy. I know. But they'd stop being little beach babies. You know what? I like your style. Just don't cuss in front of your mom. Okay. Midnight was waiting in the teacher lounge. She'd bought them McDonald's and was waiting for them. The door opened and President Mike walked in. He was eyeing the McDonald's on the table. He tried to grab some, but Midnight smacked his hand away. Oh, what was that for? For trying to eat my kid's food. Your kid's food? Yeah, remember Nizu said we could bring our kids to work today. So I did, and this is their food. Wait, that was today? Yeah. Oh, I forgot. I really wanted to bring Shinso. Mike whined. DMN that SCKS. I'm sure you can bring him next year though. Midnight tried reassuring him. The door opened again and Nizu, Momo and wait. Where was Izuku? Nizu. Yes, Namuri? I see you've brought back my daughter unharmed, but where? Son. Nizu and Momo looked behind them. Sure enough, Izuku was nowhere to be found. That was until Aizawa walked in. Aizawa had wrapped Izuku up with his capture weapon. He was dragging him in, but Izuku didn't seem bothered at all. He looked pretty pleased with himself. His pleased face reminds Midnight of the look Nizu would get out of attacking the students with robots during the entrance exam. What happened? Vault King asked when he walked in. This must have looked so strange. Imagine you just finished teaching your class, so you go to eat your lunch in the teacher's lounge. Then, when you walk in, Aizawa just has a kid wrapped up dragging behind him. You're going to want to know what happened. Well, Izuku here followed me and my class outside. I didn't notice him until he talked to me. He introduced himself and then Aizawa was interrupted by Izuku. Then I suggested that he throw 2 live grenades at them. You know, to toughen them up. Yeah, so we did that. Everything was fine until it wasn't. Izuku snuck away from me, found the entrance exam robots, started them up and sent them after my class. Izuku giggled at the reminder. They were screaming and running around like bugs that were afraid of being squashed. Some even fainted. It was pretty entertaining. The fact that he found it entertaining is kind of concerning. Mike commented. It is. Come on Izuku, come and eat you McDonald's. Midnight called for her kid. Momo and Izuku were eating their food and talking. Midnight was talking to the adults. She did find it amusing though, that her son managed to pull it off. Namuri, is Izuku going to attend UA when he's older? Yeah, he said he wanted to become a hero like Recovery Girl. Interciting. What are you thinking about Nizu? Well, I was just thinking that we could start training him now. He could study here at UA and train with Recovery Girl and me. Izuku training with you? What are you going to teach him? I just want to test his intelligence. He seems like he's emotionally intelligent based on his quirk. So, I want to see if he's academically intelligent as well. I would also want to help him and Momo train. I don't know. You seem like you might want to teach Izuku how to take over the world. I promise you Namuri that won't happen. Nizu smiled, but it didn't make Midnight's doubts go away. I guess I could ask him. Hey Izuku, would you like to study here at UA? You'd also be training your quirk with Recovery Girl. Yeah I would, but what about Momo? It's fine Izuku. You can choose whatever makes you more comfortable. You seemed pretty lonely the first day of school, but here you've already been having fun. I already have friends to hang out with. I'll be fine. You choose what makes you happy. Momo told her brother. Thanks Momo. Then yes, I would like to study here. Excellent. I'll start working on your curriculum. Nizu announced as he left for his office to work. Midnight felt like she might have made a mistake. Present Mike had agreed to take care of Izuku. Midnight had to take Momo to the dentist. So, Mike was going to babysit him. After Izuku got there, said hi, and introduced himself to Shinso, they started playing games. It had been a while of playing video games when Mike said, Okay little listeners. Time to get off the PlayStation. Go do something else. But we want to keep playing. Both boys whined. Well, you can play outside instead. The two boys gave each other a look before going outside. When they were outside, Izuku got an idea. Hey Shin, so I think I have a way we can play video games. How? Dad said we couldn't. Make sure you listen closely. Izuku whispered his plan into Shinso's ear. Afterwards they smiled at each other. Izuku and Shinso had waited for a while. They watched patiently. Eventually Mike fell asleep on the recliner. Perfect. Izuku got the rope they got from the garage and tied Mike to the recliner. They turned on the PlayStation and started playing again. Mike eventually woke up and started screaming. Shinsu, untie me. I'm your dad. Why are you dash? Mick's insufferable screaming was cut off when Shinso put a rag in his mouth. Both boys continued playing until Aizawa got home. Why did you tie Mike to a chair? It was Izuku's idea. Shinso, no one likes a snitch. Okay, Izuku, why did you tie my husband to a chair? Well, he told us to stop playing video games, but we still wanted to play video games. So I came up with the idea of tying him up when he fell asleep. But I didn't tell Shinso to put the rag in his mouth. But you have to admit this is the quietest he's ever been. Shinso pointed out. Well, you do have a point. Aizawa considered. I'm gonna leave him there for a bit longer. Aizawa left Mike tied to the chair. You could hear Mick's muffled screams. When Midnight came to pick up Izuku, she was secretly very proud. Momo had her moments too. Like the time she put laxatives in the teacher's lunch and caused mass panic in the cafeteria. One day when Momo was at UA with Izuku, she was feeling a little mischievous. Izuku was with Nizu talking about his school curriculum. It was that or taking over the world, she wasn't quite sure. Anyway, she of course had a plan. She had acquired the laxatives from the infirmary. She waited until Recovery Girl went to Nizu's office and snuck in. She found the teacher's lunches and got to work. There was a mini fridge where the lunches were kept. She added some laxatives but not too much. She put everything back and waited. Momo wasn't done though. During lunchtime she hid under the cafeteria tables and waited for her victims. She waited until students would sit down. She would then tie all their shoelaces together, go to a different table and repeat. She went back to the main school office. No one was there, which was perfect. She set off the intruder alarm. She looked at the cameras and enjoyed the chaos. Students were tripping over their own feet. They were falling over each other. Momo made sure to record it. Nizu would like a copy of this, she thought to herself. She was laughing so hard she started wheezing. She heard people coming towards the office. She stopped recording and ducked under the desk. Unlucky for her, she didn't hide very well. The teachers found her and took her to her mom. Momo, why would you do that? Midnight asked her daughter. Because Mom, Izuku can't be the only one have fun. I'm raising two chaotic children. It seems so. This is perfect for world domination. Nizu commented. Oh, there will be no world domination for anyone. Midnight looked around concerned. I will say, Momo, that was hilarious and at least I have some entertaining children. I'll have the best stories to tell. I'm proud Momo. Momo beamed at her mom, clearly pleased with herself. Izuku was going to begin his studies at UA. Izuku was very excited. When he got there he was greeted by Nizu. "Hello Izuku, are you ready to begin your training?" "Of course I am Nizu." "Very well. Today you will be working with Recovery Girl." "Yes sir." "You know where the infirmary is, right?" "Yup." Izuku popped the pea. "Well, then see you at lunch." Izuku smiled at Nizu before going to the infirmary. He got weird looks in the hallways from the other students. Some even tried helping him find his parents. Izuku just thought it was funny. He arrived at the infirmary and entered. "Hello Recovery Girl." Izuku said. "Hi, Izuku, how have you been?" "I've been good." Izuku could see she was working on a student. He approached closer to see what she was doing. "What happened to them?" Izuku asked. The student had burn marks, bleeding scratch marks, and the worst of all, a scraped leg. Most people would have had a reaction of, "Yikes man, that looks like it hurt," but not Izuku. Izuku was as cool as a cucumber. They were doing a training exercise and sometimes they get hurt. "Oh, can I help? You want to use your quirk?" "Yeah, I can heal this just fine. I've fallen off my scooter more times than I can remember. At first I'd let my mom clean it and bandage it, but because it happened so often, and I didn't like how it felt, I started helping myself instead. I also do it when Momo gets hurt." Izuku declared. "Okay, you can give it a try." Izuku smiled with excitement. He placed his hands above the wound. No, he didn't put his hands on it, his hands are just hovering over it. Then little green mist, that could only be described as green fairy dust, began pouring out of his hands. It fell on top of the damages and it began to heal immediately. The students was back to normal. Sure, they were still unconscious, but neither of them can fix that. "That's very impressive, Izuku." "Thank you, Recovery Girl. Since we have time and it is your first day, I want you to tell me the specifics of your quirk. Where do you want me to start?" How about you tell me about the healing part?" "So for my healing I can heal myself and others. I can use my quirk like you just saw, but when it comes to me, my body just heals on its own. I can regenerate body parts too. I can also use my power on medical tools." "Wait, what do you mean you can use it on medical tools?" "One example is a needle and thread. I can apply my power on them to reattach limbs. I can sew it back, it'll heal, and work like normal. I can connect all the blood vessels, veins, and that stuff to put it back to normal." "That's pretty surprising. Have you ever tried it on anyone?" "Yes, I have." "Who?" Actually I don't remember who. I had barely turned 4. "Okay, can you tell me about the comforting part of your quirk?" "Yes." "My eyes turn a blue pastel because it's a calming color. When someone is in distress, I try to comfort them. I look at them and it immediately tells me what they need. You know, since sometimes people need hugs, encouraging words, or they just need to know someone there. I'm able to release smells. Like if someone is sad because their mom died, I'm able to release the smell of their mother's perfume or shampoo they'd use." Last part, why does your quirk give up strength and speed? Like almost to All Might's level? You know how if someone's child is stuck under a car, the adrenaline kicks in and they can lift the car? It's like that. Except I can hold it for as long as I want. Any drawbacks? My quirk makes me very sympathetic, which isn't bad in it of itself, but I feel sympathy for everyone. Like if a villain were to tell me about their trauma, I'd feel the need to help them even if I shouldn't. My quirk can also activate on its own. If someone is hurting my family or friends, it turns on. If someone tells me about their trauma aforementioned, it activates. So your quirk makes you want to help everyone? Even if they're evil? Essentially, yes. Well, we'll have to think of a way for that not to happen, but for now let me teach you my ways. Izuku spent the rest of the day learning about the human body and the vital organs. How to take someone's pulse, all that fun stuff. During lunch, Recovery Girl talked about how Izuku healed a student, how he picked everything up easily, and that he was a good boy. The next day Izuku just worked on homework from his classes. He also just walked around the school, getting a feel for it. He'd occasionally go into a classroom and watch. Give teachers heart attacks, occasionally releasing havoc on the people in the building. The next day was the day he'd have his classes with Nizu. Can't wait to see where that goes. Today was the day. Izuku was going to be working with Nizu. It seemed like everyone was dreading this day. Izuku was excited though. When he arrived at UA, he went straight for Nizu's office. When he got there, Nizu was already waiting for him. "I've been waiting for you," Nizu told Izuku from his desk. Izuku didn't know why, but this suddenly felt like an interrogation. "Here, have a seat. Do you want some tea?" "Yes, that would be lovely." Izuku sat down. He didn't know what to expect. But tea and sweets didn't sound half bad. "What are we going to do today?" Izuku asked. "Today, we'll be doing a series of tests to see where you are academically. Then we'll work together to find a solution for your Quirk's drawbacks." In reality, Nizu already had solutions for them, but he wants Izuku to come to his own conclusions. Maybe Izuku would have an even better solution. "Okay, I'm ready." "Well, skip the tests because let's be real here. You probably don't care about that. Let's start with your sympathy. You can't help but feel sympathy for everyone no matter what. You are a sympathetic and kind person by nature, but your quirk emphasizes that. The problem here is that it makes you vulnerable to being emotionally manipulated. If a villain were to do this, they'd use your own quirk against you. Do you see how this could be a problem?" Nizu pointed out. "Yeah, I do. Especially since my quirk basically makes me a people pleaser. I'd probably want to help the villain if it made them feel better, because my quirk would make me do it." "Exactly so. Do you have any ideas on how to fix or prevent that?" Nizu asked. "I could learn how to say no. You wouldn't think this from seeing me, but saying no is so hard for me. In fact, one of my biggest fears is someone that I don't like romantically confessing their feelings for me. I don't think I'd be able to reject them." "Very well. How do you think we could go about this?" Nizu asked. Izuku tapped his finger on his lips, thinking. "We could start off by you asking me for a favor and I could say no. I think I need to learn how to do this without my quirk being activated first, and then do it when my quirk is on. Because my quirk can turn on involuntarily and there isn't much I can do about that. The only thing I can do is learning to say no when my quirk is on and off." Izuku answered. "Very well, then we'll start with that." That's how they spent the rest of the day. Izuku found it to be hard. He couldn't bring himself to say no. It was like emotional torture for Izuku. Needless to say, Izuku cried for a bit before taking a nap. The next day was training day. Izuku had chosen a pro hero to work with. He mainly wanted to develop his hero theme and implement a sport into his fighting style. He chose Pinkunabara, the ballerina hero. He had always admired how graceful she looked when she fought. He was going to train with her at her agency. Midnight dropped him off and he went inside. When he walked in, he noticed Pinkunabara standing by the front desk talking to the other heroes. The agency was very pink. In fact, the outside was built to look like a castle. It also had a garden in the back and there were flowers everywhere. And I do mean literally everywhere. The heroes there fit the theme as well. It was amazing. Pinkunabara was startled when she felt a tug on her tutu. She looked around but didn't see anyone. She then looked down and noticed a small child. The child had green hair and eyes as well as freckles. "Hello, Miss Pinkunabara. I'm Izuku Midoriya. I came here because I want to implement ballet into my fighting style. In a few years I'll be going to UA. I just know that you'd be perfect for teaching me. I hope it isn't too much of a bother." Nizu said he told you about it. Izuku told her. She did remember, but she thought that he would be older, not a 6-year-old. She wasn't complaining though. Like most heroes, Pinkunabara had other jobs besides being a hero. She would teach children ballet. Granted, most kids didn't last that long, so eventually she had to stop. She loved ballet, but she also liked teaching. She knew that she'd have to teach him ballet, but that just made her happy. "Yes, Nizu told me about it. It's nice to meet you, Izuku. You can call me Yuri. I can't wait to train you. To keep in mind, I'll have to teach you ballet and combat training. But for today, I'll introduce you to the staff and show you around." Yuri smiled at Izuku, who returned her smile. Izuku loved it at the agency. It was like something out of his dreams. There were vending machines full of candies, sodas, and sweets. When they went with the support and analysis heroes, their room was aesthetically pleasing. The computers were in different pastel colors. The computer, keyboards, monitor, and everything else were in different colors. They actually refer to this room as the pastel room. This entire agency was everything Izuku could ever dream of. Eventually they made it to the weapons room. When they went inside, Izuku's brain might have short-circuited. There were weapons like guns, knives, staffs, tasers, anything you name it. But they were all in pretty colors and designs. They then went to the training room where, just like everything else, it was pink, and finally the ballet room. It was the only room that wasn't completely pink. Now that I've shown you around, we can begin our training. I will be teaching you ballet. But first let's stretch. Izuku spent the rest of the day learning ballet. It was very fun, and Yuri was happy to finally be able to teach someone again. Fridays were free days. Izuku got to choose what he wanted to do on Fridays. He could choose to work with Recovery Girl, Yuri, Nizu, studying, or just not do anything. Anyway, it was spring break. Izuku had been doing his routine for a while, but now it was spring break. Momo was sick, so she had to stay inside, but Izuku got to witness what he likes to call the vampire epidemic. So Izuku had been observing from the shadows. Don't ask why, he just was. He saw a teenage boy wearing all black. He heard him telling other kids that he was a vampire and that they should stay away because he might bite them. You know, 'cause he says he's a vampire. Izuku was slightly, actually no, not even slightly concerned. He was very concerned. Izuku saw him drinking red Kool-Aid from a cup, and this guy told the other kids that it was blood. Izuku knew this was bullshit, but the other kids didn't. So, Izuku went inside, told his mom about it, and she just told him to let them be. The next day, however, was strange. The children were biting each other. Yeah, you read that right, biting each other. It wasn't a little bite either, they were biting each other like if they were trying to take chunks of flesh out of each other. Izuku sighed as he went to tell them to stop. Hey, you should be biting each other, Izuku was interrupted by his own scream. A kid bit his ankle. Bit his ankle. Izuku kicked the kid in the face, which caused him to stop, before running down the street. He heard footsteps behind him, and when he looked back, some of the kids were chasing him. He was running around the neighborhood before using his quirk to climb a tree. The kids left him alone. He watched from the tree as he saw the children chasing and biting each other all afternoon. Eventually the parents got involved. Only then was Izuku able to get down. As for his injury, it healed. The kid hadn't broken the skin, so he was good. If he had, Izuku would have had to go to the hospital. Do you know how much bacteria lives in your mouth? Izuku got lucky on that. Other kids did have to go to the hospital. Midnight doesn't let her kids play with them anymore. It's been 10 years now. Izuku and Momo are now, it's just a few months before their entrance exam. However, as you've probably guessed, they're taking the recommendation exams, as to not be around the commoners. No, I'm kidding, but they are taking the recommendation exams. Today was the day. Izuku was wearing leggings and a tank top for the most possible movement. Momo was wearing joggers with spandex shorts underneath them. She was also wearing a tank top, but she specifically had a sports bra underneath for when she needed to use her quirk. They got in the car and got to UA. There Momo spotted two of her friends and ran to them. Izuku got his bag out of the trunk and looked for a place to put it. Nizu had told him that if he had any ideas for the entrance exams, he could suggest things. So he thought of a few things and he was going to present his ideas to Nizu. When he got back to the group, he saw Momo just talking to her school friends, Shoto Todoroki and Ilda Tenya. They hadn't been properly introduced yet, which, considering that Izuku is easy to forget, it made sense. Anyway, the exam started. Stage 1, written exam. To put it simply, both siblings did amazing. Because of course they did. I don't think anyone was doubting that. Stage 2, obstacle course. Izuku was ready. He'd been doing this since he did. However, see an opportunity. You see, Todoroki had used his ice to go over the obstacle course. Izuku had an idea. He powered up his speed and sprinted up the ice and used it to get to the end. He knew people had seen it because he felt people looking at him. Then Ilda came up to him. You were supposed to get here by yourself, not by using others' quirks. Izuku was dodging Ilda's chops. He could probably chop someone's head off. Izuku thought. But I did use my quirk. And I got here by myself. Izuku looked around. I don't think I brought anyone with me. Izuku looked at Ilda confused. Momo was covering her mouth with her hand, trying not to laugh. I'm just kidding. Izuku grinned. I know what you meant, but you have to keep in mind that as a hero, you have to use everything that's available to you. Which is what I did. Todoroki made a trail that led straight to my destination, so I used my quirk to run on it to get here. I suppose you're right, my sincerest apologies. It's fine. I'm Izuku Midoriya, by the way. I'm Ilda Tenya. This is Shoto Todoroki and Momo Yaoyorozu. It's so nice of you to introduce me to my own sister. Your sister? Me and Izuku are siblings. You haven't seen him much because he's usually not home. Or he is there but you don't notice him. He's sneaky like that. Momo informed Ilda. But he's so bright. How could anyone miss him? Ilda thought to himself as he started blushing out of embarrassment. Sorry for ignoring all the other times that you were there. Ilda apologized. It's fine, most people don't notice me. I'm used to it. Anyway, the next part of the exam is about to start. Stage 2. Everyone got lined up and ready to go. As soon as they said go, Todoroki and another kid named Inesa used their quirks and were very far ahead. Inesa had some sort of a wind quirk and used it to push himself forward. Todoroki was just riding his ice to victory. Ilda was running, Momo was creating a seemingly endless pole, and it was pushing her forward. You know, like how she did at the sports festival? Izuku started running with his super speed. He was Naruto running. No, it wasn't so he'd look funny, he did it because he was preparing to fly. What's that mean? Well, Izuku flicked his fingers, kind of like how you flick people's forehead when they annoy you, and he passed Ilda, Momo, Todoroki, and Inesa. He finished first. Woo-woo. That was fun. Izuku said to no one in particular. He turned around and came face to face with Inesa, a practical giant. Keep in mind Izuku is 5 feet 5 inches, Inesa is 6 feet 3 inches. He's a whole but 10 inches taller than him. Izuku had to look up at Inesa. Hi Dash. Hello. My name is Inesa Yorashi. It's nice to meet you. Inesa yelled into Izuku's face. Demon, does he not know how to use an inside voice? Izuku might have just gone deaf. It's nice to meet you too. My name is Izuku Midoriya. What did you do to get so far ahead? When I saw you, you were all the way at the start. Okay, well I just kind of flicked my fingers while being charged up, and it sent me forward. Izuku smiled and just shrugged. They talked for a bit before they had to leave. Izuku enjoyed talking, but he couldn't help but notice Todoroki staring at him. If looks could kill, Todoroki would have waterboarded Izuku, frozen him, melted him, brought him back to life, and stabbed him. After the exams, Izuku went to Nizu's office. He had his bag and opened the door. Good evening, Izuku. How was your exam? It was good. I've brought my entrance exam ideas. Nizu poured Izuku some tea. It's their thing. Izuku and Nizu sometimes go out and buy new teas or order them and try them. They've been doing this for years. It's gotten to the point where they don't even need to ask each other if they want any. Excellent. Let me take a look. Izuku started sipping his tea. Nizu was looking over the papers. He looked up at Izuku and smiled. This year's entrance exams are going to be very interesting. Nizu grinned like a Cheshire cat. Izuku was just chilling. He was reading The Hunger Games by Suzanne Collins. He was reading in the shade underneath the tree. He was barefoot with shorts and a t-shirt on. Hey nerd. It was Bakugu. Throughout the years Izuku and Bakugu had remained friends. They'd often have sleepovers. Izuku rolled his eyes. He just wanted to peacefully read in the shade. What do you want, Kaken? Hey. Don't give me attitude, Deku. I wasn't. You interrupted my reading. Anyway, what you want? Are you doing anything today? No, not really. Why? What did you have in mind? You should be training for the entrance exam. Kaken, I already took it. Remember? I took the recommendation exam. Stupid Deku. We were supposed to take it together. Why would I associate with you, a commoner? Izuku giggled. I'm sorry, but if you would have gotten invited, I'm sure you would have gone. Izuku sat up. Whatever, nerd. So, what do you want to do today? I don't know. Bakugo glanced at Izuku. He's doing it again. Bakugo thought. Izuku had a habit of putting his hand under his chin and using his index finger to tap his lips. Bakugo always found this to be adorable and would often watch when he did it. I got it. Izuku put his fist on the palm of his hand. What is it? We can go clean up the beach. It'll be good training and we'd be doing something good for the earth. Izuku looked at Bakugo with excitement in his eyes. Okay. Bakugo said as he looked away trying to hide his blush. Though Bakugo wouldn't admit it, he had a crush on his childhood friend. All within reason too. Imagine if Izuku Midoriya was your childhood best friend, wouldn't you have a crush on him too? They made it to the beach. Here we are. You seem oddly excited about this. Bakugo commented. I know. Well, this might take a few days, so I hope you're ready for a challenge. Stupid nerd, of course I'm ready for a challenge. Bakugo met Izuku's smile with his own smirk. With that they got to work. A few months later, they finished cleaning the beach. It was now all nice and clean. To celebrate, Izuku and Bakugo are going to have a sleepover. It was going to be at Bakugo's house. Izuku arrived at his house and walked in. They were the kind of friends that can just walk into each other's houses. Izuku went upstairs and quietly put his stuff down before sending Bakugo into cardiac arrest. Hey, Izuku hugged Bakugo from behind. Stupid Deku, don't do that. You almost gave me a heart attack. That was the whole point. Izuku. So, you were trying to kill me? The less competition the better. Izuku beamed at Bakugo, who once again started blushing because his crush is the cutest person ever. Yeah, whatever. So what are we going to do first? Well, I was thinking we could watch a movie, then play video games, I dunno, read? Maybe. Sure. Sounds good. So what type of movie are we watching? I was thinking maybe a horror movie? Bakugo smirked. Oh, sweet poor Bakugo. He wanted to watch a horror movie because that way when Izuku got scared, Bakugo could hug him. Little did he know Izuku loved horror movies. Yes. Definitely. We should watch The Conjuring. I saw this movie when I was little and it is forever engraved in my brain. I know it might not be scary for other people, but this was scary for me. Bakugo was not expecting this. They turned on the movie and started watching. Halfway through the movie Izuku was still invested and perfectly fine. Bakugo on the other hand not so much. He had the blanket up to his chin to cover himself when a jump scare would happen. Izuku took notice of this. Kaken, are you okay? Izuku looked at him sympathetically. Yeah, I'm fine, Deku. Why wouldn't I be? Izuku knew Bakugo wouldn't admit he was scared, so Izuku did it for him. Okay, but I'm really scared. I thought I could be brave and watch the movie because Kaken likes horror, but I can't. Can we watch something else? Izuku spoke to Bakugo in a soft tone. TC, sure nerd. Don't know why you suggested that we watch this one if you were just going to be scared. Bakugo was very grateful for Izuku's ability to read the room. They started watching Ratatouille. It's just a very calming movie when you think about it. After playing video games for a while, and reading, it was time to go to bed. If there was one thing Bakugo could never beat Izuku in was looks. Sure, Bakugo was hot. He beat Izuku there, but he could never beat Izuku's cuteness. Izuku was wearing a bunny onesie. Izuku was going to be the death of him. They got the bed ready and went to sleep. There was one problem though, Bakugo couldn't sleep. No, how can one sleep when you think a demon is under your bed? No matter how many funny cartoons you watch to get it off your head, your thoughts will always bring it back. You'll still think that the bedroom door will open and in will come a demon crawling on all fours. You still think a demon will grab your leg and drag you under the bed. I rate this experience a 0-10 would not recommend. Bakugo thought to himself. Izuku was trying to sleep, but he could feel that Bakugo was scared. Sure, Izuku could have been like, oh, you can't sleep? Well, I can so good night. But no, his morals wouldn't let him do that. Izuku did the only thing he could do. He had to be the big spoon. He wrapped his hands around Bakugo's waist and pulled him closer. Bakugo was tense at first but then relaxed. He fell asleep soon after. It was now time for the entrance exam. Izuku and Bakugo got there together. What was Izuku doing there? Did he not pass? No, he did, but he had another job to do. After the written exam, Izuku went to the same place that the other teachers were at. He got close to the microphone and said, "Let the first out of 3 phases begin." Needless to say, the students kind of panicked. Izuku was very focused. He knew this would happen. Considering that mental quirks don't work on robots, he had another thing for those people to do. The next phase was going to be a quirk demonstration. Just a simple demonstration. Nizu was going very giddy, especially when he released the 0-pointer. Izuku made eye contact with Recovery Girl, for they knew they'd probably have to heal someone. Izuku was impressed by Shinso. He managed to rescue a girl whose foot was stuck. Izuku smiled to himself. He always knew Shinso could be an amazing hero. Recovery Girl went out to heal the girl's ankle. Izuku would have gone, but he had to say the announcement. Phase 1 is complete. Please make your way back to the buses. They will take you to your next destination, thank you. Izuku could see some students groaning. They should relax. Not everyone is going to participate in the next stage. Izuku thought. The teachers were sitting at these tables with the papers of the participants. Izuku had been filling them out on the way. People with quirks that work only on humans and people with low scores are going to be doing this part. They waited until the soon-to-be students were all there. Then Izuku got a microphone and walked onto the stage. Hello everyone. My name is Izuku Midoriya and I'll be telling you about Phase 2 of the exam. First things first, not everyone will be participating in this part. Izuku was interrupted by a red-haired boy with spiky hair. Wait, what do you mean not everyone will participate? Are there going to be disqualifications? Good question. You see, not everyone has a flashy quirk that can be used to smash robots. Some people have mental quirks and could be an amazing hero, but with the way things are decided, it's not fair. Basically, if you don't have a mental quirk, a quirk that requires human interaction, or got a low score, you won't be doing this part. Because you already did good on the other one. Oh, okay. The boy seemed pleased with the answer. Okay, so ectoplasm will create a few doubles so you can use your quirks on them. If you're quirkless, you can just show your fighting skills. You can also use any weapons you brought with you. But yeah, let's see who's first. Izuku proceeded to take a look at the list. He was totally oblivious to the whispers coming from the crowd. They were saying things like, "He's so cute," or "His smile is very pretty." The teacher did notice. Midnight had to muffle a giggle threatening to leave her lips. Okay, so the first person is Hitoshi Shinso. Izuku looked back at the crowd and saw Shinso walking up. Izuku smiled at him. He patted his shoulder before wishing him luck and walking towards the teachers. Shinso did great. He asked ectoplasm a question and he was under his control. While Izuku couldn't decide who got in and who didn't, he could make suggestions. Izuku had a notebook for that. Trust me when I tell you, the other kids seemed to panic the moment Izuku started writing stuff down. He was writing so fast the paper could have probably caught fire because of the friction of the pen on the paper. But all Izuku would do once he was done was look at the person and smile at them before calling the next person. Eventually they finished, going through everyone, and Izuku stood up with his microphone. Okay, now that Phase 2 is complete, let's move on to Phase 3. Izuku smiled at everyone. Remember when I said that Izuku's smile was blinding in like the first or second chapter? Well, that's still quite true. Students were actually covering their eyes. Oh God, I think I just went blind. People yelled. Literal screams of pain because of all the brightness. Geez, Izuku, you should give them a break. Izuku was good at working under pressure, which is why he just continued talking over the agonizing screams of all the other teens. Now, if you can please make your way back to your bus. It will take you to your final destination. Izuku turned around and went back with the teachers. How the hell am I supposed to find my bus? I can't see. Cheryl, is that you? Students screamed. It was complete and utter chaos. Nizu was enjoying it though. Hey, watch where you're going. Bakugo yelled at a kid. How's? I can't see a thing. The kid yelled back. They were tripping over each other. They had to delay the exam for a bit. Eventually, after dealing with the situation, everyone was on their buses. Some were still rubbing their eyes. That's when Izuku's voice came over the bus speakers. Our school buses have them and you can hear them talking over the speakers. Hi once again. You'll be approaching your destination very soon. In this final stage you'll be dropped off at a clearing in the forest behind the school. You then have to make your way all the way back to the school through the forest. You can use your quirks and work in teams. Just do what you can to get to the school. If you get lost, don't worry, the bus driver has bracelets with a GPS tracker in it. You'll have to put them on before you get off. A teacher will go get you if you get lost. Another thing, there are traps set all over the forest. Don't worry, they won't kill you. I hope. With that, Izuku turned off the mic. However, they could hear the people on the bus. What does he mean by, I hope? He's just kidding, right? We're F-ed, aren't we? The students were in a state of fear. Izuku and Nizu were just laughing at this whole situation. No, the students wouldn't get hurt, but giving them the idea was pretty funny. Meanwhile, all the other teachers backed away into a corner, giving each other worried glances. Everyone made it back safely and then they went home. Izuku was very excited for the school year to start. It was the first day. The first day. Izuku had just gotten through orientation. He did notice that Mr. Aizawa's class wasn't there. He wasn't surprised. Izuku was working with Recovery Girl when an upperclassman walked into the infirmary. He had 2 broken arms. No biggie. If it had only happened once. Mirio, the upperclassman, was on his 3rd visit to the infirmary. Mirio, how do you keep breaking your bones? Not that I don't like talking to you, I do. But I'm more worried about your health. My quirk had a mutation. I have increased speed and strength now. Aha, a mutation, Izuku sarcastically said. Who's even teaching you how to use it? All Might. All Might. Recovery Girl screamed. Kind of like an involuntary reaction. Oh. Izuku turned to Mirio. All Might is a very reckless person, and she's told me that ever since she started training me. Izuku whispered to him. What is he doing training someone else? He doesn't even have a teaching license. I swear if another kid comes in and is injured because of him, I'll dash. Recovery Girl's rant was cut off when Shinso walked through the door. Hi Shinso. Izuku looked him up and down. You checking me out, Izuku? Shinso said in a flirty tone. Yeah, I'm checking you for injuries. Izuku said in his usual soft tone. What happened to you, boy? Recovery Girl asked, having finally calmed down. We were doing a training exercise in class today. It was villains versus heroes. I went against Bakugu. He had these gauntlets that look like grenades and it collects his sweat so he can make one big explosion. He set it off while he aimed it at me. I managed to dodge it, but it got my left arm. Shinso explained. Izuku looked at Shinso sympathetically. Ah, you poor guy. Come sit here. Izuku brought Shinso to a chair. He got to work. Who lets a kid set off an explosion that big? Like who was watching you guys? Mirio asked. All Might. Shinso answered. Izuku knew what was coming. All Might. Recovery Girl shrieked. Izuku was sure the whole campus had heard that. She picked up a chair and chugged it across the room. Izuku proceeded to cover Shinso's eyes. Izuku, go tell All Might I want to have a conversation with him. And you know what else to say. If I've taught you anything, it's how to yell at a person that's reckless with their health. Go. I'll heal both of these buffoons. Recovery Girl waved Izuku away. Izuku quietly made his way into the room where everyone else was. He made his way towards All Might. No one noticed as usual. He stood next to All Might, waiting for Momo to finish talking about who the round's MVP was. When she was done, he spoke up. Excuse me, All Might dash. The entire class, including All Might, screamed. Please stop screaming. All Might. Recovery Girl said she wanted to talk to you. Also, either you get your sheet together and teach Mirio how to properly use his quirk, or I'll break your arms. Mirio has already come in with both arms broken 3 times. Be at the infirmary after your class, otherwise I'll have to look for you. And trust me, you don't want me to look for you. I will find you. I know the entire campus like the back of my hand. Okay? Izuku smiled at him. I'm okay. All Might said with sweat forming on his brow. He's like a mini Recovery Girl. All Might thought to himself. Hi Momo. Izuku waved at his sister. Hi. Momo waved back. Well, I have to get going now, see you later. Izuku smiled once more and left. It was after class and All Might went to the infirmary. He was very scared. Hey, recovery girl. All Might, take a seat. She pointed to the chair in front of him. All Might sat down. All Might, you need to learn how to teach Mirio to use his quirk. He can't keep on breaking his bones. Izuku, the kid that yelled at you during your class, has a quirk that's similar to Mirio's. Maybe he could help him. Well, I guess Mirio could use advice from other people too. Okay, we can talk about that later in the future. Now as for Bakugo. Why did you let Bakugo use those gauntlets? He clearly has no background training in using them. But I didn't design his costume? You idiot. Can't you use your brain? Yeah, you didn't design it, but it doesn't mean you can't intervene. He has no background training using them. Clearly any rational person wouldn't have let him use it. Aya. You need to do better. That's all I wanted to say. Just know I will have to report this to Nizu. Go on now, go eat lunch. Recovery girl waved him off. Izuku was sitting at a table by himself. Not because he was sad or lonely. He just sat down. If someone wanted to sit with him they could, he wasn't stopping them. Sure enough, Momo and her friends came to sit down, as did Shinso and Bakugo. Hi Momo, Shinso, Kaken, Todoroki, Ilda. Izuku greeted. Everyone said hi back and they started eating. They talked for a bit and soon lunch was over. None of them seemed to notice the other members of Class 1A watching them. Today Izuku was going to be training with Class 1B. The thing is, because Izuku has to be with Recovery Girl, but is also in the hero course, his classes are all over the place. Some days he'll work with Class 1B or 1A. Today was the second day of school, but his first day with Class 1B. Today they were going to be doing one-on-one fights. No quirks. Valid King had told his class that they needed to know the basics of fighting, since they can't always rely on their quirks. Fair enough. Izuku changed into his gym uniform and joined the rest of the class. Hello class, today we have a guest with us. You'll probably see him 2 to 3 times a week. Valid King announced and then turned towards Izuku. You can introduce yourself. Izuku happily nodded. Hello. My name is Izuku Midoriya. It's a pleasure to meet you. Izuku said. Hey, aren't you the boy that announced the different phases of the entrance exam? A silver-haired boy asked. That would be me. Izuku stated proudly. How did you not get nervous? A girl with orange hair asked him. I've been doing it ever since I was about 10? Izuku informed them. Wow, that's so manly. The silver-haired boy exclaimed. Are you going to introduce yourselves? Or do you want me to give you nicknames? Izuku asked them. Oh right, of course. My name is Tetsu. The silver-haired boy said. My name is Itsuka Kendo, but you can just call me Kendo. The orange-haired girl said. My name is Ibara Shiozaki. A girl with green, vine-like hair declared. My name is Nito Minoma. A blonde boy mentioned. The rest of the class introduced themselves and they could finally begin the exercise. Who would like to go first? Valid King asked his class. Minoma raised his hand. He wanted to fight Izuku. Does he think he's special? I'll show him. Look at how small he is anyway. There's no way I can lose to him. Minoma thought to himself. To give him the benefit of the doubt, Izuku is short and though he has muscles, it doesn't really show. Minoma, who do you wish to fight? Valid King asked. I want to fight Midoriya. He declared. He would soon come to regret that. They stood across from each other and the fight began. Minoma ran up to Izuku planning to punch him, only for Izuku to jump up, and trust me he can up very high, and front flip over Minoma. He landed gracefully on the other side. Minoma quickly turned around and ran at Izuku. Izuku swiftly grabbed his arm and slammed him into the ground. Izuku then got on top of Minoma and pinned his hands down, as well as straddled Minoma's with his thighs. This caused Minoma to be unable to move. Minoma and Izuku were staring at each other. Minoma felt a blush creeping on his face. Keep in mind he has a cutie pinning him down. I kind of like being in this position, Minoma thought. Was it because he got to look at Izuku's beautiful face? Or because he was a teenage boy with hormones running through his body? I guess we'll never know. After about 3 seconds, Valid King declared Izuku the winner. Izuku got off and helped Monoma get up. Izuku smiled at him, causing Monoma's heart to skip a beat. I underestimated him, didn't I? Monoma thought. He continued to quietly admire Izuku as he whipped the floor with the rest of his opponents. Class 1B wasn't prepared for him to be this good at fighting. It was now lunchtime. Izuku sat down at his usual table with his friends and a few new people. Monoma, Kendo, and Tetsu all sat down with them. After introducing themselves, they began to eat. Ugh. Shinso whined. What's wrong, Shinso? Kendo asked. I forgot my lunch at home, and when I asked my dads if they could go get it for me, they said, no, you need to learn to be more responsible. Shinso complained. Izuku giggled, which may or may not have caused all of their hearts to squeeze. Izuku has a nice laugh. Don't worry, I have extra. Izuku said as he pulled out another bento box. Oh wow. Thanks, Izu. Shinso replied. Izu? Bakugo questioned. Yes, Izu. At least it's better than Deku, Shinso shot back. You take that back. Bakugo yelled. Now y'all, do, cha-cha again. Shinso got cut off. No, shut up. Bakugo huffed. You're just jealous because I get to eat Izu's cooking and you don't. Shinso stuck out his tongue in a mocking way. Tisich, whatever. As if I'd want to eat that nerd's shitty cooking. Bakugo crossed his arms and looked away. However, we all know he does want to eat Izuku's cooking. While they had been arguing, Izuku and Monoma had gone to the bathroom. Monoma needed to go, but, because it was just the second day, he still didn't know where the bathroom was. Izuku, on the other hand, has already been here for 10 years. So probably knows where it is. That's when the alarm went off. Everyone was freaking out. Izuku wasn't necessarily worried. He and Monoma were going to walk back to their classes like the announcement told them to do. When Izuku turned the corner, he saw someone that was coming their way. They were dressed in all black and had their head hung low. Izuku immediately turned around and grabbed Monoma. He spotted the janitor's closet and hoped it was unlocked. Luck seemed to be on their side as the door opened. They barely made it in before the figure turned the corner. Hey! What was that tferish? Izuku put his hand over Monoma's mouth. There's an intruder outside. Izuku whispered. Monoma stopped talking. He was shaking because he thought he was going to die. Izuku sensed this, and Monoma watched as Izuku's eyes turned from green to pastel blue. Monoma really had to focus because the room was dark, but he was able to see it. They heard the footsteps. Stop in front of the door. Monoma hugged Izuku. It seemed that hugging the smaller boy was very comforting. Their hearts were beating so fast, they could have swore they could hear it. Eventually, after what felt like forever, the person moved on. Both let out a sigh of relief. But they stayed inside the closet. It's better if we wait for a teacher. They'll probably do a head count or something similar and realize we're missing. Izuku told Monoma. Monoma just nodded, seemingly at a loss for words. After a few moments, Monoma realized that he was hugging Izuku. Oh, sorry. Monoma muttered, letting go. Don't worry. Part of my quirk lets me comfort people. Let me comfort you, Izuku informed Monoma. Sure. Monoma managed to stutter out. Izuku hugged him again and started rubbing circles on Monoma's back. Monoma felt at ease. He buried his face in Izuku's hair and noticed it smelt like vanilla. He loved the smell of vanilla. This is nice. I wouldn't mind doing this again. Monoma thought. Too bad for him. The moment was ruined when Mr. Aizawa opened the door. Aizawa sighed before talking. Midoriya, can you stop seducing the students? First you did it to Bakugo, then my son, and now Monoma? You know you can't skip class to make out with your third boyfriend, right? Izuku's face turned bright red and he let go of Monoma. Truth be told, Izuku wasn't fazed by a lot of things, but when it came to talking about his love life, flirting, and crushes, he stopped working. He'd be blushing so much he'd look like a tomato, he'd stutter, make random hand gestures, and try to explain himself. Like he was doing now. Monoma ain't my boyfriend, not to mention you say third thide, impling that I had third woe, which is not the case, weren't making out either, ver hiding from an intruder dash, Izuku's rambling and excuses were cut off by a concerned Aizawa. Wait, what intruder? Aizawa questioned. Why? There was a person walking down the hall. Midoriya grabbed my arm and pulled me into the closet to hide. The person stopped in front of the door before continuing to walk. I didn't see him, but Midoriya did. Minoma explained. Thank you, Minoma. Aizawa then turned and looked at Izuku. What did the intruder look like? He asked. I didn't see his face because he was hanging his head, but he was wearing all black, red shoes, and he had pale blue hair that peeked out of his hood. Okay, I'll need you to come with me to Nizu's office, but first we have to take Minoma back to his class. Aizawa said. After dropping off Minoma, they went and talked to Nizu. I guess we'll have to end the school day. And look at the camera footage. Nizu declared. School ended early and the students went home. On the way home, Momo told him about what happened in the cafeteria. She told him about how Ilda floated himself up to the exit sign and told everyone to calm down. She then asked him where he was. After telling her everything, she was shocked. But she quickly turned her attention to the fact that her brother had been in a closet with another boy. She teased him, again causing him to combust. She laughed at how flustered her brother was. You'll be going with Class 1 on their field trip today. Recovery Girl informed Izuku when he walked into the infirmary. Really? Why? Izuku questioned. Because that dingus is teaching them today. I want you to be there to make sure no one gets hurt. Oh, okay. But don't I need a hero costume? Yes, which is exactly why I have your costume right here. She handed him a suitcase. Izuku took it and said thank you. He went to Class 1A's classroom. He was there pretty early. After all, it was 8 a.m. and school started at 8:30 a.m. At least in Japan. Ikai googled it. Izuku had brought donuts for the class and a coffee for Aizawa. Speaking of the devil, Aizawa walked into the classroom with Shinso. Good morning. Izuku greeted, scaring the living crap out both of them. It was 8 a.m. and they were still waking up, though I guess being scared could work too. Shinso and Aizawa screamed. Aiza, don't do that. Geez, you gave me a heart attack. Shinso signed and then looked at the donut box. Are those for us? Shinso asked. Up. For you and your class. You can only get one though. Izuku said before walking towards Aizawa. This is why I love you. Shinso said. What? Nothing. Izuku shrugged and handed Aizawa his coffee. What kind of coffee is it? Aizawa asked. It's black coffee. Just like your soul. Perfect. Aizawa took the coffee and began to drink it. It had been about 15 minutes and Ilda walked in. Ilda was used to being the first one there, apart from Mr. Aizawa and Shinso, but seeing Izuku surprised him. Oh, hello, Midoriya. Ilda chopped the air. I wonder how he still hasn't killed anyone doing that. Izuku thought. Good morning, Ilda. Want a donut? Sure. Where'd you get them? I brought them. I figured since you have Mr. Aizawa as your teacher, you could use a break. Izuku said, before smacking Shinsu's hand away when he tried eating his donut. What's that supposed to mean, problem child? Izuku turned and looked at Aizawa. You know exactly what it means. Yeah, I do. Then a pink-haired and skinned girl walked in. When she saw Izuku, she ran up to him. Hi. My name is Mina Ishido. What's your name? Mina asked. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Izuku replied. Do you want a donut? Mina gasped. You brought donuts? That's it. We're friends now. Mina declared. She grabbed the box, set it down on a desk and grabbed one. Eventually everyone else showed up. Bakugo was angry cause if he had known Izuku was going to be in his classroom early, he would have gotten there earlier. What most of them walked into was this scene. Mina pinching Izuku's cheeks, Ilda telling her to stop, Shinso taking pictures, and Aizawa laughing at Izuku, and Izuku telling Aizawa to stop laughing. It was a weird scene. But everyone got their donuts, which is what really matters. After everyone introduced themselves, they went to the P.E lockers to get changed. This was Izuku's first time seeing his hero costume. Izuku's costume was a full black bodysuit that covered him completely except for his hands and head. He had a red utility belt. Inside of the belt there was a taser with a bunny on it, pepper spray, a pocket knife, and a personal alarm. He had red Converse and a red biker helmet. He also had a navy blue backpack. Inside was a first aid kit, food and water, blankets, and fidgets. The fidgets were to help calm down the victims, or people that need them in general. Izuku got on the bus. And so did everyone else. Shinso and Bakugo had gotten into a fight about who got to sit next to him, so Aizawa said that neither of them could. Denki, however, took a bold move and sat down next to Izuku. "Hey Izuku." Izuku lifted the face shield of his helmet. "Hi Denki. So I want to know, what's your quirk?" "Yeah, Midobro, I want to know too." Kirishima added. "Well, my quirk is called Motherly Instinct." Izuku went on to tell them all about his quirk. "Wow, that's such a manly quirk. I wish I had something like that. My quirk isn't flashy or anything." Kirishima said, "I think it's pretty cool. You're like a human shield." Izuku told him, "Really? Yeah. A quirk doesn't need to be flashy to be helpful." "Thanks Midobro." Kirishima may or may not be blushing. "You're welcome." "Hey Midoriya, where were you yesterday during the alarm?" Todoroki asked. "I showed Monoma where the bathroom was." Izuku didn't know if the teachers had told them about the intruder, because if they didn't, Izuku didn't want to worry them. "Hey, didn't you both see the intruder?" Uraraka asked. "Yeah, we did, but we were okay." Izuku smiled at them. "He got stuck in a closet with Monoma. Mr. Aizawa told me that they were hugging each other." Momo said, "What? Do you explain?" Bakugo yelled, "Yeah, we need an explanation." Denki added, "Aizawa said he was your boyfriend," Momo teased. "Excuse me?" Shinso said. Everyone was looking at Izuku. Izuku just lowered his face shield to block his face. "Izukudari has stopped working." Jiro commented. "So? Your explanation?" Momo asked. "Well, Izuku was cut off by Aizawa. We're here." Aizawa said. "Oh, thank God." Izuku thought. Everyone was getting off the bus. When Momo just had to say something. He never denied that Monoma was his boyfriend, by the way. "Momo!" "Woaha!" The entire class exclaimed. "This is like Universal Studios," someone commented. Izuku shook Uraraka's shoulder. "There's the flood zone, landslide zone, and conflagration zone." Izuku told Uraraka. "That's so cool," she said in response. "Every disaster and accident you can imagine. I built this facility myself. I called it Unforeseen Simulation Joint." Some suddenly said that someone turned out to be the Pro Hero 13. Now it was Izuku's turn to get shaken. Uraraka grabbed his shoulders and started violently shaking him while yelling, "It's 13. Uraraka, can you not shake my brother?" Momo asked her politely. "It's 13, oh yeah. Sorry, Deku." Uraraka let go. Izuku soon recovered. "Oh, don't worry, it's fine. Wait, did you just call me Deku?" "Yeah, why? Do you not like being called that?" "I just heard Bakugo call you that, so I just thought Oh no, it's fine. I don't mind, it just caught me off guard because usually only Kaken calls me that." "Okay, wait, Kaken? You call Bakugo Kaken?" "Yup. Because he gave me the nickname Deku, I started calling him Kaken." "Oh, that's nice." They continued talking. Meanwhile, Mr. Aizawa was talking with 13. "So where is All Might?" Aizawa asked. "It seems as though he reached his limit this morning." "How careless." "Whatever, let's just start." Aizawa sighed. "That not just. What was he thinking?" Aizawa thought. 13 turned and looked at the students. "As you may know, my quirk is Black Hole. It can SCK in and tear anything apart. It's good for saving lives, but with one wrong move I could kill someone. I know some of you have similar quirks, which is why I hope this exercise will give a new perspective. Remember, it takes one wrong move for people to die. So today we'll be practicing rescue." 13 declared. "So let's begin." Aizawa noticed something. It was a black and purple swirly thing. Then a person came out, then more and more. "Everyone stay together. 13 protect the students." Aizawa yelled. "What are those? More robots?" Kirishima asked. "No, those are villains." Izuku informed him. 13 and Eraserhead. Where's All Might? According to the information I received the other day, he should be here. The swirly villain said. Of course. First the media broke in because of him, and now this. Aizawa thought. Aizawa just wanted to protect his students and child. Izuku didn't really need it because, well, he's Izuku. But even so, Aizawa had to protect him, because even if Izuku didn't get hurt, if Midnight found out he didn't protect her baby, he'd be dead. Where's All Might? We came all this way and he's not here. I wonder, maybe if we kill a few kids, will he come? Shigaraki threatened. 13, doesn't the school have alarms? Why haven't they gone off? Momo asked. Maybe one of them has a quirk that's messing with them. Shinso suggested. Izuku turned and pointed at Denki. Kaminari, try using your quirk to signal for help. Izuku told Denki. Got it. 13, evacuate the kids. I'll hold them off. Aizawa yelled. Mr. Aizawa Izuku was interrupted. I know what you're going to say. The answer is no. Even if you can regenerate, you can't fight the villains. Aizawa said before going off to fight the villains. Momo grabbed Izuku and began to lead him towards the door. I won't allow it. The swirly villain said, appearing right in front of them, blocking the door. We came here because All Might was going to be here. But it seems like things have changed. Forgive us for interrupting your class time, but we came here for one thing. To end the life of the symbol of peace, All Might. Not if we end you first. Bakugo and Kirishima yelled. They ran up to the villain and tried to punch it. It didn't work. The villain then engulfed everyone. Next thing Izuku knew, he fell into water. He had just begun to focus, when he saw a dolphin-like villain coming at him. Look, Izuku isn't afraid of a lot of things, but one thing he is afraid of is dolphins. Because they're like the humans of the sea, and us humans are awful. One example is that dolphins will beat the shit out of pufferfish so it can release its toxins and then they get high off of it. If you don't believe me, look it up. Izuku panicked, but then Tsu came out of nowhere and kicked the villain in the face. She wrapped her tongue around Izuku and slammed him on the boat. She would have been more gentle, but considering the situation, it seemed fair. Shinso and Mineta were also there. Izuku was coughing up water. Hey, you okay? Shinso asked. Fine. Izuku managed to say through coughs. Tsu got on the boat. Oh no. What are we going to do? We're going to die. I can't die, I'm still a virgin. Tsu slapped Mineta with her tongue. That shut him up real quick. Panicking isn't going to help. We need to think of a way to get off of this boat. Shinso said. Shinso was still watching over Izuku to make sure he was okay. What are your quirks? Izuku asked Tsu and Mineta. My quirk is called Frog. I can do whatever a frog can do. My quirk is called Pop-Off. I can take off the ball on my head and stick them to things and a new one appears in its place. They don't stick to me, and if I take too many of them off, I'll start bleeding. Mineta explained. Okay, let's think, how can we get off of here? Izuku began to think. I've got it. Back at the top of the stairs, they were dealing with their own problems. Ilda, your job is to run to the school and tell them what's happening. 13 informed him. But as the class rep, I can't leave my class behind. Ilda protested. I know, but if you can make it out, you'll be able to save us. Fine. 13 started to SCK up Mr. Swirly Swirl. The only problem was that the villain created a warp portal behind 13. When 13 went to use his power, he SCK himself too. Harmed by his own power. What are you doing just standing there? Ilda, he told you to run, so run. Siro yelled at Ilda. Ilda didn't want to, but he had to. He managed to run past the villain and out the door. Help's coming soon, just hold on. Ilda thought. Are you sure this will work? Mineta asked Izuku. If everything goes according to plan, then yes. It should. Okay, remember, do it after we jump. Izuku told Shinso. Okay. Izuku jumped and flicked air towards the water. Tsu grabbed Mineta and jumped off the boat. Shinso used his capture weapon to round up the villains or just to put them closer together. Tsu and Mineta caught up to Izuku and they were all flying through the air together, as Mineta screamed while throwing his ball at the villains. It worked. The villains were all stuck together. Sue went back for Shinso and they were all hiding behind some rocks. They were safe for now. Aizawa had taken down all the other villains. They were just petty criminals. Now he was going for the boss of the operation. By now, Shigaraki had already figured out that when Aizawa is using his quirk, his hair goes up and when he isn't it goes down. They were fighting. Aizawa was mainly dodging. Earlier, Shigaraki pinned Aizawa down and used his quirk to decay a part of Aizawa's arm. But soon the tables turned. Aizawa was able to get away from him, creating the much-needed space to use his capture weapon. He wrapped Shigaraki up. "You're done for," Aizawa said. "You didn't think I was the final boss, did you?" Shigaraki asked. "What do you mean?" Aizawa was confused. "No Mupin Eraser head down," Shigaraki demanded. Aizawa was caught off guard when a big bird-like creature pinned him to the ground. The thing was holding him down with so much pressure. The Nomu had been holding his arm but the Nomu broke it. The Nomu then slammed Aizawa's head into the ground. "Sorry. I didn't want to have to kill you. You're an impressive hero, Eraserhead," Shigaraki said as he slowly approached Aizawa. He then began to decay Aizawa's arm once again. Aizawa's eyes were tearing up. He was tired, he couldn't fight anymore. But he couldn't die. He had a husband and a kid, he had to live. That's when a flash of green appeared and suddenly Shigaraki wasn't there anymore. Izuku couldn't just stand there watching. Out of everyone that was closest, he was probably the only one that could fight without getting to hurt or dying. So he did. Without warning, he ran up to Shigaraki and kicked him in the face. He was only few inches, maybe feet away, but at least he wasn't near Mr. Aizawa. "You little brat," Shigaraki yelled. He got up and rushed to Izuku. Izuku would have dodged, but the distance between them was so close he couldn't. He did, however, move backwards a bit. Izuku was walking backwards since Shigaraki had thrown himself at him with such force. Izuku tried to keep his balance, but he eventually lost balance. Shigaraki had him pinned now. Shigaraki began to decay his helmet. Izuku used his free hand and punched him. The hand covering his face flew off. Green eyes stared into red eyes. The realization filled Izuku with horror. It was Tamura. Izuku's parents took him to a house one day. They said they had to talk to the person there, but the man that lived there had a kid. They could play together. Izuku was excited. He had brought his drawing notebook and special color pencils to draw with the other kid, as well as arts and crafts things. It was winter time. There was snow everywhere. Izuku liked the winter, it was nice. When they knocked, there was a tall man there. "Hello, Inko and Hisashi Midoriya," the man greeted. There was a blue-haired boy hiding behind the man. He looked older than Izuku. But they both had something in common, they were shy. Izuku was also hiding behind his mom. "And who is this?" the man asked while he smiled at Izuku. "Izuku, honey, why don't you introduce yourself?" his mother asked. "My name is Izuku Midoriya," he said. He wasn't really hiding behind his mom anymore. "Tamura, you should do the same," the man told the blue-haired boy. "My name is Tamura Shigaraki," he said. "Well, come inside, it is cold after all," the tall man said as he let them in. "Tamura, why don't you play with Izuku? The adults need to talk." "Okay, sensei." Tamura agreed. Tamura led Izuku to the living room. "So, what do you want to do?" Izuku asked. Tamura just shrugged. He turned on his gaming console and began to play. Izuku just decided to sit next to him and draw. Izuku took notice of the way Shigaraki was holding his remote control. "Why do you hold the remote like that? Isn't it uncomfy?" Izuku asked. "I can't touch it with all 5 fingers. If I do, it'll disintegrate. That's my quirk," Tamura replied. Izuku stayed quiet thinking. The only sound that could be heard was the burning of the wood in the fireplace. Izuku opened his bag looking for his gloves and scissors. He cut off of the fingers on each of them. He gently tapped Tamura on the shoulder. "Here." Izuku handed him the gloves. "What's this?" "They're my gloves. I'm giving them to you. I cut off one of the fingers so you wear them without decaying them. It'll make holding things easier." Izuku gave Tamura a small smile. Tamura took the gloves and put them on. Surprisingly, they fit and they worked. Izuku went back to drawing, unaware of Tamura staring at him. What are you drawing? It's a drawing of a flower. But it's a rainbow flower? Rainbow flowers don't exist. How do you know that? They could exist, maybe no one's discovered them yet. Maybe. Do you want to play video games? Tamura asked. Sure, but I don't know how to play. I can teach you. Okay. It was Tamura, the same boy Izuku used to play with, the boy that was his friend. Was the same man hurting his teachers and friends. Shigaraki was still decaying his helmet, but now he was also doing it to his arms and legs. URG, Izuku tried not to scream. But the pain was unbearable. Eventually the helmet was gone. Now it was Tamura's turn to be shocked. Zuzu? He asked, not quite sure if it was his Zuzu. Izuku took this opportunity. He put his arms in a back bend position and bended his knees to his chest. He then kicked them upward, hitting Shigaraki again, and flipped backwards. He stood up. Izuku stood up. That's when All Might appeared. Do not fear. Why? Because I am here. He yelled. Izuku saw the swirly villain whose name was Kurojirai, warping Shigaraki out of there. Not before, Shigaraki told the Nomu to kill All Might. Izuku yelled at Shinso, Tsu and Mineta to go back to the stairs. Izuku got up and ran to Aizawa. He began to heal him. Hopefully it would help enough to get him up the stairs. Izuku gave Mr. Aizawa some water and started healing him. Meanwhile, All Might was fighting the Nomu. That's when Aizawa told Izuku something. Heat at HH has shock absorption. Izuku nodded and turned and yelled at All Might. The thing has shock absorption. Thank you for telling me, young Midoriya. He said back. Izuku felt the wind from the punches begin to pick up. Then he felt a bit of cold air. He looked behind him and there was a giant ice wall. Izuku trailed the wall back to its creator. It was Todoroki. Izuku nodded at him and he nodded back. Izuku went back to his focus. After a while you could hear glass shatter. Izuku just kept helping, not wanting to know what happened. He felt someone put their hand on his shoulder. It was Shinso. Is he okay? I'm almost done. Can you give him some more water? Sure. Apparently the teachers had gotten there. They helped get Aizawa into the ambulance. Izuku told everyone that if they were hurt they could go to him and he'd heal them. He did tell them to go to the hospital just in case. After giving the testaments of what happened, they went home. Izuku was very tired. They rode the bus back to the school. Izuku and Momo were sitting together. Momo had fallen asleep on his shoulder. Eventually they got home. They ate and went to bed. It was around 2:30 a.m. when Izuku's door opened. It was Momo. Can I sleep with you tonight? She asked. Let me guess, nightmares? She nodded. Sure. They fell asleep together. They didn't want to be alone. Not tonight at least. Zuzu, I have something to tell you. What is it, Tamura? I accidentally destroyed your crayons. Shigaraki held out a half-disintegrated box of crayons. He was looking down in shame, expecting Izuku to get angry. All he heard was a small laugh. Is he laughing at me? Shigaraki thought as he began to get angry. He was going to say something but Izuku interrupted. Tamura, it's fine. It was an accident. I'm not angry, it's not that big of a deal. We all make mistakes. So, you still want to be my friend? Yes. I do. Izuku then hugged Shigaraki as if to confirm that they were still friends. What friend would I be if I stopped being your friend over a box of crayons? Izuku asked Shigaraki. Shigaraki realized how stupid it sounded, and laughed. Then Izuku woke up. It had been a dream. It was just a memory he had of Tamura. Izuku looked besides him and saw that Momo wasn't there. She must have already woken up. Izuku thought. He changed into a black hoodie and leggings. He went downstairs and saw Momo cooking, or at least trying to. His sister wasn't the best when it came to cooking. One time she managed to set water on fire. What are you doing? He asked her. Making pancakes. But it's not going too well. Can you make them? I hate to have to ask you because you just woke up and I wanted to make you breakfast, but dash. We can make them together. And make a few other things too. Okay. Momo smiled. She looked relieved. In the end they made pancakes, sausage biscuits, scrambled eggs, muffins, and milkshakes. This was all mainly for Momo, but Izuku ate the scrambled eggs. After cleaning up, Izuku told Momo he'd be going over to Yuri's agency. Izuku grabbed his backpack and stuffed his ballet suit and shoes, and his phone into it. It had been a very cloudy day that day. He walked down to the train station, passing all the shops and houses. Some kids would occasionally run up to him asking for the airplane. Basically, Izuku would pick them up and spin them around. Izuku was very well known around this part of town. He'd often help shop owners, babysit for some families, and was overall liked. Heck, even some of the other teenagers in the town had crushes on him. Some had even tried to confess, but they weren't able to go through with it. This was true for both siblings. A lot of the teens that had crushes of Izuku also had crushes on Momo. Everyone liked Momo's presence as well. Especially the little kids when she'd create toys for them. Anyway, Izuku made it to the agency. He said hello and made his way to the ballet room. He was warming up when Yuri walked in. "Hello, Izuku." Yuri greeted him. "Hello, Yuri. So, I can see you're training. Mind if I join?" "I don't mind. Plus you do own the place, so," Yuri laughed. "Yeah, you're right." After warming up and practicing a few moves, specifically pirouettes, Yuri and Izuku decided to move on to more combat training. They went to the gym. Both Izuku and Yuri were running on the treadmill. "Have you thought of your hero name Izuku?" "No, not really. I haven't found something that matches my aesthetic." Izuku responded in a questioning tone. "Ah, I see what you mean. Well, I thought maybe you could choose a flower name." "A flower name?" "Yeah, there's plenty of flowers out there that are deadly. Why not choose one of those?" They had moved on to lifting weights now. "But wouldn't that clash with my theme? My theme is helping people. I don't know if a deadly plant would be a good idea." "Well, I'm just suggesting. Personally, I think Nerium oleander would be a good one. It's a beautiful flower, but it's also deadly. Only if you eat it, of course, but even if you touch it, it'll cause skin irritation." "It fits you." "Not to be rude, but how does it fit me exactly?" "It fits you because you are very pretty, nice, and kind, but you can also be deadly. You can't tell me that if you wanted to kill someone you couldn't. It just fits." "I suppose you have a point. I think about it." "Okay." Izuku left after a while. He was walking back to the train station. There was pouring rain. When he had left the agency, it was sprinkling a little bit, but now it was raining cats and dogs. Puddles had already begun to form. Izuku was walking along the sidewalk when a car passed by, driving fast over a puddle, and it drenched Izuku from head to toe. Now here Izuku was, drenched in dirty puddle water, in the middle of a town he didn't know his way around. Kirishima's mom had texted him to go to the store to get some groceries. It was pouring rain outside, so Kirishima brought an umbrella. He had finished shopping and was leaving the store when he saw a familiar-looking green-haired boy. Kirishima left the store, and as he walked closer, his suspicions seemed to have been right. It was Izuku. Izuku was covered in water, and his hair seemed to be covering his eyes because of all the water. As he got closer, he heard Izuku saying things like, "My phone doesn't work," and "Maybe if I run I can get to the agency." Kirishima decided to approach. Midoriya had been very manly during the USJ after all, and Izuku was very cute. "Hey Midobro." Izuku turned to look at Kirishima. "Oh, hi Kirishima, how you've been?" But enough about me, why are you out here in the rain?" "I went to train with my sensei, Yuri, but I didn't think it was going to rain, so I didn't bring an umbrella. Then when I was walking to the train station, a car drove through a puddle and it splashed me. Then it turns out that the water got in my bag and my phone doesn't dash." Izuku sneezed. Clearly he was getting sick. "Work," he finished saying. "Dude, you're going to get sick." "I know. Can you call my mom, so she can pick me up? I'll tell you her phone number." Kirishima looked for his phone and realized he'd left it at his house. When he told Izuku this, Izuku just laughed and said it was fine. "My house is close, we can go there." "No, I don't want to bother you, I'll be F-. You're not bothering me at all. I'd rather you don't get sick." Izuku rolled his eyes. "Fine, you're really stubborn, aren't you? Let's go." Izuku smiled at Kirishima. Despite the cold, Kirishima's face felt very hot. When they arrived, Kirishima got Izuku some of his clothes, before leading him to the bathroom. "Is it fine if I take a shower?" Izuku asked. It's fine." Izuku went to take a shower. Meanwhile, Kirishima put Izuku's phone in rice, and washed his clothes. Kirishima also decided to make hot chocolate. It was ready by the time Izuku got out of the bathroom. Because Kirishima was taller than Izuku, and had more muscle, his clothes were kind of baggy on him. Izuku was wearing black joggers and a red hoodie. He looked absolutely adorable. Why you look great. Did you want hot chocolate?" Kirishima couldn't look Izuku in the eyes, he was blushing too hard. "Thanks, you look great too." "And oh, hot chocolate dash," Izuku sneezed. He rubbed his nose and sniffed. "Yes, please." Izuku finished smiling at Kirishima. "Are you cold?" "You're probably cold. Wait right here." Kirishima went to his room and brought Izuku a blanket. "Oh, no, that's not necessary dash." "Nonsense. You need to be warm." Kirishima placed the blanket on Izuku's shoulders. "Okay, then have it your way." Izuku hugged Kirishima and wrapped the blanket around both of them. He looked up at Kirishima and smiled. Kirishima has stopped working. He was stuttering over his words trying to form a sentence. Izuku picked Kirishima up and squeezed him. Kirishima was even more embarrassed that Izuku was able to pick him up. Izuku let go. "I'll go get the hot chocolate." Kirishima went to the kitchen. When he got back, he saw Izuku talking with his mom. "Oh, you're so nice, Izuku. You should stay for dinner or forever." Kirishima's mom jokes. Izuku was having a pleasant conversation with her. He liked her, she was nice. "Oh no, I won't want to bother you, Mrs. Kirishima." "Nonsense, call your mom and ask her if you can stay." "We don't mind, right, Kirishima?" No, but if you don't want to stay, you don't have to." Kirishima told Izuku, not wanting to make him stay out of guilt. "Sounds to me like you want me to leave," Izuku teased Kirishima. "No. That's not what I meant. I didn't dash." Kirishima had his hands up, shaking them from side to side, trying to defend his statement. "I'm just pulling your leg. I'll call my mom." "Kirishima, can I borrow your phone?" "Sure. You can call her in my room, if you want privacy." Kirishima handed Izuku his phone. "Okay." Izuku started dialing his mother's phone number and went to Kirishima's room. Now it was just Kirishima and his mom. Kirishima had come out as gay the year before, and his parents supported him fully. Now, because of this, his mom was giving him a look that said, "So, you like him? How long have you and your boyfriend been dating? And why am I just meeting him?" she asked. Kirishima was as red as his hair. "He's not my boyfriend. He's just a friend." "Sure. It's not like you've been giving him the googly eyes this whole time." "I wasn't. I just think he's cool. He's very manly. He fought a villain with a decaying quirk at the USJ." "Oh, was he okay?" His quirk lets him regenerate." Even better. That way he can keep you safe." "That is the plan, Mrs. Kirishima. Your son is safe with me." Izuku smiled at Kirishima's mom. "Oh, Izuku, how long have you been standing there? How much did you hear?" she asked. She was worried she might have embarrassed her son, or worse, she might have made Izuku uncomfortable. "For one, my mom said yes, I can stay. As for your question, I heard Kirishima complimenting me." Izuku turned to Kirishima. "You also did amazing at the USJ. Except when you and Kaken ran at the Misty villain, that was stupid. Don't do that again." Izuku scolded him. Kirishima's mom was just so happy. She hugged Izuku. "Oh, you'd be the perfect in-law. You make sure to keep my Ijiro safe, okay? I trust you." "Yes, ma'am. I'll keep him safe, that is my job after all." Kirishima was embarrassed. Deceased. "I'll go make you boys some food, okay?" she said. "Do you need any dash?" Izuku sneezed. Kirishima had just noticed, Izuku sneezed like a kitten. Oh god, even his sneezes are cute. Kirishima had entered, gay panic. "Help?" Izuku asked, but then took it back. "Actually, I don't think that'd be a good idea, would it?" "No, sweetie, you guys go to Kirishima's room. Leave dinner up to me." "Okay, Mrs. Kirishima. Izuku thanked Kirishima's mom. In the bedroom, Izuku went straight for the bed. He just rolled around before finding the perfect spot. He saw a shark plushie on Kirishima's bed. He grabbed it and looked at it. Does he think it's weird I have a plushie? Will he think I'm lame? Kirishima thought. Instead of making a remark or making fun of Kirishima for having it, he hugged the plushie closer. Kirishima couldn't help it. He took a picture and sent it to the group chat. His class had made a group chat. And he just thought he should share, since all of his classmates seemed to only want to talk about the green-haired boy. Kirishima put his phone on silent mode and sat down next to Izuku. Midobro, I still have to shower, so you can watch TV or do whatever you want. Okay, Kiri. Kirishima had been getting some clothes out of his closet but stopped when he heard that. What? I said okay, Kiri. I just thought that since you call me Midobro, I should give you a nickname too. Do you not like it? I won't call you that unless you want me to. No, it's fine. I was just surprised is all. Oh. Well, I'll go shower, be back in a bit. When Kirishima went back to his room, he saw Izuku curled up on his bed. He had wrapped himself in his blanket and fallen asleep. Did Kirishima take another photo? Did he send it to the group chat to make everyone jealous? Also yes. He didn't want to wake Izuku up, but dinner was ready so he had to. Hey, Midobro, wake up. Kirishima said softly. Izuku woke up and yawned. After dinner, they watched TV and talked. Izuku fell asleep on Kirishima's shoulder. Kirishima decided to let Izuku claim the bed and he'd sleep on the floor. When he went to sleep on the floor, Izuku grabbed his hand. While being half awake, half asleep, he told Kiri to sleep with him. Kiri couldn't say no. Now here they were. Izuku was facing Kirishima and hugging him. He nuzzled his face into Kirishima's chest. Kirishima was of course hugging him too. Izuku smelled like him. He was checking the group chat. It seemed like Bakubro and Shinso were especially jealous. Everyone did agree that Izuku was cute. Kirishima was a nice person, but he did find the reactions funny, so he did an evil thing. He took a selfie of himself and Izuku. He sent it and put his phone away. He couldn't wait to read the chaos in the chat tomorrow. It was Monday. The USJ incident happened on a Tuesday, and the school was originally going to give the students 2 days off, but then realized that they might as well give the rest of the week off. Anyhow, Izuku was walking towards the infirmary to get some cough drop candies. Yup. He had gotten sick. He was wearing a mask so as to not spread the disease. Cough where your mask cough. Just as he was about to reach the door, he heard yelling and footsteps from behind him. He turned around to see Minoma and Tetsu running at him. Midoriya. What happened? Are you sick? Tetsu asked. Izuku smiled at them. Stupid Izuku. They can't see you smiling under the mask. Izuku thought to himself. We heard what happened at the USJ, are you okay? Minoma asked. Yeah, I'm fine. I didn't get hurt at the USJ. Well, I did, but my quirk healed me. And yes, I am sick. On Wednesday I went to train with Yuri and didn't bring an umbrella. Then you should get some rest. Tetsu said as he picked Izuku up. Izuku was very surprised. He hadn't expected this. Minoma opened the door, and they set him on one of the beds. Guys, I'm fine. Hey, you need rest. Let us take care of you. Minoma said. Izuku just let them be. Recovery girl did come to his rescue. What are you boys doing here? Get to class. The only one who should be here is Izuku. Out. Recovery girl hit them with the large needle she used as a walking stick. Oh. Okay, fine, we'll leave. Get better soon, Izuku. Minoma called to him. Geez, teens and their hormones. Recovery girl shook her head. What's that supposed to mean? Izuku asked. Nah, don't worry about it. Anyway, how in the Holy Grail did you of all people get sick? You haven't gotten sick in years. She threw her hands in the air for emphasis. To put it simply, it was raining and I didn't have an umbrella. I guess it can't be helped. So, what did you want? Don't you have to attend some third-year class? Recovery girl asked. I just came to get some cough drops. Recovery girl looked in the drawers and found them. She tossed them at Izuku. Here you go, sweetie. Have a nice day. Thank you, and you too. Izuku took the cough drops and went to class. Thankfully not running into any more classmates. Later in class 1A. So, Mister, would you like to explain what Izuku was doing at your house? Denki asked. Or what you were doing hugging Deku? Bakugo asked. Momo loved this. All the girls loved this. The drama served for good entertainment. Momo decided to stir the pot some more. Shut up, Bakugo. It's not like you haven't done the same thing before. Excuse me? Bakugo said, looking ready to defend himself. I'm just saying it's kind of hypocritical for you to get mad at Kirishima for cuddling Izuku when you've also done it. You too, Shinso. Momo said. Why, you little dash? There was a knock on the classroom door. Then it opened. It was Izuku. Hey, Mr. Dash. Midoriya, are you good? Are you sick? Siro asked him. Yeah, I'm fine, Dash. I told you we're going to get sick. Kirishima interrupted. Izuku just laughed. Yeah, you were right, Kiri. Anyway, Ilda, Momo, President Mike told me to tell you that Mr. Aizawa will be a bit late because he went to go get coffee. So you are in charge. He also gave me these papers to give to you. Izuku informed the class reps. Ilda stood up to grab the papers. Thank you, Izuku. He chopped the air. It's no problem, well, I've got to get going. See ya later. Izuku waved at the class before leaving. The class then turned to look at Kirishima once again. Kiri. Mina said. Yeah, that's his nickname for me. Kirishima tried to explain. He gave you a nickname? Uraraka asked while raising an eyebrow. Yeah, Dash. The door opened again and it was Mr. Aizawa. What's going on here? Aizawa asked. Izuku spent the night at Kirishima's house last week and he gave him a nickname. Hagakure answered. Aizawa sighed and took one long sip of his black coffee. Boy, you better run. Aizawa told Kirishima, who stood up and ran out of the class. He was followed by basically the whole class. Might as well use this as a chance to train, Aizawa said to himself, in the now empty room. In Class 1B. In 3 weeks it'll be the sports festival. This is your opportunity to get offers from pros. So make sure to train and give it your best. Valid King told his class. The class started talking among themselves. Are you excited for the festival? Kendo asked Izuku. Yeah. It sounds like fun. This'll be our chance to prove we're better than Class 1A. They think they're so much better because they fought villains. Izuku hit Minoma on his head with his fist. Minoma, we don't say that stuff, okay? They didn't ask to be attacked by villains. They're probably traumatized. Show a little sympathy. Please. Izuku begged Minoma. Minoma pouted and crossed his arms over his chest. I don't. Please? For me. Izuku gave Minoma the puppy eyes. Sure, his mouth was covered but his eyes weren't. Minoma gave in. Fine. Minoma said. Tetsu laughed. What's so funny? Minoma asked with an attitude. It's just that it seems like you only listen to Kendo and Midoriya. I do not. Really? Tetsu gave Minoma a look. Teeth, whatever. When class was over, Izuku went to the bathroom. So, he didn't follow the class to check out the competition. But when he got out, he saw Bakugo and Minoma fighting each other. Izuku sighed before getting closer. The class reps from both classes were trying to pull them apart but kept failing. Mr. Aizawa was just watching, clearly amused. Izuku marched right up to them to stop the fight. Katsuki Bakugo and Nito Minoma. Izuku yelled. They stopped fighting and looked at Izuku. Would you mind explaining to me why you're fighting in the hallway? Izuku asked through gritted teeth. Now they were scared. He started it. Bakugo yelled. No, I didn't. Minoma yelled back. Shut up, both of you. Izuku told them, crossing his arms over his chest. He then turned to look at everyone else. Can someone explain what happened? Izuku asked. Well, Minoma came over and started talking about how we think we're better than everyone else because we fought villains. Which isn't true. And then Bakugo said, yeah, we fought villains because you guys are pathetic. Then they started arguing and eventually that led to them fighting. Ilda explained. Thank you, Ilda. It sounds like you were both egging each other on. You're both at fault and you should apologize to each other. Izuku declared. I'm not a dash. Bakugo stopped talking when he saw Izuku glaring at him. I'm sorry, Minoma. Bakugo apologized. I'm sorry, Bakugo. Minoma apologized. Izuku clasped his hands together. See, was that hard? Now can you please move? I want to go home. Izuku said. They stepped aside to let Izuku pass. How he was able to de-escalate the situation is a mystery. Except it isn't. To put it quite simply, angry Izuku is scary. Hey, Midoriya, what do you do for training? Todoroki asked Izuku. It varies. Why do you ask? Because I was wondering if we could train together. Yo, can we tag along? Denki asked. Sure, that is if you don't mind wearing tights. Izuku said. Huh. They said in unison. Hello, Yuri. Izuku hugged Yuri. Hi, Izuku. She hugged him back. Yuri looked up and saw a group of boys. Izuku, who are they? She asked. These are my friends. That's Kirishima, Tetsutetsu, Denki, Kaken, Todoroki, Ilda, Siro, Shinso, Ojiro, and Minoma. Guys, this is Yuri. She's trained me since I was 6. Izuku introduced them. It's nice to meet you, ma'am. Everyone said. They wanted to impress Izuku's sensei. It's nice to meet you too. What are you all doing here anyway? Well, they wanted to know what I do for training, so I brought them here. Hope that's okay with you. Of course it is. Why don't you all go get ready? I'll be there in a bit. Okay. Come on, let's go. Izuku led everyone to the ballet studio. Momo had made the other boys a pair of ballet shoes and tights. After they had stretched, Izuku showed them how to put everything on. So, ballerinas don't dance on their tippy toes. Denki commented. That would be painful. So you've done this since you were 6? Ojiro asked. Yes. How exactly does this help you fight? Shinso asked. It teaches you how to keep your balance, and I implemented dance moves into my fighting style. Oh, okay. But this is what I do on Mondays and Fridays. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday I do more normal training. Can we tag along the other days? Ilda asked. Sure, I don't mind. Okay. Izuku, you can go to your normal training. Everyone else, I'll teach you the basics. Yuri announced. Izuku was doing his normal routine when... Sheet! Bakugo yelled when he fell down trying to. Izuku looked over and tried to muffle a giggle. Are you laughing at me? Bakugo yelled. What new? Izuku said through giggles. I'd like to see you do better. Kaken, I've literally done this since I was 6. What makes you think I can't outdo you? Titi. Sorry, Kaken. I know you're trying. Demon, right, I am. Soon I'll be better than you. Sure, tell yourself that. They resumed working on their moves. They got to see Izuku perform tour and l'air, assemble, and more moves. It was very impressive. Them on the other hand, let's just say that they don't talk about it. Denki might have twisted his ankle, but we don't talk about that. Don't worry, Izuku fixed it. The next day was mainly lifting weights, running on the treadmill, and that was about it. On Wednesday, they did yoga and basic combat training. Most of them were trying to hold back their screams of pain during yoga. Izuku was fine though. Thursday was the day that the boys from Class 1A will remember, for they will never doubt Izuku ever again. They did a lot of normal workouts and ran around in the sand the entire afternoon. Then they jogged back to the agency. Finally, they were going to bathe. The thing is, Izuku bathed in water with ice. So, you bathe in ice water? Minoma asked, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, it helps with fatigue. You don't have to if you don't want to though. Izuku answered. No, we'll do it. If you can do it, so can we. Tetsu said. Everyone agreed. Izuku shrugged and got in the bath. The bath was like the one that was at the training camp. Izuku didn't react. When everyone else got in, they didn't make it so far. Todoroki did. He can regulate his body temperature, so he was kind of cheating. It's probably not that cold, holy F dash. That shit's cold. Bakugo yelled. But he stayed put in the bath. Hijo de tu chingada madre. Está bien frío. Vite a la verga pinche cabron. Sir. Yelled at no one in particular. Yes, I have the same headcanon that Ciro is Latino. Also for those that can't read Spanish, I'll save you the trouble. Ciro said, son of your even mother. It's very cold. You afabisi. Izuku couldn't help but laugh. They never questioned the green bean again. They also didn't join him in training again. His training was like torture. It was Friday and Izuku was down at the store. He went to get groceries and maybe restock on his candy. Candies were like his caffeine. He may look nice but put your hand on his candies, and that will be the last day you and your hand are connected. Anywho, he'd already gotten the groceries and he was looking at the candies. He spotted them. The perfect candy. Rainbow Airheads. They weren't too sweet and they weren't too sour. They were just right, but they were at the top shelf. Izuku's 5 feet 5 inches he could reach if he stood on his tippy toes, but the bag was all the way on the back of the shelf. Curse my small boy nature. Why must I be short to be cute? Izuku thought to himself. He started to jump to try to reach it. He'd been jumping up and down for 10 minutes. He didn't want to bother the employees though. Plus, he was determined to get them himself. Do you need help? Izuku was mid-jump when someone spoke to him. He was caught off guard and landed on his butt. Ow! Izuku said plainly. Sorry, didn't mean to scare you. Here, let me help. The person helped Izuku get up. Thanks. Izuku said. He got a better look at the person. It was a boy with purple hair. His hair is kind of like Shinsu's, Izuku thought. He had bangs that covered one of his eyes. He was wearing a black leather jacket with a white shirt underneath and dark blue pants. I was going to describe his civilian clothes, but if you look at the wiki, his clothes aren't the best. I'm just saying, a girl came up to the boy from around the corner and wrapped her arm around him. Seiji, there you are. Me and Inesa have been looking all over for you, she said. She turned to look at Izuku. Who's this? Is he your friend? She asked as she got closer. No dash. Seiji, there you are. We've been looking for you. Izuku turned around and saw Inesa standing behind him. Hey, are you dash? Izuku got cut off by Inesa. Midoriya, is that you? It's so nice to see you. Inesa started to rapidly shake Izuku's hand. Meanwhile, Izuku was trying to talk to him. Oh hi Inesa, it's nice to see you too. But can you keep it down? I don't dash. Hey, you need to keep it down or I might have to kick you out. An employee told them in a commanding tone. That was of course before they saw Izuku. Because this employee was of course one of Izuku's admirers. Oh sorry, Jason, we didn't mean to be disruptive. Izuku apologized. Jason began to blush. It's a fine. Jay, just make sure you're not too loud. Okay? Jason managed to stutter out. Geez, Jason, pull yourself together. Okay. Izuku smiled at him and saluted him. He didn't really need to salute him, but it was a part of his charm. Izuku turned back to the other 3 people in front of him. Wow, you managed to stuck your way out of trouble. I like that. Kami commented, smiling at Izuku. Izuku became flustered. No, Jason is just a nice person. I couldn't stuck anyone even if I tried. Izuku said while looking at the ground in embarrassment. You can't fool me. That Jason guy was totally checking you out. He was blushing and stuttering. You gotta teach me your ways. Kami had moved and now had her arm around Izuku's shoulders. Dash. Kami, leave him alone. As far as he knows you're a stranger. Seiji tried to tell Kami. It's fine. You're both with Inesa, right? If Inesa trusts you, I think I can trust you too. Izuku said. He smiled at them. He's so cute, can we keep him? Kami asked while she hugged him. Izuku didn't mind this. He found it entertaining and it'd make for a great story someday. That's an amazing idea. We shall kidnap him and bring him to our school. Inesa declared. Kami, Inesa, no. We can't do that. Seiji told them. He was just done for the day. His brain had clocked out. I mean, if you want to hang out I can give you my phone number. Also, what's your name? Izuku asked Seiji. My name is Shishikura Seiji. Okay, can I call you Seiji? By the way, my name is Izuku Midoriya. Sure, can I call you by Izuku? Sure. Okay, let's exchange phone numbers. Cammy took care of getting the phone number and making a group chat. Hey, Inesa, can you get me that bag of candy that's all the way up there? Izuku asked. Sure, Midoriya. Inesa gave him the candy bag. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Izuku thanked him. After that they parted ways. Today had been a great day. It was Saturday and Ciro had to babysit his siblings and cousins. Usually Ciro was good at this, but this time it was out of control. The little kids were hyper on candy, and they were fighting each other. Ciro went to try to break them up, but that was a mistake. Because suddenly in the kids' minds the enemy was no longer each other, the enemy was now Ciro. The kids were fighting him as Ciro screamed in Latinx. One of his cousins bit him. He managed to get away and run up the stairs. Before he was able to reach his room, he managed to see one of the kids climbing on the wall. He locked himself in his room and texted the Class 1A group chat. Tape dispenser, Ciro. Hey, I need help. My cousins and siblings are on a sugar high and they're trying to attack me. What do I do? Kermit the Frog. Have you tried talking to them? Tape dispenser, Ciro. There are 10 of them. How am I supposed to reason with them? They're pounding on the door. Battery acid, Mina. I'll start planning your funeral. Rock bottom, Kirishima. Mina, you're not helping. Battery acid, Mina. What flowers do you want? Tape dispenser, Ciro. Not helping. Izuku's good with kids. I'll tell him, maybe he can help? Tape dispenser, Ciro. Thank you, Momo. You're welcome. Momo is offline. Boom boom boy, Bakugu. Just show them who's boss. Beat them with a stick or some. Pika pika, Denki. Pretty sure that's child abuse. Kirby, Uraraka. Is it child abuse if it's done by another child? AirPods. Nah, I think that's bullying. Momo is online. Izuku's on his way. He said he'd be there in 10, so just survive for 10 more minutes. Zombie boy Shinso. Not that I don't trust my future husband. But how is he going to handle 10 kids? Pika pika, Denki. Excuse me, your future husband? Rock bottom, Kirishima. Nah, he's already met my mom. We're basically going to marry each other at this point. Boom boom boy, Bakugu. Listen here, eyebags, if he's going to marry someone it's gonna be me. And shitty hair, joke's on you, he's already met my parents on multiple occasions. And we've known each other since childhood. It's basically a love story waiting to happen. Sparkles are my passion, him. You seem oddly defensive of Izuku. Let's pretend they are sparkles, okay? You know how Gen Z uses the star or sparkle emojis around words? Yeah, let's pretend they're that. Zombie boy Shinso. What's your point? He's met my parents too. And we've hung out since we were your not special buddy, and his mom likes me better. That's a lie. She likes Ilda better. Tape dispenser, Ciro. Y'all, the pounding stopped. I'm scared to leave my room. Boom boom boy, Bakugu. So you wanna go Sonic the Hedgehog looking? But not y'all talking about marrying my brother in front me. None of you are going to date him if have something to say about it. Zombie boy Shinso. Please, Queen Momo, I humbly ask for you brother's hand in marriage. Not you asking for his hand in marriage. Back in real life. Ciro slowly made his way out of his room. He could hear giggling and talking coming from downstairs. He went downstairs and saw his cousins and siblings sitting on the couch watching TV, and he looked around and saw Izuku in the kitchen. He walked in the kitchen and saw Izuku making quesadillas. Izuku noticed him and smiled. Glad to see you finally left your room. Izuku teased. Yeah. So what are you making? Ciro asked. I'm making quesadillas. It's the only Latinx food I actually know how to make. I have tried to learn more though. Oh, well, I'm sure my mom could help teach you. Though I'd have to translate. Izuku tilted his head all cutely, looking confused. I know how to speak Spanish. Ciro had to do a double take. You do? Izuku nodded. Okay, entonces qué hiciste ayer? Ciro asked. Translation, so what did you do yesterday? Fui a la tienda y comprar unos dulces también a unos amigos, Bueno no eran amigos más como personas que acabo de conocer pero creo que somos amigos. Izuku said in response. Translation: I went to the store and bought some candy and I saw some friends. Well, they weren't friends, more like people that I had just met, but I think we're friends. Wow. That's impressive. Yeah, I suppose so. So, how did you calm them down? Shiro pointed towards the kids. I'm not going to reveal my secrets to you, Shiro. Izuku winked at him. Shiro's heart had skipped a beat. The front door opened. Asisio ayudame con las bolsas? Shiro's mom yelled. Translation: Help me with the bags. Before Shiro could do anything, Izuku went to help her. Gracias Mijo, tu no iris Shiro. Quién iris? She asked. Thank you son, you're not Shiro. Who are you? Me llamo Izuku Midoriya. Soy un amigo de su hijo. Déjame ayudarla. My name is Izuku Midoriya. I'm one of your son's friends. Let me help you. Izuku took the bag from her hands and set them on the table. Shiro's mom pulled Shiro to the side, after she asked Midoriya if he could put the groceries away. Es tu amigo pero, ¿qué está haciendo aquí? He's your friend, but what's he doing here? Vino porque no pude controlar a los niños pero él así puedo controlar y los calmo. Why también les hizo quesadillas? He came over because I couldn't control the kids, but he was able to control them. And he made them quesadillas. Es un chico bien guapo. ¿Te gusta? He's a very handsome guy. Do you like him? Ama. No lo digas tan fuerte a escuchar. Mom. Don't say that so loud he's going to hear you. Fijate Shiro, que a mí no me levantes la voz. Look Shiro, don't raise your voice at me. Lo siento ma. Sorry mom. Disculpame ocupa ayuda con otra cosa? Oye mi voy. Izuku asked. Excuse me, do you need help with anything else or should I leave? No cuidado comer. Te gusta cocinar no? No, stay for dinner. You like cooking right? Sí, me gusta cocinar. Yes, I like cooking. Entonces Shiro, vida quedar a los niños mientras nosotros cocinamos. Well, then Shiro, go take care of the kids while we cook. Okay ma. Izuku spent a good portion of the time cooking and talking with Shiro's mom. Tienes que saber como hacer comida de ladings te vas a casar con Shiro. You need to know how to make ladings food if you're going to marry Shiro. I said ladings because I wanted to include every ladings person, so sorry if it sounded weird. Por supuesto claro que así, of course, definitely. Sabes tu así mi caz bien, sería su esposo perfecto para Shiro. After that comment, Izuku blushed. At first he thought she was kidding, but she might be serious. Izuku looked at Shiro from the kitchen and couldn't help but blush. He covered his face with his hands. You know, I like you, you'd be the perfect husband for Shiro. I mira que voladu, Shiro's mom teased Izuku. This basically means that someone is embarrassed. So like, look who's embarrassed. Shiro had been hanging out with his cousins while he listened in on his mom's and Izuku's conversation. Clearly he wasn't the only one. When he heard his mom suggesting that Izuku would marry him, he malfunctioned. Apparently, his mom wasn't the only one who thought this. Hey Shiro, you should marry him, he's nice. We all agree and give you our permission. The children said. Shiro rolled his eyes. He can't believe this, how is he supposed to look at Izuku now? Lucky for Shiro, everything else went smoothly. They ate and talked and then Izuku left. Something that did worry Shiro was that his cousins were already planning their wedding. Shindu was at the market. Yes, I mean Shindu, not Shinso. He was walking around with one of his friends. When he spotted a green-haired boy. He'd never seen him before, but he was cute. Hey, who's he? I've never seen him around here before. Shindu asked his friend, Alex. Oh, do you remember that girl Momo? What am I asking? Of course you do. You had a crush on her for like all of middle school dash. Okay, but what does that have to do with him? Well, because Momo has started going to UA, she doesn't have as much time to come get the things her mom's orders from the market dash. What does that have to do with anything? Well, if you stopped interrupting me, I'd be able to tell you. Alex said through gritted teeth. Okay, geez. So, because of that, Izuku has been the one coming here to get the orders. In other words, that's Momo's brother. So, is he younger or older? They're the same age he's adopted. And before you ask, I'll help you talk to him, but you would owe me. Yeah, I'll owe you, just help me please. Fine, but just so you know you're not the only one that likes him. Yeah, well, I like challenges. Alex sighed. This wasn't the first time one of his friends asked him for help to talk to the Greenette. Hey Midoriya, can you come here for AC? He yelled. Izuku turned to look at where the voice was coming from. He smiled and waved at them as he made his way over to them. Hey Alex. How are you? Izuku said when he reached them. Good, I just wanted to introduce you to my friend, Shindu. Alex said. It's nice to meet you. My name is Izuku Midoriya and any friend of Alex is my friend too. Izuku beamed at Shindu. Hi, my name is Shindu yo, and same here. Shindu was so nervous he didn't know what to say, but that reply wasn't half bad, right? Wow, real smooth Shindu. You totally won over his heart. Alex whispered. Shindu elbowed him in the rib cage. So, do you want to hang out for a bit? Like we could go to the park or get coffee? Shindu suggested. Oh, sorry I can't. I just came down here to get my mom's orders, but I have other things to do. But I can give you my phone number so we can set up a time to hang out. Shindu was happy. This had gone even better than expected. Sure, that'd be great. They exchanged phone numbers and said their goodbyes. That went better than I expected. Shindu said. Okay, but I'm not helping you plan any dates or anything like that. Yeah, whatever. Monday was an odd day. Izuku found himself in a different school, while Kami and Inesa were arguing with their teacher. Seiji was just sitting next to him. Why can't we keep him? Kami asked. Kami, he's not a lost puppy. You both kidnapped a student from UA. The teacher said. But Izuku has a lot of passion. I think he should stay. Inesa protested. Kami went over to Izuku and put a hand under his chin, kind of like he was a display. You're going to tell me you're going to kick this cutie out of the school? Kami said. I wholeheartedly agree with Kami. Inesa chimed in. No, take him back to UA. No. Also, Seiji go with them just to make sure they do get him back. The teacher asked. Honestly, the teacher was just so done with their bullshit. Yes, sir. Seiji said. Kami and Inesa whined about how they should be able to keep him. They brought Izuku back around lunchtime. They walked into the cafeteria and made a big announcement. We have brought Izuku back. This was our first attempt at getting him to attend our school. But this won't be the last. Inesa yelled as he set Izuku down on the ground. Izuku waved goodbye at them as his friends rushed up to him. Are you okay, Izu? Did they do anything to you? Shinso asked. No, I'm fine. They're my friends. They just wanted me to join their school, so they kidnapped me this morning and took me there. After arguing with their teacher, they brought me back. All in all, this was a bizarre experience. Izuku answered. You seem oddly calm about the situation. Todoroki commented. Yeah, I mean if they tried anything, I know I could beat them. Plus, they are in the hero course, so I felt like I could trust them. Izuku replied. Why am I not surprised anymore? Momo said. It was Wednesday. Izuku was walking down the halls when he saw Jiro. More so, he saw the blood stain on the back of her skirt. It appears to be that time of the month, Izuku thought. He went up to her and tapped her shoulder. Hey, Jiro had an accident. Izuku told her. He took off his vest and gave it to her, so she could tie it around her waist. Or whatever you call those jackets that are a part of their uniform. She tied it and looked at Izuku with panic in her eyes. Thanks, Izuku, but I don't have a spare uniform or pads. Hold up, what size do you use? Size 3. She was sorta weirded out, but knowing Izuku, he could probably help. Izuku looked in his bag and pulled out a size 3 pad and handed it to Jiro. Here. Wow, thanks. Do you just carry them around with you? I started carrying them around because you know I have a sister, and if it can make my sister's life easier, why not? Okay, but I don't have any spare clothes. And I don't want to wear a shirt because it doesn't feel secure. That's my personal opinion, cause you wouldn't ever catch me wearing a shirt on my PRD. Izuku had an idea. Okay, Jiro, go to the bathroom and I'll be there in a bit. Okay dash, Izuku ran off towards his locker. He got out a spare shirt he had. He personally couldn't care less about what people thought of him or of what he wore. He ran to the bathroom and changed into the skirt. Jiro and Izuku were about the same size, and Jiro could tighten the pants with the belt. He got out of the bathroom and went to the bathroom where Jiro was. He called out to her. Jiro, see Mir. Jiro came out of the bathroom to see Izuku in a skirt. Since you don't like wearing skirts, I decided to let you use my pants. We're about the same size anyway. Izuku offered the pants and belt to her. Are you sure? You're not embarrassed? Nope. Mom always told me I can wear what I want. Jiro smiled at that. She thanked him and took the clothes. After that they went to their classrooms. I hope you don't mind me asking, but why are you wearing a skirt? Mirio asked Izuku in the infirmary. Oh, a friend of mine had an accident and she didn't want to wear a skirt, so I let her borrow my pants. That's nice of you. Side note, do you shave? I just don't really like the feeling of hair on my legs or arms. Also, why should girls be the only ones with smooth legs? Haha. Mirio laughed. I don't know what it is about writing hahaha when a character laughs, but it feels awkward. Dear, maybe you should give her some chocolate. It really helps. Recovery Girl suggested. You're right. It's almost lunch anyway. I'll go get her some from the vending machine. Izuku left to go get the chocolate. When the bell rang, Izuku went to class 1A. When he walked in, everyone turned to look at him. Don't you just hate it when that happens? It seemed like everyone's mouth dropped. Hilda was the first to say something. Midoriya, what are you wearing? You're supposed to wear the boy uniform, not the girl uniform. That's what I told Jiro earlier. Hilda chopped the air. Hilda, the school rule is that you have to wear the uniform. They never said which one you had to wear. Plus, what if I identified as a girl? Should I have to wear the boy's uniform then? Izuku questioned with his hands on his hips. I guess I never thought about it like that. Sorry Midoriya, sorry Jiro. It's fine. Both Midoriya and Jiro said. Hey Midoriya, do you identify as a girl? Jiro asked. No, I identify as a boy. That was just an example. In Izuku, you look hot. Denki said what everyone else was thinking. Izuku turned beet red. Thanks Denki. Anyway, I brought you some chocolate, Jiro. Izuku gave her the chocolates. Aw, thank you Izuku. Jiro thanked him and began to eat the chocolates. Well, I gotta get going, so see you later. Izuku said bye and left the classroom. Please tell me someone got a picture of him? Shinso asked. I did. Mina yelled. It seems like anything looks good on him. We have to test this theory out one day. Mina said. I agree. Uraraka said. It seemed everyone was on board. Except Mineta because, well, why would he care, right? I low-key keep forgetting he's there. Izuku decided to stop by and say hello to Class 1B. Needless to say, Monoma was quite the whole time. He was speechless. I mean, Izuku is very pretty, so can you blame him? Tetsu was a blushing mess and Kendo kept saying how cute and adorable he looked in it. Bonus reactions. Izuku had sent a picture to his other 4 friends, just to see what they thought. Illusion, Kami. You look amazing. Inasa saved this picture as a way to guilt trip the teachers. Baldy, Inasa. Yes ma'am. By the way Midoriya, you look good. Smiley face. Shibioi, Seiji. You look cute. Honestly, Seiji had begun to develop a crush. On Monday when his friends kidnapped Izuku, he'd wanted to talk to him but he didn't know what to say. When he sent it to Shindu, Shindu got a nosebleed. Alex was there to witness it all. Shindu had passed out. Earthquake, Shindu. Hey, this is Alex, so Shindu passed out. Don't worry, he's fine and you look great. Izuku was prepared for the sports festival. It was on Monday after all. I just want to say, I'm gonna win. A series of boos followed Bakugu's statement. Izuku face-palmed. Why would Bakugu say that? Izuku sighed. Bakugu got off the stage and made his way to his class, specifically his best friend. When Bakugu was close enough, Izuku kicked him in the shin. What was that for? Bakugu yelled. Izuku grabbed Bakugo's ear and pulled it. Don't get me wrong, he pulled Bakugo's ear like how parents would pull their kids' ears. Don't think Izuku ripped his ear off. What do you mean, what was that for? I did that because you can't just say things like that. But it's true. You don't know that, and even if it was true, you don't say it. Izuku let go of Bakugo's ear. Let's see what's in store for you. Midnight announced as everyone's attention turned to the big screen above her. They watched with excitement and anxiety as they waited to see the result. Looks like your first event is an obstacle course. Midnight announced. Izuku was excited, he loved doing obstacle courses. Please take your places at the entrance. Midnight told them. Everyone went and stood by the entrance. Ready, set, go! Midnight yelled. Everyone began trying to get through the entrance. People were getting pushed, shoved, elbowed, kicked, all kinds of things. It gave most of them flashbacks to the middle school hallways when everyone would try to get through, and in the process would shove you into the F locker. I don't know if you could tell, but that was a little bit personal. Izuku stayed back a bit. He backed up and ran up the side of the entrance. He ran over the arena and landed on the other side. Todoroki was surprised. Todoroki had managed to get through the crowd and freezed some people in place. So when Izuku landed in front of him and kept running, he was sad. Then the robots appeared. Izuku stopped running and a few other people caught up to him. They saw Mineta being smacked out of the air by a robot. Izuku tried to hold in his laugh but failed. Izuku didn't hate many people, heck he didn't even hate the person that murdered his parents, but Mineta was different. Izuku didn't laugh at other people's misfortunes, but when he really hated someone he would. He'd laugh when they'd trip and faceplant, that's the stuff he'd laugh at. And watching Mineta get smacked out of the air was pretty darn hilarious. Izuku, are you laughing? Momo asked. Yes, I am. Izuku admitted. He wasn't gonna lie. Todoroki had frozen the robots in place. Izuku took notice of how they were frozen though. Everyone watch out. The robots are frozen off balance. Izuku warned. The warning was too late however. One robot fell on both Kirishima and Tetsutetsu. They made it out though and they realized they had similar quirks. Straight up the same quirk to be honest. Aw, come on. They whined. Izuku snickered. It was a funny sight to see. Izuku was dodging and breaking the robots. At one point, he jumped up on a robot's arm and spin-kicked its head off. Eventually he arrived at the next obstacle. Todoroki used his ice to skate over the ropes. Bakugo used his explosions to basically fly over the whole thing. Izuku did the same thing but with his air cannons, and I saw air cannons because his hands aren't cannons. Believe it or not. The last obstacle involved crossing a field of landmines. Daemen, Nizu stepped up his game. Izuku thought. Izuku took a breath and stepped on one. It was on purpose. He was landing on the mines and gracefully moving forward. Izuku finished first. The next event, the cavalry battle. Izuku group, which was made up of Uraraka, Hatsumi, and Tokoyami. They mostly were just dodging and running away. They did have the 1 million point band after all. Izuku might have also blown people away, like up into the sky. Anyhow, Todoroki's team had been hot on their trail for a while now. They're still chasing us. Uraraka said. Thanks for pointing out the obvious. Izuku thought. Sure, Izuku was nice, but even nice people can be sarcastic and mean at times. Then, what's it gonna take to get rid of this beach? Izuku said. Did you just cuss Midoriya? Tokoyami asked. It honestly caught everyone by surprise. Yes, but even if you told other people they wouldn't believe you. Don't worry, my babies will get us out of this. Hatsumi said as she pulled out a mini cannon from who knows where. Where did you even keep that? Uraraka asked the pink-haired girl. Don't ask questions you're not ready to know the answer to. It didn't matter. Todoroki's team dodged the attack and grabbed the headband from Izuku. They turned around and went after Todoroki's team. In another part of the arena, Bakugo was having beef with Monoma. Monoma was able to set off an explosion in Bakugo's face, which was impressive. Some other teams didn't have any more headbands and were frozen in place, because Todoroki used his magic wand to freeze them. In reality, Momo had created a pole and Todoroki used it to spread his ice to the ground. And Shinso was just using his slaves to do all the work. Bakuga did pick up on the secret beef that Todoroki and Izuku seemed to have. He'd also noticed how they kept going after each other. This annoyed him to no end. Does the nerd not think I'm strong enough to chase? How come that icy hot gets all his attention? He hasn't gotten to see how amazing I am yet. I'll show them. Bakuga thought. Shitty hair, raccoon eyes, and soy sauce face, let's go get Deku. He ordered. Izuku was charging at Todoroki. Both boys stared intensely at each other. When they got closer, Izuku went to grab the headband. Todoroki, feeling overwhelmed, set his left arm on fire. This wasn't going to stop Izuku though. Out of nowhere you could hear Bakuga yelling gibberish and coming at both of them. Izuku grabbed Todoroki's left arm, which was still on fire, and he didn't even react. He went for the headband that was at the bottom, and he grabbed it. Izuku's team backed up and Izuku looked at the headband. It was the 1 million headband. Todoroki was going to try and get it, but time ran out. Guys, I got it. Izuku informed them. Izuku's team celebrated. How did you know which one it was? Momo asked out of breath and tired. Oh, sweet Momo, it hurts me that you think that I wouldn't be able to see through your trick. It really does. Izuku said while smiling a sadistic smile. It was slightly unnerving. Todoroki even flinched when Izuku looked at him. How can Izuku give off such an evil aura while still being good? Hey Momo, did you know Deku cussed while we were running away? Uraraka said with a smirk on her face. Izuku just gave her an irritated smile. Haha, funny joke Uraraka, but Izuku doesn't cuss. Momo walked away. Izuku whipped his head around and looked at Uraraka with a smug face. Told you they wouldn't believe you. He smiled and left. Uraraka was stunned. Okay, the top 4 groups were Izuku Midoriya's team, Shoto Todoroki's team, Katsuki Bakuga's team, and last but not least, Hitoshi Shinse's team. Now, come up here to draw a number to set up the next stage dash. I would like to withdraw. Ojiro said. But why? Midnight asked. It might be stupid, but it didn't feel like I did anything, so out of my personal feeling I want to withdraw. Me too, I don't think I did anything, so I would like to withdraw as well. A boy from 1B said. Midnight was thinking, this sort of talk is incredibly naive, my boys, that turns me on. Shota, Ojiro, you're withdrawn. Midnight announced. Did she say it turns her on? Everyone thought. Momo was slightly embarrassed. Izuku didn't really care. They showed who was up against who on the screen. Izuku was up against Shinso. He didn't like this. Izuku was pacing left and right out of worry. He didn't doubt Shinso could hold his own, but Izuku didn't want to lose, and to not lose he'd have to beat Shinso. Usually Izuku wouldn't have cared, he would have just interned at Yuri's agency, but Todoroki had declared war on him. Earlier that day, Todoroki was walking into school, and Izuku was in front of him. Izuku was walking in front of Todoroki when All Might came along with Mirio too. Young Midoriya, I need to talk to you. All Might said. Sure. Mirio picked Izuku up and threw him over his shoulder and followed All Might. Todoroki thought it was weird, but the gears in his head were already turning. In the teacher's lounge. Young Midoriya, I wanted to propose something to you. Mirio needs help learning to control his quirk, and yours is very similar. And Gran Torino is going to help Mirio, but we could also use your help. So, it'd be very helpful if you would accept Torino's request to intern with him. Izuku hummed. You don't have to. You also need to worry about yourself and your future. So do whatever you think is necessary for you. Mirio assured. I'll do it. I still have 2 more years, not to mention the last 10 years of training I've done. I also don't want to pass up a chance to spend time and help Mirio-senpai. Izuku said. Thank you, Midoriya-kun. I really appreciate it. Mirio thanked. I'm not really doing it for you though. I'm just sick and tired of seeing you in the infirmary. Don't get me wrong, I like talking to you, but I'd rather talk to you when I'm not trying to heal your bones. Also, you started making dad jokes and I just can't stand it anymore. Izuku got up and left. leaving behind a shocked Mirio that now had a slightly bruised ego. All Might was also laughing quietly. Before the sports festival truly began, Izuku was going around talking to the other students. Releasing a calming smell to calm their nerves. Hey everyone, y'all excited for the festival? It's about to start. Izuku smiled at them. Up. You bet me dough, bro. Of course I am, you dim nerd. I'm gonna beat you. That's lovely to hear, Kaken. Izuku deadpanned. That's when Todoroki walked up to him. Midoriya, objectively speaking, I'm stronger than you. Izuku twitched. He hated when people tried to do this. Does it really matter who's stronger? Izuku thought. Izuku smiled at Todoroki, clearly irritated. Oh, is that so? Izuku tilted his head slightly. Yes, but you're still strong, but I'm going to beat you. So, a war declaration? Well, there's no need to pick fights, guys. Denki said, waving his hand around trying to calm them down. If that's what you want to call it, then yes. You've got All Might in your corner, but that doesn't matter. I'll still beat you. Todoroki replied and left the room. Izuku glared after Todoroki. He hadn't been planning on taking this seriously, but now he was. Back in the present time. So you brought me here now, what? Izuku asked. No reply. What does he want? And why is he staring at me like that, not saying anything? Maybe he just doesn't have any social skills? Izuku thought. We should get going, the cafeteria is going to be busy, don't you think? I was overwhelmed. It made me break a promise I made a long time ago. No one else felt it, but in that moment I was the only one that sensed your power. It reminded me of someone experiencing All Might's quirk. Okay, and? Is that it? What I'm saying is the power coming from you is the same as All Might's. Midoriya, tell me, is All Might your biological dad? And is Mirio like your older brother? Izuku was dumbfounded. What the hell? Well, Todoroki, my parents were murdered when I was 6. No, I'm not his child. Also, I'm not blonde. I don't have anything that resembles him. Mirio isn't my older brother. I was an only child and I was adopted by Midnight. I thought you knew this? Where did this even come from? Well, earlier today Mirio and All Might wanted to talk to you and Mirio picked you up, which some siblings do. You even do it with Momo too. You give her piggyback rides, no? And when we're training you yelled at All Might about Mirio, like a concerned little brother. I also don't think All Might would let you yell at him if you weren't his kid. My father is Endeavor, and he's the number 2 hero. So, if you're connected to the number 1 hero, that means I have to beat you. My old man aims for the top, but he was never able to best All Might, but he wants to take down All Might one way or another. Okay? Not to be rude, but what does that have to do with me? Have you ever heard of quirk marriages? They became a problem after the first few generations. After superpowers became widespread, there were those who sought out potential mates, with the intention of creating powerful children. Izuku could see where this was going and he didn't like it. Many people were forced into relationships they were simply believed to be old-fashioned arranged marriages, but really it was unethical. My dad had the money to throw at problems. He bought my mother's family just to get his hands on her quirk. He's raising me to surpass All Might. It's so annoying, but I refuse to be his tool. Every memory of my mother, she's always crying. She called my left side unbearable before she poured boiling water over my face. Izuku gasped. This was very surprising to hear. The reason I picked a fight with you was to show my old man that I'm capable of winning without having to rely on his fire. I'm gonna show him I can take first place without using his power. Todoroki and Izuku stared at each other in silence before Todoroki left. Izuku decided to call out to him. Todoroki, I know that nothing I say will change anything that's happened to you. You had a terrible childhood and your father deserves to burn in hell, but I also feel like you're being stupid for not using your left side. And I'll make you see that. So I accept your war declaration. Izuku said. Todoroki looked at him before walking away. When he was far enough away, Izuku addressed the other person in the hall. Kaken, it's not nice to eavesdrop on other people's conversations. Izuku said as poked his head around the corner. How did you know I was here? Bakugo asked. I know a lot of things, Kaken, don't underestimate me. Izuku replied. Uraraka was walking around looking for Izuku when she heard his voice and followed it. Oh, there you are, Deku. Can you come with me? We need you for something. Uraraka asked. Sure thing. Bye, Kaken, I'll talk to you about this later. Uraraka offered her hand and Izuku took it. So, what do you need help with? Izuku asked. Oh, just a thing we're doing. Izuku didn't like how vague that sounded. Shigaraki was low-key cheering for Izuku to win. He'd been watching the sports festival. His sensei told him it'd be good for finding out the other brats' quirks. And if he got to see Izuku, so what? Izuku, what were you thinking? Shigaraki asked no one when Izuku grabbed Todoroki's arm. You seem interested in this, Izuku Midoriya, mind telling me why? Kurogiri asked. When I was younger, sometimes Izuku would come over and play with me. He didn't get mad whenever I would accidentally destroy something that belonged to him. I remember the first time we met, he even cut off a finger from his gloves so I could use my hands normally. Which is the whole reason I use artist gloves now. Shigaraki answered. No wonder he became a hero. He seems very nice and willing to help people. He doesn't seem like it, he is like that. He'd even talk about how he thinks that villains and criminals should be given a chance to redeem themselves instead of being sent to jail. Like, they should have a second chance. Shigaraki defended Izuku. Let me guess, you want to talk to him again? Maybe. Kurogiri sighed. They were probably going to have to come up with a plan to make that happen. Why am I wearing a cheerleader outfit again? Izuku asked. They were out on the field and the girls were all wearing cheerleader uniforms. Mineta and Kaminari had tricked them into wearing them. Jiro had beaten them up for doing so, but they figured that Mineta probably doesn't like seeing guys in skirts, so why not have a guy wear one? Izuku liked wearing them, so he didn't mind. Neither did the rest of the school. In fact, a good portion of them were looking mainly at Izuku. It might have also been so the girls didn't feel as insecure. Mineta might have not liked it, but Denki definitely did. Even Todoroki blushed a little. Midoriya, what are you wearing? Kozai asked. Kozai is that dude whose quirk is solid air. The one that was on Minoma's team during the cavalry battle. A cheerleading uniform? Izuku said in a questioning tone, tilting his head to the side cutely. I think I look good, whatcha think? I think you look adorable. Kozai couldn't even look Izuku in the eyes. Thanks. I saw the highlights of the cavalry battle. I think you did great. It was pretty funny seeing Kaken slam into the glass. Huh? What did you say, you dim nerd? Ignore him, I'm sure you're going to get a lot of offers. Izuku smiled. Why, you really think so? Kozai was blushing a lot by now. I know so. Plus, even if you don't, I know a few pro heroes, if you pick up what I'm putting down. Izuku winked at him and giggled. The mini-games are about to begin. They announced. Well, I've got to get going, the games are beginning. Izuku waved goodbye and walked away. They were doing a scavenger hunt. Izuku had picked up a card. Anger, the card said. Minoma was also playing, but he wasn't taking it seriously. Look at those 1A folks, they're taking this way too seriously. Come on Minoma, don't be such a downer. What did you get anyway? Mine says something cute. Hey, maybe that's you. Minoma smirked at Izuku. I don't think, Izuku was saved by our favorite best girl from 1B, Kendu. Hey Minoma, if you're not playing, can you come with me? Sure, why? Kendu showed her card. Does it? Perverse person. I mean, she's not wrong. Izuku said. I feel like you both have the wrong idea about me. Kendu picked Minoma up using her quirk and carried him away. Now, what's something that's angry? Why no? Izuku made his way to Bakugu. Kaken, are you busy? No, what do you want, nerd? You. Izuku never really seemed to notice that when he was talking, it would occasionally sound like he was flirting. Such is the case right now, which left Bakugu a stuttering, blushing mess. The rest of the Baku squad were shocked. Is my ship sailing? Mina said out loud. Izuku gave her a weird look before showing Bakugu his card. Oi, you cheeky bastard. What's the meaning of this? Look, Kak and I want to win, so you're coming with me. Well, I don't want to go so no. Izuku sighed. I hate to have to do this but you brought it upon yourself. Izuku picked up Bakugo bridal style and carried him away. Hey nerd, put me down. Kakin, if you keep squirming, I'm gonna drop you. Izuku should probably go change out of the cheerleader outfit, the one-on-one fights are about to begin. Okay Momo. Izuku replied. After changing, Izuku went outside and waited to be called. For our first round, Izuku Midoriya vs Hitoshi Shinso. Izuku and Shinso stepped on the stage. They shook hands to show that they were okay with this? I don't know. Have you ever wondered why you have to shake hands before fighting in a match? Sheet, I looked it up and it's to set the tone of fair play. Anywho, they shook hands and took their places. Oh boy. Izuku's going first. Kami said excitedly. Kami, Inesa, and Seiji were watching the sports festival. They wanted to see Izuku in action and if it helped them prepare in the case that they went against each other so be it. Who do you think will win? Inesa asked. Oh, as if you need to ask. Izuku, of course. Kami waved Inesa off. I mean, we don't know what the other guy's quirk is. Maybe it's stronger than Izuku's. Seiji suggested. Truth be told, he believed Izuku could win. He looked strong. Fair point. I still think Izuku's going to win though. Kami said stubbornly. Whatever, let's just watch. Seiji sighed. I hope you win, Izuku. Seiji thought to himself. The fight lasted about 10 minutes. To be fair, they were just fighting each other without quirks. Shinso knew Izuku wasn't going to fall for his tricks. Provoking Izuku wasn't that easy. They both knew this. Izuku already felt bad enough fighting Shinso. Izuku had to go to the next round but he didn't want to fight Shinso because he wanted Shinso to move on too. That's why before the match Shinso had told Izuku that they should fight each other without quirks. They agreed. This way the match was even more fair, and Shinso still got to display his fighting skills. Another thing to keep in mind is that the sports festival is streamed nationally. That means that students from other schools, as well as villains, were able to see what your quirk is. Ideally, you want to keep your quirk a secret. That way during the licensing exam, the other kids won't be prepared for you. This worked out for Shinso in the long run. Anyway, Izuku won, to literally no one's surprise. The finishing move that sealed his win was when Izuku grabbed Shinso's hand, lifted him over his shoulder, and slammed him into the ground. The winner is Izuku Midoriya. Midnight announced. Izuku rushed to Shinso. I'm sorry. I didn't want to fight you. I'm so sorry. Are you okay? Izuku asked. Shinso had sat up and Izuku hugged him. Izuku felt so bad. He helped and protected people, he didn't hurt them. Even if Izuku knew that it was a match and he had to, he didn't want to fight Shinso. Now, don't go getting the wrong idea. Izuku didn't see Shinso as weak, he knew Shinso was strong, and that he needed to give it his all out of respect for Shinso. But at the same time, Shinso was Izuku's friend. And to Izuku that meant he protected him, healed him, made him feel better and safe. Izuku didn't want to fight any of his friends, but luckily for him he'd only need to fight one more. It's okay Izuku, I'm fine. But can you keep hugging me? It's making me feel better. Shinso said, patting Izuku's head. He loved the attention he was getting, and it was on national TV. Okay, lovebirds, get off the stage. Midnight ushered them off the stage. The other matches went by in a flash. Watching Tetsu and Kirishima fight was funny. Izuku felt bad for Momo. She didn't really get to fight because she was put up against Tokoyami. Tokoyami had used Dark Shadow to shove Momo out of the ring. Anyway, the second rounds were on their way and Izuku needed to prepare. Izuku was walking towards his waiting room when he ran into none other than Endeavor. They made eye contact and stood in silence. Endeavor, Izuku said, acknowledging the thing in front of him. He felt so disgusted by him, he refused to acknowledge him as a man. And I know he's getting a redemption arc and all that, but at the same time, that doesn't undo the years of trauma that he put his children through. And yes, I know, the abuse didn't happen overnight, but it doesn't matter because abuse is still abuse and they are traumatized. What brings you here? Izuku asked, in an icy cold tone. I saw your fight against the Purple Head. I've heard of you from other pro heroes. That's nice. Izuku proceeds to walk past Endeavor. It's my Shoto's duty to surpass all might. In order to do that he has to be the strongest. So hit him hard, don't disgrace either of you by holding back. That's all I was going to say. Sorry for bothering you. Endeavor began to walk away. Endeavor, it isn't Todoroki's duty to surpass all might. It's not his fault you had such a fragile ego and were so weak you couldn't beat him yourself. Stop trying to live vicariously through your son. Todoroki isn't you. He's his own person with his own thoughts, feelings, and dreams. And you know what you can do with your expectations of Todoroki? You can shove them up your butt. How about you start acting like AF adult? Izuku marched off, leaving a stunned Endeavor behind. Izuku decided he hadn't had enough, thus he turned around and said, "And you're lucky I even gave you the time of day. You should be grateful I even said anything. In fact, you should be grateful anyone talks to you, you piece of shit." Izuku then turned around and walked to the waiting room. The second round's first match is gonna be epic. Mike announced. Shoto Todoroki vs Izuku Midoriya. Based off his match with Zero, he's probably going to use a long-range attack. Izuku predicted. His prediction was correct. Todoroki had shot ice at Izuku. Izuku used his air cannons. That's what Ima call them now, I don't know what else you'd call them. Izuku air cannoned Todoroki's ice away and it sent a chilling breeze at the audience. Todoroki countered that by creating some ice behind him to keep him inside the ring. Whoa! Izuku managed to break through Todoroki's opening move. Do I really need to tell you who said this? I think we all know who said it. Todoroki sent another wave of ice at him. Izuku flicked it away. Honestly, they were like that for a while. Even when you watch the anime, they're just going back and forth with each other. With the inner monologue and the occasional yells of pain from Midoriya. He's shaking. He must be overusing his quirk. I'm definitely having a chat with him later. Izuku thought. I'm sorry about this, but thanks for drawing it out. Look at him, Todoroki said looking at his dad. He's furious I'm not using his power. I'm capable of winning without using his fire. Todoroki's voice rang through Izuku's head. Let's finish this. Todoroki sent yet another wave of ice at Izuku. I mean, you're probably not even surprised at this point. I'm not done yet. Izuku yelled. He punched the ice instead of flicking it. Todoroki had to create multiple ice walls behind him to keep himself from flying out of the ring. Damn it, why is he doing this? Todoroki thought. You're shaking, Todoroki. Izuku said. Ha! Todoroki was surprised. It's easy to forget that quirks are physical abilities. Keeping that in mind, there's a limit to how much cold your body can take. Right? Izuku looked at Todoroki. Listen, we're all giving it our all, to win, to make our dreams a reality, to be number one. Do you think you can win with have your strength? Look at me, you haven't put a single scratch on me yet. So come at with all you've got. Izuku yelled at him. Todoroki was angry. Said. Furious. He charged at Izuku, ready to take him on. Izuku ran at him too, and punched him in the gut, which sent him flying. Why? Todoroki thought. He sent more attacks, but they were gradually getting slower. The ice isn't moving as fast now. Izuku thought. Todoroki got closer trying to make more ice, but Izuku kept flicking him away. Should I step in midnight? Izuku can heal himself, but considering the amount of power he's been using, I think he might need recovery girl. Cementos said. After another blast from Izuku, Todoroki asked, Why are you doing this? I want to live up to people's expectations. I want to save and help people with a smile. I want to do whatever it takes to be a hero. Izuku responded. Shoto, Todoroki heard his mother's voice in his head. He was lost in thought, before Izuku punched him in his gut once again. That's why I'm giving it my all, just like you should be. Your life has been so much more different than mine. But right now stop screwing around. If you want to reject your father, fine. But you have no right to be number one if you aren't going to use your whole power. Izuku's statement was enough to send Todoroki into a series of flashbacks. Shoto was on the floor coughing after having just thrown up because of his training. Stand up. If you get hurt that easily you can forget about beating All Might. Endeavor said. Please, stop pushing him, he's only 5 years old. Shoto's mom begged. He can take it. Get out of my way. Endeavor yelled. There was a crash and Shoto turned to look at his mother. Mama? He cried. Todoroki's right side had begun to freeze even more. Izuku Wasa running at him, ready to punch him. Shut up. Todoroki said through gritted teeth. I don't even want him. A young Shoto cried to his mom. Please, I don't want to be the kind of guy he is. I don't want to be someone who hurts you and bullies people, Mama. But honey, you still want to be a hero, don't you? His mother asked as she comforted him. Just remember to stay true to yourself. You can be the kind of hero you want to be when you grow up. That's why I'm going to win. Izuku screamed, I'll prove you can't win without using both sides, and punched Todoroki in the gut. Just so you know, I'm writing this chapter as I'm watching the anime, so if it seems repetitive, don't blame me, okay? I did take out the parts where they talk about Izuku's injuries because in this one he has none, obviously. Shoto remembered watching his siblings laughing and playing when he was little. He saw as his oldest brother, Tuya, kicked a play but fell down and everyone laughed. It was all in good fun though. Ignore them, Shoto. They live in a different world than the one I'm training you for. A different memory played in Shoto's head. Mom, I feel like I'm going crazy. I can't take it anymore. Every day the children seem more like him. And Shoto, the child's left side sometimes looks unbearable to me. All I can see is his father. I can't raise him anymore. I want to run away from this life. Rei said to her mother through the phone. Mom? What are you saying? Shoto asked. The kettle was ready to whistle. His mother turned to look at him. I remember. Todoroki thought as he was still flying through the air after Izuku had punched him. Shoto was standing against a wall with a bandage over his left eye. Moronic women. To hurt you at such an important time. Endeavor expressed his rage. Where did Mama go? Shoto asked. Oh, she hurt my masterpiece. So, I put her in a hospital to keep you safe. Endeavor answered. That was her fault. Shoto said. You're the one who made her hurt me. I reject you. I refuse to use my left side. Todoroki said slowly, standing up. It's your power, Todoroki. It's your quirk, not his. Izuku yelled. Yes, that's right. Children often do inherit quirks from their parents. Or develop similar power sets. But the most important thing to remember is that a quirk is what you make of it. Regardless of your history. You decide how you use it. That's what I mean when I say, I am here. Only you can decide to become a hero, no one else. Take this to heart, kids. You've got it. All Might said on TV. Shoto had been watching the TV with his mother. Honey, you do still want to be a hero, don't you? Just remember, stay true to yourself. Rei said. I didn't realize how much I'd forgotten. Todoroki thought. You are not a prisoner of your lineage. It's okay to use your power, to become who you want to be. Todoroki heard Rei's voice in his head as he finally used his left side. That dash, President Mike announced partially. He's using his fire. Uraraka said to Ilda in the stands. You're helping your opponent, huh? Even though you want to win this battle, now which one of us is screwing around? Todoroki was staring at Izuku. I want it too, I'll be a hero. Todoroki smiled at Izuku. The moment was so exciting, but of course Endeavor had to ruin it. Yes, Shoto. Endeavor began to walk down the steps to get closer to the match. Have you finally accepted your purpose? That's it, very good. This is the dawn of a new era for us. With my blood in your veins you'll surpass me. You will live up to the reason I created you. Endeavor suddenly shouts words of encouragement. Mike announced. Amazing. Izuku said almost to himself. Why are you smiling? In this hopeless situation, you must be crazy. Don't blame me for what happened next. They both began to charge up. Cementos was beginning to form walls in between them. That's enough. Cementos said. Midnight, out of concern for both students, not just her kid, began to realize the purple pinkish mist from her body. Todoroki sent a much bigger, larger wave of ice. Izuku jumped over it and was making his way towards Todoroki. "Come at me with your full power, Todoroki!" Izuku screamed in his head. When Izuku was close enough to throw a punch, Todoroki was ready to use his fire. The impact of both of them was so strong, it destroyed all 5 walls in between them. It sent Midnight flying, and someone had to hold onto Mineta to keep him from flying away. There was smoke everywhere. "This is crazy!" Denki yelled. "What's happening down there?" Momo asked. "Having a good power doesn't mean you'll be a good hero, but these two are amazing." Cementos said. "What happened just now? What the heck is up with your students?" Mike asked. The air around the ring was cooled down and then rapidly expanded when it heated up. I tried my best with this line. I watched the show dubbed, and no, I'm not arguing with anyone about if subbed is better than dubbed, okay? Wait, that's what happened? Sheesh, how hot did that fire get? I can't see a thing. Midnight stood up and saw a very shocking thing when the smoke cleared. She was very worried for Izuku. Is that a hole in the stadium wall? Mike said. Everyone turned their attention to the side Izuku used to be on. There was a hole through it. Izuku had flown through the wall. He'd cracked his head open, but he had just enough energy to heal that, so he was fine. He had actually made it to the other side of the stadium. When he hit the ground, he rolled for a bit before coming to a stop. He was in so much and was so tired he couldn't move. Mountain Lady, who'd thankfully been watching the festival through the TV, rushed over to Izuku. Sure, Midnight and Mountain Lady didn't necessarily like each other, but Mountain Lady did find Izuku's company pleasant. They'd met a few times during award ceremonies and after parties. "Oh my god, Izuku, are you okay? Can you move? Can you stand?" Izuku was face down on the ground and grunted in response. "Yo Woods, go get the medic robots," Mountain Lady commanded. But the security dash. "Do you want to talk to the entirety of the pro heroes about why you didn't help Izuku Midoriya? Do you know how well known this kid is in the hero community?" Mountain Lady was right. Izuku had helped a lot of pros. When they lost limbs or needed him, Izuku would help them, under Recovery Girl's supervision, of course. "No, I'll go get the robots." Kamui would set off to get the robots. He ran through the hole in the wall and yelled, "I need the medic robots." That was the last thing anyone wanted to hear. They'd all secretly hoped Izuku would be fine, but nope. He was injured. "Hey, it's gonna be okay, Izuku." Mountain Lady tried to reassure him. Izuku nodded before passing out. Izuku found himself in the infirmary. He'd slept through the rest of the sports festival, which Izuku was still in the infirmary. He'd woken up a bit after the awarding ceremony. Izuku would have gotten 3rd place, but they gave it to Ilda. But then they gave it to Tokoyami because Ilda had to leave for family business. "It's nice to see you awake, sweetie. Your mom brought you some clothes you can change into. Your friends tried to see you, but I had to basically fend them off with my giant needle. I threatened to give them a vaccine with this needle." Recovery Girl cackled. "Thanks, did you really need to threaten them though?" Izuku asked, grabbing the clothes. "Of course I did. Basically the whole school came to see you, heck even the big 3 came to see you." "Really? By the way, who won?" "Bakugo got 1st place, Todoroki got 2nd and Tokoyami got 3rd. "Okay. Remember to go to your homeroom after you change." "Okay. Okay." Izuku went and changed into his clothes. Izuku was wearing light blue silk pajama pants with a light pink hoodie. He made his way to Class 1B. The hallways were crowded with students making their way back to their classrooms. Izuku wasn't the first one in his classroom. Kendo, Monoma, and Tetsu were there. "Hi Dash," Izuku cut off when Tetsu picked him up in a hug. "It's nice to see you doing okay," Tetsu said as he put him down. Kendo hugged Izuku next. "Don't scare us like that, okay?" Izuku hugged her back. Kendo gave Izuku a kiss on the cheek. Izuku giggled. "I'll try not to." Izuku looked at Monoma. Monoma wasn't one for expressing emotions, but that wasn't a problem with Izuku. Izuku hugged Monoma, burying his face in Monoma's chest. Minoma turned red, like red. Don't scare me like that. Minoma stuttered out, hugging Izuku back. Hey lovebirds, get in your seats. Valid King told them he'd seen the whole interaction. Everyone sat down. Now, some of you have gotten offers, however, even if you didn't get any you'll still intern. You'll see if you got offers on Thursday. You're getting 2 days off to recharge yourselves. Be thinking about a hero name because you'll also need those for when you intern. That's it, just wait until the bell rings and you can go home. Valid King announced. So what are you going to do the next 2 days? Minoma asked. I'm just going to chill. Kendo said. I don't know yet, maybe sleep in. How about you, Midoriya? Tetsu asked. Well, I have to babysit on Wednesday. Tomorrow I'll probably just watch Hamilton on Disney Plus or something. Hey, can we go to your house tomorrow? Tetsu asked. Sure. I can invite a few of my other friends too. Which friends? Kendo asked. They go to different schools. Okay, but have you met them in real life? Minoma asked. Maybe he met them online or something, Minoma thought. Yes, I have, don't worry. Izuku reassured. The bell rang, signally it was time to go. It's time to go. Izuku got up, but he was swiftly swept off his feet by Tetsu. Tetsu, what are you doing? Izuku asked. Tetsu was carrying I'm bridal style. Carrying you, obviously. But I can walk just fine. We just don't want you to get hurt. Tetsu replied. Minoma and Kendo helped carry Izuku's stuff. Well, if you're going to carry me, at least give me a piggy ride back. Izuku said. So, Tetsu gave Izuku a piggy ride back. On their way to leave, however, they ran into Class 1A. Deku, are you okay? Why is Tetsu carrying you? Uraraka asked. He didn't want me to get hurt, so he's carrying me. I told them I could walk, but they wouldn't take that as an answer. Izuku replied. Why is this extra carrying your things? Bakugo asked, referring to Minoma. Well, I just wanted to help my friend. Minoma replied. How about you give me the bag? I know where he lives anyway. Bakugo reached out to grab it. They were both holding onto the bag now. What, are you a stalker? Minoma asked, pulling the bag towards himself. No, I'm his childhood friend, no, give it. Bakugo yanked on the bag. I mean, it's really no problem, I can do it. Minoma said through gritted teeth. They were playing tug-of-war with the bag before Momo stepped in. Enough. I'll take the bag, I'm his sister and I live with him. Momo ripped the bag out of their grasp. Izuku had asked Tetsu to put him down and he did. Then Todoroki approached him. Midoriya, I just wanted to apologize for what I did to you. Todoroki apologized and hugged Izuku, which caught him by surprise. Izuku stuttered, trying to making sense of the situation. Mina said giving you a hug would make the apology better. Todoroki said, okay, yeah, I accept your apology. Izuku hugged back. Okay, we've got to get home, so bye to you all. Momo said she was just tired. She grabbed Izuku's wrist and pulled him behind her. Izuku turned back and waved at everyone. Kendo, Tetsu, Minoma, see you tomorrow. Izuku yelled out. What does the nerd mean by that? Bakugo asked, turning to look at the 1B students. That's none of your business. Minoma replied. They started fighting. Some from 1A tried holding them back, some were cheering them on, and some were filming the fight. Meanwhile, Todoroki was just thinking to himself. Midoriya smells like strawberries and hugging him is nice. Izuku had decided to make a group chat with all of his other friends. He figured it'd be a good idea so that they kind of knew each other before they got to his house. The name of the group chat was. I didn't know what to name this group chat, so if you have suggestions, tell me. Izuku. Hey, so I made this group chat so you could get to know each other before coming to my house. Also, if there's anything you want to do, please tell me. Kemi. Hey cutie, can you give admins to the group chat? Seiji. Midoriya, I don't think it's a good idea. Kemi. Seiji, don't ruin my fun. Kanesa. Hello Midoriya, I can't wait for our hangout later. Alex. Why is he using cap locks to type? Sorry, I'm not able to make it. Izuku. Hi Kami, Seiji, Inesa, and Alex. It's fine that you weren't able to come today. And, Kami, I'll give you admins. Kami. KXBBY. Kendu. Hello. Tetsu. Pat. Minoma. Pat. Shindu. Pat. Kami has changed the group chat name to Izuku's Side Chicks. Izuku. Kami, why that name? I think it's a bit rude. Kami. Don't worry about it, we all know it's true. Izuku. Okay? Kami. Wait, let me change the names. Kami has changed their name to Illusion. Kami has changed Seiji to Meatball. Kami has changed Inesa to Tanaka 3.0. Kami has changed Izuku to Cinnamon Roll. Illusion, Kami. Perfect. Meatball, Seiji. But, Illusion, Kami. Just because. Tanaka 3.0, Inesa. I like my name. Cinnamon Roll, Izuku. Why Cinnamon Roll? Kendu. Because you're sweet. Illusion, Kami. Dimon, that was smooth. Kendu. Texas. Cinnamon Roll, Izuku. Kami, can I have admins back? Just for a bit? Illusion, Kami. Of course. Cinnamon Roll has changed Kendu to Big Sister. Cinnamon Roll has changed Tetsu to Iron Man. Cinnamon Roll has changed Minoma to Copycat. Big Sister, Kendu. DHXS Izuku, I love it. Iron Man, Tetsu. Thanks Midoriya. But I'm made of steel? Cinnamon Roll, Izuku. But it still fits. Copycat, Minoma. Why Copycat? Big Sister, Kendu. BC, you can copy other people's quirks, duh. Alex. Izuku, can I have admins now? Please? Cinnamon Roll, Izuku. Sure. Alex has changed Shindu to VBRTR. Viba, Shindu. Alex UB1TC. Alex. You know it's true. His quirk lets him make things shake. With his hands. Winky face. Illusion. Cinnamon Roll, Izuku. It's kind of funny. Viba, Shindu. You too? I feel so betrayed. Cinnamon Roll, Izuku. I've got to go now, see ya later. Izuku had set up his room. He put out bean bags, pillows, and blankets. He had gotten drinks and snacks. Izuku was excited. Momo had been wondering what Izuku was doing, so she went to check on him. Izuku, what are you doing? My friends are coming to hang out in a bit. Do you want to join us? That is, if you have nothing to do. Sure, I'll join you. Great. They'll be here in about 30 minutes, so we should get ready. Okay, see ya in a bit. Both siblings went to get ready. Momo was wearing her favorite white turtleneck, with a black skirt and black flats. Izuku was wearing an argyle sweater with a white collar, light blue ripped jeans, and black Vans. Then Izuku heard a knock at the door. Izuku went to open it. Hi, Izuku. Hi, Kendu, you're early. Yeah, well, I didn't have much to do. So can I come in? Sure, come in. Also, I asked Momo if she wanted to join us and she said yes, so she'll be hanging out with us. Sounds good. Your sister is amazing. Yes, she is. Anyway, what do you think we should watch when everyone gets here? How about Rubber? You like horror movies, right? Yes. And I like bad movies because there's just something about them. You know? They can be extremely hilarious. So, what is Rubber about? They were walking up the stairs and were getting closer to Izuku's room. Okay, I know it's going to sound weird, but hear me out. Rubber is about a killer tire. Izuku just stared at her blankly. Yes, this movie does exist. I'll leave a link here to a video talking about the movie. It's by one of my favorite YouTubers. Her name is Kenny JD and she does this thing called Bad Movies and a Beat. She does her makeup while talking about a bad movie. https www.youtube.com watch vbywnvnmb4. A killer tire? Yeah, I know it sounds weird, but I've been wanting to watch it because I want to see where they went with it. Okay, yeah, we can watch that. I think it'd be hilarious. They hung out in Izuku's room and soon everyone had arrived. Everyone was in Izuku's room and no one was talking because they didn't know what to say. Okay, so we're going to watch a movie called Rubber. It's about a killer tire. Izuku announced. Everyone had the same reaction, a blank face. I mean, how'd you react to that? Okay, everyone said. I know it sounds weird, but I know for a fact it's going to be funny. Kendu defended the movie. Fine, let's watch it. Shindu said. Izuku sat down on his bed next to Seiji. Halfway through the movie, Seiji fell asleep on Izuku's shoulder. Izuku noticed and covered him with a blanket and patted his head. Seiji began to move around and his head ended up on Izuku's lap. Izuku smiled and moved the hair out of Seiji's face. They stayed like that for a while. Seiji woke up to Izuku shaking him lightly. Seiji blinked a bit before looking at Izuku. When he did, Izuku smiled at him. "Hey, Kami told me to wake you up because you're leaving," Izuku said. Everyone else had already left. Kami and Inesa were just waiting for Seiji. "What time is it?" "It's like 11. Already?" "Yeah, time flies when you sleep, doesn't it?" "Yeah, I guess so." Seiji looked at where he was. He was on Izuku's lap. He blushed and got up. Sorry, I tend to move around a lot when I'm asleep." "It's fine, I don't mind. Anyway, it seems like this kind of hangout isn't your strong suit. Maybe next time we can do something with just me, Kami, Inesa, and you," Izuku suggested. He'd taken notice of Seiji's behavior. He seemed to be an introvert. Seiji knew that if he was ever going to get to know Izuku more, he'd have to step out of his comfort zone. At least, that's what Kami said on the way here. Seiji mentally cursed himself for stuttering, "Maybe just me and why you could hang out?" Seiji asked. "Sure. I'd love to. We should plan it one of these days. Sadly, I don't think it'll be any time soon because when I go back to school, we'll start internships." "Yeah, that's the case. I guess we'll plan it later." "Yeah. So it's a date?" Seiji said. "Kami said that I should say that it would work. I hope she's right, otherwise I think I just ruined it," Seiji thought. Izuku's face turned red. He was surprised. He didn't hate the idea of it being a date though. In fact, it made him happy. Sorry, I probably shouldn't have said that. I'll leave now." Seiji apologized and began speed walking towards the bedroom door. Izuku got up and ran after him, grabbing his arm. "And no, it's fine. I actually found that endearing. Why, yeah, I'd love to go on a date with you," Izuku assured Seiji while trying his absolute hardest to keep eye contact. "Oh, cool. I mean, I'm happy. I'll call you later." "Yeah, I'd love that," Izuku said, smiling. They walked towards the door. "You sure took your time," Kami commented. "Inesa is already in the car." "Did he get in the car or did you tell him to wait in there?" Seiji asked. "Look, he was being loud, okay? So I made him wait in the car. Now let's go." "I want to talk to Seiji real quick, Kami, please," Izuku asked. "Of course, baby boy. I'm going to the car. Just don't hog Seiji for too long, okay?" Kami replied. "Okay." Kami had left and gotten in the car. Izuku turned to Seiji, grabbed his hand, and gave him a goodbye kiss on the cheek. "Good night, Seiji. I can't wait for our date," Izuku said, not meeting his eyes. Seiji was stunned, but he gave Izuku a kiss as well. "Sweet dreams, Izuku. I'll talk to you later," Seiji said before he waved goodbye and left. Izuku closed the door, and when he turned around he saw his mother and sister there. "Now, what was that about?" Momo asked with her hands on her hips. "Yeah, mind telling me about this date you mentioned?" Midna asked. "Well, he kinda asked me out, and because he's nice I thought, why not? I also think he's cute. I actually do approve of Seiji. He's well-mannered and looks nice and shy." Momo said. "My baby is going on his first date. I have to tell Mike." "Wait, Mom, no dash." "Too late," Midnight called out, running to call Mike. "You realize most of the boys in my class are going to riot, right?" Momo said. "Why would they riot? It's not like they like me like that." "You're so clueless." Momo dragged her hand down her face. "No, I'm not." Izuku was offended. "Him clueless? No way." "Yes, you are." "Well, so are you. Basically, all the girls in the class have a crush on you." "Not true." "It is true. Have you seen the way Jiro, Uraraka, Mina, all of them look at you? They like you." "Whatever. I'm going to bed. Good night, Izu." "Same, good night, Momo." Both siblings went to sleep, wondering if what the other said was true. Spoiler, it was. "So, you and Izuku, huh?" Kami teased while driving the car. "Shouldn't you keep your eyes on the road?" "Relax, I've got it. Anyway, Inesa, show him the picture." What picture? Seiji asked. This picture. Inasa basically shoved the phone in Seiji's face. It showed Seiji hugging Izuku's arm while resting on his lap. Seiji's mouth dropped. Whenever someone got too loud, he'd politely ask them to quiet down because you were sleeping. He's passionate about taking care of his friends. He's cool, isn't he? Anyway, back to the subject at hand, did you get a date or not? Inasa asked. That's none of your business. Seiji replied. Come on. Seiji, please. We gave you tips. Cammy whined. Fine. We're going to plan a date. Woohoo! Our boy Seiji got a date. Cammy yelled. The next day Izuku had to babysit. He was babysitting 3 kids, Stephanie, Mizu, and Hana. Stephanie was a 3rd grader. She had black skin, blue eyes, and curly orange hair that she wore in 2 buns. Mizu was a 5th grader. He had tan skin, purple eyes, and hair that faded from purple to pink which he wore in a small bun. Lastly, Hana was a toddler. She was 3 years old and had white skin, pink eyes, and hair, which she wore in 2 pigtails. Izuku loved taking care of kids, and they always behaved. Stephanie and Mizu were doing their homework, and Hana was playing on one of those things where they can lay down with toys hanging above them. When the doorbell rang, Izuku got up to answer the door, and standing there was the Baku squad. But they were there? Because they wanted to see Izuku, of course. That's a lie. It's because they wanted to confirm if he'd gotten a date. Since Momo snitched him out to the group chat. Oh hi. Are you here to see Momo? Izuku asked. No, not necessarily, but we wanted to visit. Mina explained. Izuku didn't buy it. Mina, you're here because you want to talk to Momo, right? What makes you think that dash? Mina was cut off by Izuku. It's so obvious that you have a crush on her, just like the rest of the girls. You too, Denki. Izuku had called both of them out. Honestly, Denki simped for both siblings. They were both attractive after all. No need to call us out, Midoriya, yeesh. Denki faked an offended face. Aizu. Hana called out to him. As she got closer, Izuku picked her up and carried her. You have a kid? Kirishima asked. Who's the dad? Shiro asked. Izuku looked at them confused. Also, wouldn't he be the dad? You dim in extras, it's no his kid. Bakugu scoffed. Wow, Bakugu, if you're not going to be with him because he's a single parent, just say that. Shiro commented. What? You shut your mouth. I'll be the best stepfather ever. Bakugu yelled and smacked the back of Shiro's head. Hana laughed and started reaching out to Bakugu. Bakugu noticed and picked up the child. Hana was touching his face while laughing. See, the brat already likes me. Oi Deku, let's get married. Huh, Kaken, give me Hana back. Also, she's not my kid, I'm babysitting. Izuku explained, taking Hana from Bakugu's arms. He wasn't flustered by what Bakugu had said because they were just messing around. I mean, if you want to come in, you can. Just know I'm babysitting 2 other kids. Okay. The Baku squad agreed. They were let in and they went to the living room. There Izuku introduced them to the other children. Izuku set Hana down and she went off to play with her toys. Stephanie, Mizu, these are my friends, Kaken, Mina, Denki, Kirishima, and Shiro. Both children said hi, and Mizu sent them a death glare. Hey Deku, is it true that Bakugu got cut off by Mizu? Don't call Izuku Deku, you moron. Mizu yelled. Mizu, it's fine, it's just a nickname. You also shouldn't call people morons, but I see why'd you say that. Trust me, it's fine. Izuku explained. Okay, then can I give you a nickname? Mizu asked. Sure. Go ahead. I'll need time to think, but it'll be better than Deku. Mizu said, Deku, in a mocking tone. Okay, anyway Deku, is it true that Bakugu got cut off by Mizo again? Izuku, I need help with my homework. Mizo said. Okay, Mizo. Izuku turned to Bakugu. Sorry Kaken, maybe we should talk later? I need to babysit. Whatever nerd, it wasn't important anyway. Kaken, don't think I don't want to hear what you say, I do. I'm busy right now, but that's no reason to get sad and impatient. I'm not sad. And I'm not impatient. In fact, I'll wait here until everyone leaves, how about that? Izuku giggled. Seeing Bakugo back to normal made him happy. There's the Kaken I know and love, Izuku said, causing Bakugo to blush furiously. I've got to go help Mizu, I'll talk to you later. Izuku walked towards Mizu and sat down next to him. While Izuku was explaining, Mizu shot Bakugo a smug look. Bakugo noticed and wondered why he was looking at him like that. Bakugo decided to ask Stephanie if she knew anything. Oi brat. Bakugo called. I'm not a brat, you're the brat. Whatever, I got a question. Why is that Mizu kid staring at me? He sees you as competition. He's had a crush on Izuku ever since he started babysitting him, which was a year ago. He always tells me that when he grows up he's going to marry Izuku. Mizu is a hopeless case. Stephanie finished saying as she finished her last math problem. Seriously? Well, the truth is going to crush him. I honestly think Mizu probably has a better chance than you. Don't get me wrong, I think Mizu is delusional, but he's got a nice personality. You on the other hand, Step Behind looked at Bakugo up and down before grimacing. You've got the looks and age, but your personality is that of Trisha Paytas. Just awful. Stephanie went back to coloring. Dude, you just got roasted by a kid. Ciro yelled. Shut up, tape arms. Bakugo yelled back. Hey Izuku, Hana managed to get food all over herself. Mina informed. Oh no, I'll need to shower her. Mina, will you help me? Izuku asked. Sure. Just grab the yellow bag that's on the couch, it has extra clothes. Izuku pointed to the bag in the corner. Yay, bubble bath. Hana cheered. Someone's excited, let's go Hana. Mina grabbed Hana's hand and started leading her out of the room. Izuku turned to the guys. Hey, if the kids need help, help them, okay? And don't be mean, I mean you Kaken. Izuku left the room. So, Keiichi, what's your relationship with Izuku? Mizu asked as soon as Izuku was out of earshot. We're childhood friends. Well, don't get in my way. From this day forward we'll be mortal enemies to the end. The other guys found this hilarious. Bakugo was just confused. It was much later now, everyone else had gone home. It was just Izuku and Bakugo. They were in Izuku's room talking. So, you're going on a date? Let me guess, Momo told you? Yeah, I just want to know who. It's a friend, his name is Seiji. Why'd you ask? Because I like you. You what? I like you. I've liked you ever since I can remember. Kaken dash. I don't want to guilt trip you or anything, I just wanted to get it off my chest. Kaken, I'll have to think about it. I also thought that, if you wanted to, we could try a poly relationship. It's where you can date and be with more than one person with the consent of everyone involved. You know, that's not a bad idea. I'm open to that, I just have to ask Seiji and see what he thinks. Okay, just so you know, there are some other guys that like you. You know, Momo actually told me that. If I like them, I think I'd ask them too. Izuku looked up at Bakugo and wrapped his arms around Bakugo's waist and hid his face in his chest. Bakugo used his hand to lift Izuku's chin so he was facing him. Can I kiss you? Bakugo asked. Remember to always ask for consent. Yes. Izuku closed his eyes and closed the distance between them. The kiss lasted a few seconds, but it felt longer. As it usually does in stories, for some reason, I'm just too scared to break the norm in writing, okay? Okay. When they pulled away, they stared into each other's eyes. You're cute when you're flustered. Bakugo commented, which broke the moment. Kaken, you're embarrassing. Izuku hid himself in Bakugo's chest again. What are you embarrassed about, nerd? Kaken. Izuku hugged him tighter. Love you, nerd. Love you too, Tsuke. What did you call me? Nothing. Deku. It's already late, you should go home. Izuku managed to move Bakugo all the way down to the front door. I'll see you tomorrow, Kaken. Izuku shoved him out the door and shut it. Teeth. This stupid Deku, Bakugo smiled to himself, thinking fondly of the other boy before going home. It was a rainy day and Izuku was walking to school. He had a dark green umbrella. He was enjoying his quiet walk to school. Earlier that morning, Izuku had gotten recognized on his way to school. Heck, someone asked for his autograph. Izuku's thoughts were interrupted when Ilda called out to him. He was wearing a light green jacket and he was running. Midoriya, why are you walking so slow? Class is about to start. Ilda had gotten closer by now. We still have 5 minutes. Izuku started jogging with Ilda. This is fun, Izuku thought. The class rep should always arrive 10 minutes early, don't you think? I suppose so. Izuku knew something was off. He didn't know what, but he knew it was something. They had arrived and were putting away their things. Ilda put his rain boots in his shoe locker and took off his jacket. Izuku had dried off his umbrella and set in the bucket that was there for the students' umbrellas. Ilda, are you okay? I can tell something is off dash. Ilda cut Izuku off mid-sentences. I'm fine, sorry if I made you worry. Ilda responded and started walking to his class. No, you're not. Why do you bottle your emotions? Izuku said out loud to himself. Ilda had already left, so he didn't hear a thing. Today was Thursday, considering the fact that the sports festival was on Monday. Izuku was with Class 1A today. Usually Izuku splits up the week. Monday and Wednesday, Izuku would be with Class 1B. On Tuesday and Thursday, he'd be with Class 1A. For Fridays it would depend, sometimes he'd be with 1A or 1B. It's so weird that people recognize us from TV. Everyone wanted to talk to me on my way here. Mina said. Yeah, me too. Kirishima pointed to himself. People on the street were staring at me. It was kind of embarrassing. Hagakure put her hands on her cheeks. Or at least we believe she did. We don't really know. We're having technical issues. But isn't that pretty normal for you? Ojiro said. You won't believe what a bunch of elementary school brats said to me. Whatever those brats said must have really hurt Siro's ego. Nice try. Suges. Ergat, Siro whined in response. All it took was one sports festival and suddenly we're like celebrities. Denki told Shinso. This school is something else. Shinso responded. Izuku was standing in the corner of the room. But because there weren't any other chairs, of course. Either way, more than half the time they weren't even in the classroom. He kind of looked like a kid in timeout. Aizawa walked into the classroom. Good morning. Aizawa greeted in his very tired voice. Mr. Aizawa, you don't have bandages anymore, that's good. Tsu pointed out. The old lady went a little overboard in her treatment. Anyway, we have a big class today, on hero informatics. After Aizawa said that, a wave of dread just washed over the whole class. Izuku found their reactions amusing because Izuku had watched some of Aizawa's old students from time to time, and his classes too. So, he already knew they were just going to choose their hero names. Informatics? Please don't tell me it's a pop quiz. Denki was panicking. I bet it's about hero laws. I'm so bad at stuff like that. Kirishima thought. Why do you all look like you've seen a ghost? Izuku asked the class. Izuku raised an eyebrow. You know, we're just picking out code names, or in other words, our hero names. Izuku explained. Wait, really? Mineta asked. Yes, thanks for explaining, Midoriya. Aizawa thanked. The class erupted into cheers of happiness. Usually you wouldn't have to do internships until your second or third year, but this year it's an exception. Now, I'm going to show you the results for those of you who got offers. Keep in mind that even if you didn't get any, you can still get an internship. Aizawa pressed a button on his remote and the results showed up. Izuku had gotten the most offers by a large margin. Like sure, Todoroki and Bakugo got a lot of offers too, but they looked like rookie numbers. Izuku felt everyone's eyes suddenly turn to him. He slowly turned to look at them. Mineta had bloodlust in his eyes. No far. How come Midoriya got so many offers? Mineta stood up on his chair and threw himself at Izuku. He bit Izuku's arm and wouldn't let go. Izuku was caught off guard, because you'd never expect a gremlin to FANG bite you. Izuku was shaking his arm, while everyone watched because they didn't know what to do. Why is this beach biting me? Izuku yelled, rapidly shaking his arm. Did you just cuss? Momo asked. Momo, I don't think that matters right now. Jiro said. Enough. Aizawa was able to get Mineta off Izuku and he had Siro tie him to the wall with tape. Are you okay, Midoriya? Aizawa asked. Yeah, I'll be fine. Let's get back to what we were talking about. Izuku said. Okay, hero names. You better think about your name carefully. Or else dash, the classroom door opened. You'll have hell to pay later. Midnight announced as she entered the classroom. What you pick today could be your hero name for the rest of your life, so you better pick carefully. Midnight began to take over the class. Midnight has a point. She will help you pick out your hero names. This isn't my forte. Aizawa rolled himself up in his sleeping bag, while having flashbacks to when Mike chose Eraserhead for his hero name. After a bit of time passed. So which one of you is ready to present? Midnight asked. We're presenting these? Kirishima was in a state of panic. Oh great. Who's got the ball to go first? Shiro was stressed. Aoyama got up to present his name. Hold your breath, the shining hero. My name is I Cannot Stop Twinkling. Aoyama announced. Bon Ami, you can't deny my sparkling. It'll be better this way, take out the I dash. Midnight proceeded to help Aoyama with his name. Izuku was staring at his board. I really care and appreciate Yuri. I want to honor her, and I guess she was right. I know what my hero name is going to be. King Explosion Murder. Bakugo announced. Everyone else had already present theirs. I'm gonna say, that's a little too violent. Huh? What do you mean? Why don't you be Explosion Boy? Kirishima suggested. You shut up, shitty hair. Bakugo yelled. In the end he had to go back and think about his hero name. We just need Bakugo, Hilda, and Izuku. Tenya, Hilda thought. He remembered how the day before his brother had confessed that he couldn't feel his legs and how he wanted the name Ingenium to continue with Hilda being the next one in line. No, I'm still, Hilda thought. He presented his name. You're using your real name too? Okay then, Izuku, are you ready? Yup. Izuku presented his name. That's an odd name, why'd you choose it? Midnight asked. Well, oleander is a flower that's very beautiful, but it's also deadly. Izuku began to explain. That makes sense. Everyone agreed. My mentor, Yuri, suggested it to me, and I want to honor her, so I decided to use her suggestion. I love it. Bakugo, are you done? Midnight asked. Yes, Lord Explosion Murder. That's basically the same thing. Midnight said. No. Think again. After a while Bakugo came up with another name. Ground Zero. That sounds good. I approve. The bell rang and it was time for their next class. Izuku had a free PRD and made his way to the support course. He wanted to add more protection to his suit. And maybe a few more weapons. He opened the door and saw Hatsum, the girl from the sports festival. Hey Hatsum. Izuku said. Oh hello. So what did you come here for? I wanted to see how my suit was doing, plus I wanted to add a few more things. Izuku's suit had been ruined during the USJ. After all, for Shigaraki to get to his flesh he had to get through the suit first. And his helmet got decayed a bit too. You'll have to wait till your internship to find out. Put please, go ahead and give your request. Hatsum got a pen and notepad out. I wanted to add more protection, well, not really protection, more like I want to add elbow and knee pads. Izuku said. Okay, we can do that. By the way, do you mind if I change your suit's color scheme a little bit? I just think it could look better than just a simple black suit. Hatsum asked. Sure, you ahead, but if I don't like it I want you to fix it, okay? Aye aye, Captain. Hatsum saluted. Izuku said his goodbyes and left. Izuku didn't have anything else to do for the time being, so he went to Nizu's office. When Izuku got there Nizu wasn't there. Izuku shrugged his shoulders and made his way behind Nizu's desk. He always has tea, I'll just have some. Izuku grabbed a tea bag and went to the teacher's lounge. He boiled some water, got a mug and made himself tea. Izuku was still concerned about Hilda. He'd been acting so weird. From what Momo had told him when they'd gotten home after the sports festival, Hilda's brother had gotten attacked by the hero killer, Stain. The door to the room opened and in walked Midnight. What's with the long face, kiddo? Hey mom, I'm fine, it's just that Hilda's been acting weird lately. Apparently his brother got attacked by the hero killer. I want to talk to him but I don't want to force him to talk if he doesn't want to. That sounds like a difficult situation. Just let him know that he can depend on you. He'll come to you when he's ready. Midnight suggested. Izuku took a thoughtful sip from his tea. I suppose so, I'll do that. Izuku finished his tea and left. Bye, Mom. Bye, Izuku. Midnight said. Everyone has their customs, right? Aizawa asked. Remember, you don't have permission to wear them out in public yet, and don't lose them or anything. Aizawa warned. They were at the train station. Gotcha! Mina yelled, holding her suitcase over her head. Speak properly, it's, yes, sir, Ashido. Aizawa corrected. Yes, sir. Mina's attitude deflated. Make sure to mind your manners on the internship too, now get to it. Aizawa said. Yes, sir. Everyone said. Izuku quickly made his way to Ilda. Hey, Ilda. Yes, Midoriya? I know you're going through a lot right now, but I want you to know that I'm here for you. I don't want to force you to talk about something you're not ready to talk about, but when you're ready, I'll be here. We're friends, right? Yes. Ilda said before leaving to get his train. Mirio-senpai. Hey, Mirio. I got off the train, I'll meet you at the boba shop, okay? But I'll wait for you here, so we can go met Gran Troino. Izuku and Mirio had agreed to meet at the boba shop. Then they'd go to Gran Torino. Izuku left the train station and walked to the boba shop. When he got there, he spotted Mirio. Mirio-senpai. Izuku yelled while waving his hands in the air and jumping up and down. Mirio looked around before seeing Izuku. He quickly made his way to Izuku. Hey, Midoriya. You ready to go? Mirio asked. Yup. They walked towards the address they were given. Mirio was in front of Izuku, so he was the one who opened the door. When he did, he saw a small old man face down in what seemed to be a puddle of blood. Mirio screamed, as one does when they think they just walked into a crime scene. Ha ha ha, he's dead. Mirio screamed. Izuku was standing behind him, so he didn't see anything. Izuku shoved Mirio to the side to see what was happening. The man on the floor didn't move for a few more seconds before he talked. I'm alive. The man said. He's alive. Izuku yelled. Who are you? Gran Torino asked. I'm Togata Mirio from UA. Mirio explained. Who? Gran asked. Togata Mirio. Who? Is he being serious? Mirio thought. Gran, take it easy on Mirio, I'm sure you're confusing him. Izuku said. Yeah, whatever. Can't an old man have fun? Okay, Mirio, show me that attack. Gran asked. Are you sure? This is such a small place and I might destroy it with a punch. Mirio expressed his concerns. Don't worry, you won't be able to catch me. Gran said. Mirio felt offended. And you, Broccoli, go to the store and get me taiyaki. Sure thing. Izuku left his hero costume in Gran's closet and headed for the door. Before leaving, he turned back to Mirio and said, Good luck, you're gonna need it. Izuku closed the door and began walking to the store. Since he had time, he decided to text a few of his friends. He looked at his contacts and saw Ilda's name. That's right. He's interning with Manuel, in Hosu City. Izuku thought. Then Izuku remembered something else. Didn't the hero killer attack his brother in Hosu City? Izuku decided to text him. He knew he probably wasn't going to see till later, but still. Ilda, I hope you aren't going to do what I think you're going to do. Izuku said out loud. I'm Speed. Hey Ilda. How's your internship? I hope it's going well. I just wanted to say, don't do anything stupid, okay? I know you wouldn't do anything dumb, but I'm telling you just to be safe. Izuku turned off his phone. He'd arrived at the store. After getting what he needed, he headed back to the house. When Izuku opened the door, he saw Mirio on the floor looking utterly defeated. Meanwhile, Gran was cackling on the couch. I brought the taiyaki. Izuku said. Perfect. Gran swiftly took the bag from Izuku. Too bad, we'll have to eat them tomorrow. It seems my microwave is broken and I don't know why. Gran explained. In reality, Gran broke the microwave. Okay, Mirio, you good? Yeah. Mirio let out a groan. If you say so. Later, it was nighttime. Gran Torino had gone to bed and both Izuku and Mirio were awake. Mirio had told Izuku about how the old man beat his butt and said his movements were stiff. Okay, think about this. What makes a move flexible? Izuku asked. He knew the answer but he wanted Mirio to reach it himself. Okay, you see you're thinking that this mutation is a different thing, right? Like it's not a part of you, right? Yeah, at least it feels that way. That's the problem. You need to think of it as a part of my body. After all, quirks are just extensions of our body, right? Yes. You've got it. Izuku and Mirio celebrated this slight progress. Earlier that day, Bakugo had interned at Best Jeanist Agency. To be perfectly frank, I don't like you very much. Best Jeanist said. I will refer to him as Jean from now on, okay? Huh. Bakugo said. Then why'd he give me an offer? He thought. I know full well why you chose my agency, because I'm one of the top 5 most popular heroes. Jean told Bakugo. Hey, you're the one who made an offer for me. Bakugo decided to point out. Yes, recently all my recruits have been perfect little angels. So you certainly stood out. I watched the way you fought at the sports festival. You have a good handle on your powerful quirk and a decent grasp of its application as well. You're an outstanding talent. I'd say you're already good enough to take on as a sidekick. However, you do have a fatal flaw. You believe you're the best and you display that belief without a regard for how it reflects on you and your image. You have a ferocious nature. Jean had finished pointing out Bakugo's flaws. Don't tell me you brought me here just to give me a lecture. Bakugo had begun to move slightly forward. Jean used his quirk to tie his threads around Bakugo's legs and arms. I have to correct people like you. It's part of my duty to society. Heroes and villains are cut from the same cloth, so your job here is to watch me. I'll show you what makes someone a hero. What in the hell are you doing? Isn't it obvious? I'm educating you into becoming an exemplary pro. That includes being aware of how you speak, your appearance, controlling your emotions, your morals. There are countless things you need to learn, but in the brief PRD of 1 week, I will stitch these things into the fabric of your being. Whoa! Kirishima and Tetsu screamed when they saw each other at the Fourth Kind Agency. Tetsu? Kirishima? Hey man, what are you doing here? They said in unison. We were able to put in 2 offers this year. Let's begin right away. Fourth Kind said. We're looking forward to working with you. They said together once again. I was impressed by the guts both of you showed at the sports festival. I like you too, however, being a hero isn't easy. You can't rely on brute force alone, so this week, you'll from my experience. That's the chivalrous hero. Tetsu commented. That's so manly. Kirishima commented. Fourth Kind slammed his fist on his desk. Wait for me to finish speaking. Fourth Kind yelled. Yes sir, sorry sir. They both apologized. Looks like I'll have to teach you proper manners too. Thank you very much, sir. They spoke together again. Honestly, these two could be twins. First, let's talk about why we're even here. Pros receive wages from the government, so we're civil servants. But there's more to it than that. With the quirks we offer, our responsibilities are different from regular workers. Now regarding our actual duties. Back with Izuku and Mirio. Izuku and Mirio had decided to go outside, even though it was night, to practice with Mirio's quirk. Okay, I want you to put power in your legs, then put power in your arms, and thus you'll successfully jump all the way up this building. Izuku demanded. So I just jump all the way up? Mirio asked. No. Jump from side to side to reach the top. Okay. Mirio got ready, and Izuku pulled out his phone to film. Mirio jumped and slammed into the wall. He fell down and landed on all the trash bags that were in the alley. Izuku laughed and told him to try again. They tried all night. Mirio made some progress though. He was able to get halfway up the building before they called it quits. The next morning, Izuku set up the new microwave and Gran Torino told Mirio to heat up their food. Izuku and Gran were talking when Mirio brought the food. Gran Torino was excited, but when he bit the food it was cold. It's still frozen, Gran said through gritted teeth. What, I thought I heated them up like it said too. Mirio said. What, are you an idiot? You used a plate that was too big and it couldn't rotate. Oh, it's just that we don't have one of those. I'm sorry that dash. The realization hit Mirio harder than when your parents would hit you with the belt. I've got it. Whoa, Gran Torino, I see now. The frozen pastry in my hand is me. No, it's not. Are you okay? Izuku asked. Not literally. If I only put power where I need it, it'll slow down my reaction time, so I need to keep on the whole time. Mirio powered up. Pink rain-like lines covered his body before they turned blue. I think blue lighting would look better with Mirio, don't you think? Tell me, can you move in this state? Gran asked. I think so. Mirio replied. Okay, then let's try again. Try to hit me. Gran said. Izuku took that as his cue to leave. He didn't want to get in the way. He went to stand outside and checked his phone. I'm Speed. I'm fine, Midoriya. My internship is going good. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid. But if you don't mind me asking, why did you think I'd sew something stupid? Ilda had texted Izuku. I don't want him to think that I'd think he'd do something like that. Even though I totally did. All those lessons with Nizu about human nature really teach you things. Izuku said out loud. Izuku decided to text back. No reason really, I'm just worried about you, but I don't think I need to worry. Well, have a good day. Izuku replied before Mirio came outside. Gran says we're going somewhere. Come on, go put on your suit. The suit had less things inside. Inside there was what looked like a heart. It was teal, a utility belt, and his bag with his things inside. There was a manual written by none other than Hatsumi. Hey Izuku, I might have made a few little changes to your suit. Okay, fine, it was a huge change. You just need to put the tell heart on your chest. Then you double tap it. It'll cover your whole body in the new suit. You can put on and remove the mask covering your head. Once the suit has engulfed your body, you can look on the back of your neck for a button that'll remove the mask, and then when you press it again, it'll put it back on. To remove the suit, you simply double tap the heart, and once the suit retracts, you can take off the heart. It's really portable. The suit also has a cool but design, if I do say so myself. I also added a few special features too. Izuku took the heart and placed it on his chest. He double tapped. The suit covered his body. He could see through the holes for his eyes, and he could see so much. It had added features that allowed him to see things like people's injuries, vital signs, and medical information. Izuku didn't know if that was legal, but he wasn't going to question it. Izuku put on his shoes, utility belt, and his backpack. His suit was now green with some black stripes. You know, the ones he has on the side of his suit. The eyes looked like the eyes of the Spider-Man suit. You know how the eyes look on Spider-Man's suit? That's what the eyes to his suit look like. Everything else except for the black stripes is green. It's like a mix of Iron Man's latest suit. He was ready. Yo, Midoriya, you look good. Mirio said. Thanks. Hatsumi, I upgraded my suit. Okay, let's get going. Gran said. They were riding the train. They were passing by Hosu. Everything was fine until there was a loud crash followed by a lot of screaming. There was a bit of smoke. Once it cleared, Izuku's eyes widened in shock. It was a Nomu. Here's Izuku's new hero suit. Here's Momo and Izuku in matching outfits. That's all I'm going to give you for now. On with the story. The Nomu crashed through the train. Gran Torino told Izuku to stay on the train, and he told Mirio to go with him. After all, Mirio was a third year and Izuku was a first year. The train came to a stop. The conductor or driver of the train was trying to get people to calm down. I'm gonna go after him. Izuku informed the man. Hey, are you nuts? It's dangerous out there. The man called after Izuku, but Izuku was already on his way. That Noma looked weird. Maybe it's brothers with the one from the USJ. Izuku thought. The Nomo from the train had 4 eyes instead of 2, it had grayish-bluish skin and no beak. Izuku was running, jumping, rolling, cartwheeling over the buildings. He was trying to find Gran and Mirio. Meanwhile, with Gran and Mirio, the Nomu was terrorizing the people at the plaza. There were people running, screaming, grabbing their children and running away. The Nomu had crashed through a building and was about to attack a couple that was just standing there. Like, why didn't they move? But I digress. The Nomu let out a screech and was just about to attack the couple when Gran kicked it in the face. Mirio followed that by uppercutting the Nomu. The Nomu fell on its butt before getting back up for round 2. Come get me, ugly! Gran yelled. The Noma's ego was so hurt that he tried to punch Gran, but failed. Another blow to the ego. This thing is fast but not fast enough, Gran thought. The Nomu moved back to attack the couple, that for some reason was still standing there. Like, at this point you're just asking to get killed. Mirio was about to do a Usain Bolt to the couple since he realized it was attacking at random, but before he could, there was fire. The fire came from none other than Endeavor. Ah yes, our favorite child abuser, wife beater, man who messed up his child so bad he became a villain, is here to save the day. I was looking for the hero killer, but this thing will have to do. Endeavor said. Sorry old man, I don't know who you are, but I can take it from here. Endeavor said to Gran, and only Gran, because he refused to acknowledge Mirio. That's Endeavor. But what's he doing here in Hosu? The couple whispered. Why are they still there? Because I'm a hero. Endeavor responded to the whispers. Because I'm a hero, Yetvi right, listen, I don't care how many people this man has saved, he took at least 4 seasons to try and make things better with his family. 4 seasons? Anyway, let's get back to Izuku, shall we? Izuku was making his way through the crowd. He was worried, specifically about Ilda, since he was interning here. Izuku was running until he heard something. Tenya. Where are you, Tenya? It was Manuel. Izuku swiftly approached him. Before Izuku could ask him anything, a bus fell on a car, causing it to explode. After the smoke from the explosion cleared, it revealed 2 Nomus. One Nomu had wings and the other didn't even have eyes. They were both surrounded by fire. This is bad, Izuku said to himself. He looked around but he couldn't see Ilda anywhere. Don't tell me. Izuku turned on his heels and started running. He was looking through alleyways, or places where there weren't many people. It was only a hunch, but Izuku knew that sometimes you have to trust your gut. Ilda wasn't in a good situation right now. He'd been stupid, dumb, and driven by emotions. Which is how he found himself in this predicament. He was on the ground, unable to move, and about to die. You're probably wondering how he got to this point. Well, I'm about to tell you. So Ilda found the hero killer, also known as Stain, and he wanted revenge. Thus, he entered the alleyway, without having a plan. Who are you? Stain had asked. I'm the brother of an amazing hero who you attacked. Ilda responded. Naturally, Stain said that if he attacked his brother, then he wasn't a good hero. Ilda was infuriated by this comment, and tried attacking Stain. Stain had dodged the attack and stabbed Ilda's shoulder. He took out the blade and liked the blood. Ilda was now paralyzed. How can you call yourself a hero when you're so selfish? Instead of helping him, Stain pointed towards Naive with his blade. You were so focused on your revenge that you didn't even think about him. And now you'll both die. Stain raised his blade and he was about to stab it through Ilda's neck. Izuku had been searching for Ilda over the rooftops. Personally, Izuku thought this way was faster. Izuku had been searching for a while and eventually he spotted something. Izuku had ducked down on a rooftop. He looked over at what was happening. He saw the hero killer. Sheet. Izuku took out his phone, which was in his belt, and sent his location to Gran, Mirio, and just for good measure he sent it to the group chat. He would have added some context but he didn't have time. The hero killer was about to kill whoever it was that was beneath him. Izuku quietly jumped off the roof, landed on the ground, and proceeded to send Stain flying with a kick. Get off! Izuku yelled. Midoriya, what are you doing here? Ilda asked. I could ask you the same thing. Izuku yelled. I told you to not dash. Izuku dodged Stain's attack. Izuku and Stain were fighting each other now. Izuku's suit was very durable, thus even Stain's swords couldn't cut through it, and because the suit covered his whole body he was good. Now enjoy Izuku trying to talk to Ilda while dodging a serial killer. To do anything stupid. And here you are, you went and, can you stop that? Izuku told both Ilda and Stain. Why are you wasting your time saving him? He'd be a bad hero anyway. Stain said. Izuku held up his hands, signaling a timeout. Hold up, what? Izuku said. Stain was just dumbfounded. This was the weirdest fight he's had. Repeat what you said. Izuku demanded. Why are you wasting your time saving him? He'd be a bad hero anyway. And on what information are you making this assumption? Aya. You seem to have forgotten that he is 16 years old, okay, a child. And as far as I know, children make mistakes. This whole situation shouldn't even be happening to begin with. You attacked his brother so naturally he'd want justice for him. Midoriya, leave, this doesn't involve you. Ilda said. Shut up, Ilda, the adults are talking. Izuku silenced Ilda. But his brother was a fake hero, and fake heroes need to be taken care of. I agree with that, but there were other ways to go about it. Like pointing out the behavior of these fake heroes on a blog or newspaper. You had other ways to express your thoughts. Well, he is a fake hero because he tried to kill me for selfish reasons. First of all, who the hell are you to decide who is or isn't a fake hero? Just because you think someone is a fake hero, it doesn't give you the right to kill them. Just because in your eyes they were fake, it doesn't mean that in the eyes of someone else they weren't a perfectly good hero. And you're going to judge his entire future based on an emotionally driven mistake. Were there other ways he could have expressed his emotions? Yes. Like talking to his friends, family, and maybe even a therapist. Stain slowly lowered his swords listening to what Izuku was saying, because clearly he knew what he was talking about. But that doesn't mean he won't change or learn from this. Okay, listen, if a little kid said they wanted to be an artist and they showed you their drawing, but it looked bad, would you tell them that they couldn't be one? No, because they have room for growing and learning how to draw. Stain answered. He didn't know why, but this suddenly felt like he was in therapy. Exactly. So why can't it be the same with heroes? Maybe you could have given them constructive criticism, but you didn't. Which leads me to believe that you actually wanted to get back at society, not heroes. What do you mean? Stain asked. Stain was sitting on the ground, crisscross applesauce, listening to Izuku. Ilda was confused as hell because here was Stain actually listened to Izuku. Like, they're having a conversation. Based on your quirk, which requires you to ingest blood, Izuku's suit had provided the medical records on Stain, which included his quirk. I can infer that you were probably bullied and ostracized as a child. And the society we live in allows that to happen because people see mental and blood quirks as evil, even though a quirk by itself isn't good or evil. Stain was nodding his head, showing that he was following. So, as you grew up, you became resentful and angry at the society that allowed your childhood to be a living hell. So you wanted revenge on society, and what's something that's very important to society? Heroes. Ilda whispered. He began to understand where Izuku was taking this. So by attacking the heroes, you were essentially getting back at society. You told yourself that they were fake heroes because that way you could justify your actions as being good. Izuku finished. Stain was having a crisis. He was crying like he was tearing up. How did you know? Like you hit the nail on the head. That doesn't matter. It's time to arrest him. Endeavor said from behind them. Izuku was surprised and turned around. Standing behind them were Gran Torino, Mirio, Todoroki, and Endeavor. Todoroki hadn't turned with his father. He didn't want to, but if you're gonna learn to use your fire, what better person to learn it from other than your father? Who just so happens to be the number 2 hero. His father had informed him that they were going to go to Hosu to look for the hero killer, Stain. They were out patrolling when Todoroki got a notification from his phone. It was a text from Midoriya, but all he'd sent was his location. Todoroki turned around and began to run towards said location. Shoto! Where are you going? Endeavor yelled. I'm going to go, my friend might be in danger. With that, Todoroki ran off. On Todoroki's way to his soon-to-be boyfriend, he ran into Mirio and Gran Torino. He knew Izuku was interning with them, so maybe they knew where he was. He ran up to Mirio to ask him, Hey, Midoriya is interning with you, right? Do you know where he is? Todoroki asked. He should be back on the train, why? Mirio responded to Todoroki's question with a question of his own. He sent me his location but nothing else. I thought maybe you'd know. Todoroki showed Mirio his phone. Can you send that to me? I'll go get Gran Torino. Sure. Todoroki sent the location to Mirio before looking for the location. Todoroki soon arrived at the alleyway. There he saw Izuku talking to the hero killer. Todoroki was so confused. Though he didn't want to, he texted his dad and told him. They'd found the hero killer. His dad was on his way. He didn't know what to do. Izuku seemed to have the situation under control, but he felt kind of useless. Like, he wasn't really doing anything. It felt like forever, but it had just been about 5 minutes for everyone else to show and arrest Stain. Stain seemed to be in shock. Todoroki made his way towards his friends. Izuku was busy healing Native, while Todoroki was trying to stop Ilda's bleeding. "What were you doing here?" Todoroki asked. "I wanted to avenge my brother, but I was too weak. In the end I needed to be saved. I couldn't even stand on my own. How am I supposed to be the next Igenium when I couldn't even stand a chance?" Ilda was venting to Todoroki. "I'm not the best with these kinds of things, but if you think you're weak you could train. But you also need to realize that you're not alone. A lot of heroes rely on each other. That's why you have friends, so they can help you and be there when you need them." "You're right, Todoroki, I'll try that in the future," Ilda said. Izuku was making his way towards them to help Ilda. "Hey Ilda, how you doing?" he asked. "I'm okay, sorry for causing you trouble." "It's fine, we all make mistakes. Todoroki, can you pass me the bandages?" Todoroki gave Izuku the bandages from the bag. "There we go, good as new." "Thanks," Ilda said. They walked towards all the other adults to tell them what happened. Ilda decided to go first. "Though I am ashamed to admit this, I found the hero killer and tried to kill him. I wanted revenge for what he did to my brother, but clearly, that didn't turn out well. So I was unable to move, and when Stain was going to kill me, he was sent flying. That's when Midoriya showed up." Ilda finished his explanation, leaving the floor to Izuku. "Okay, so Stain and me started Izuku cut off. The bird Nomo from earlier came out of nowhere and snatched Izuku, and was flying away with him. Well, this is unexpected," Izuku said out loud. He was struggling to get out of its grasp. Shigaraki and Kurogiri were standing on top of a rooftop watching as the chaos unfolded beneath them. They had also been watching Stain, which is why Shigaraki was excited. Why was he excited? Especially considering the fact that he hated Stain. Well, his Nomu had captured Izuku, which means that they can take him home. "Look Kurogiri, the Nomu caught Zuzu." Shigaraki pointed at the Nomu. "That's wonderful Tamura." Kurogiri didn't mind Izuku, he never did. Izuku had always been polite, and at least now Shigaraki won't keep talking about how they needed to take Izuku. Everything took a turn when another boy punched the Nomu, caught Izuku, and landed on the ground. "No!" Shigaraki whined. He'd been so close. "Here we go again." Kurogiri knew what was going to happen next. Shigaraki wasn't going to stop talking about this for the next couple of hours. "Thanks Mirio." Izuku thanked Mirio for saving him. "You're welcome." "Midoriya, are you okay?" both Ilda and Todoroki asked. "I'm fine, but Ilda should probably go to a hospital, just to be sure." So that's what they did. Actually, both Ilda and Izuku were looked over by the doctor. They said they were both fine, no permanent damage, but Ilda did have a scar on his shoulder. "At least this'll be a reminder of my mistake so I don't make it again." Ilda was looking on the bright side of things. "It looks cool," Todoroki said. "Can I give you a hug? You look like you need one." Izuku asked. "Sure." Ilda agreed. Izuku hugged him for a while. "Oh," Izuku said when he felt some more weight behind him. Todoroki had gotten a bit jealous, so he had both of them. Now Izuku was stuck between them, kind of like the white stuffing in an Oreo. Did someone feel left out? "I'm sorry," Izuku teased. Todoroki just grunted in response and nuzzled up against Izuku's neck. Izuku giggled. "That tickles," he said. The police department decided to give the kids credit for what they did. After all, they barely used their quirks, no one was hurt, and there wasn't any destruction of property. So, now they were going to have to deal with the worry from their classmates when they got back to school. Not to mention, they'd have to cope with the fact that Izuku could bring a serial killer to tears by just pointing out his problems. Bonus. When Gran had told Izuku and Mirio to put on their hero costumes earlier, Izuku couldn't find his suitcase. So this conversation ensued. Hey, can you help me? I'm looking for my suitcase. Izuku asked. You're looking for what Nikita Dragon changes about herself every day? Mirio asked. No, that's her race. I'm looking for my suitcase. Wait, are you talking about the remix show on Netflix called Fuller House? No, that's a disgrace. I'm looking for my suitcase. Okay, wait, are you talking about James Charles? No, that's someone who caught a case. I'm looking for my suitcase. Are you asking about Takashi 69? That's a walking fruitcake. I'm looking for my suitcase. Okay, I'm sorry. Are you looking for Jake Paul? No. That's a waste of space. I'm looking for my suitcase. All right. Are you looking for Trisha Paytas? No. That's someone who did blackface. I'm looking for my suitcase. Oh, why didn't you just say that? It's right over here. This is from a TikTok video. I just thought it'd be funny. It's from TikToker, Mufastamo. More art because I have too much free time for my own good. Yes, I know the hands look weird, but can we get past that? Thank you. The internships were over now. The trio was back in school. After they'd been dismissed from the hospital, they went back to their internships until they ended. Izuku and Mirio kept training Mirio's quirk. Ilda went home to deal with his problems with his family. Lastly, Todoroki went back with his dad. Yeah, it was an experience. Endeavor kept going on and on about how he should have stopped the hero killer. I should have been me. Endeavor whined for basically the rest of the week. And he'd do that every day. At like 7 in the morning, which Todoroki was tired of because he hadn't even had his coffee yet. Anywho, they were back in school and that's what matters. Now, let's go to Class 1A and see how they're doing. Baha holly crap. What the hell, Bakugu? Kirishima and Siro said while looking at Bakugu. Bakugu had his hair down, courtesy of Best Jeanist. Bakugu was shaking with anger. Stop laughing. My hair got used to this and now I can't get it back to normal. Bakugu said through gritted teeth. Kirishima and Siro weren't helping. They were still laughing their butts off. Did you not hear me? I'll kill you both. Yeah, I'd like to see you try, pretty boy, Siro said. Bakugu had had enough. What did you call me? He yelled. Look, there it goes. Kirishima and Siro pointed at Bakugu's hair, which had popped back to normal when he yelled. Everyone else talked about their internships. Mineta was traumatized, rightfully so, by his experience with MT Lady. She had him clean her agency. All women are demons at heart. They just hide their true personalities behind pretty faces. Mineta said, Geez, dude, what did MT Lady do to you? Denki asked. Everyone at my internship loved me. It was actually kind of great. Now if you want to talk about the ones that really changed, it was those 3. Denki signaled to Ilda, Todoroki, and Izuku. Oh yeah, the hero killer. Siro said, Glad you guys made it back alive. Kirishima expressed his relief. I wasn't worried. If Izuku was there, you were going to be fine. Momo expressed. She'd been put through 10 years of Izuku's bullshit. She was very desensitized to it by now. How did you take him down? Sato asked. By picking him apart mentally, of course. Izuku threw his arms in the air and his left leg did a foot pop. If you don't know what a foot pop is, it's when you raise one leg during a kiss. You know, in all those kiss scenes you'd see in movies when you were younger? Like that. Aizu, I don't think we're following. Mind explaining? Shinso asked. Well, I just pointed out his issues and traumatic past. And then he broke down crying. Izuku said in an oddly cheerful tone. Ilda, Todoroki, can you confirm? Jiro asked. Yes, indeed that did happen. Todoroki answered. You know, at first I thought that Midoriya was a small, delicate person that needed protection, but the more I'm around him, the more I realize I couldn't be more wrong. Ojiro said, Midoriya, if you don't mind me asking, how exactly do you know how to do that? Tokoemi asked. I have had classes with Nizu since I was 6. Izuku answered. Somehow that actually makes sense. Shuji commented. Midoriya, please spare moi. Aoyama begged. Of course I will, you're my favorite. Izuku said. I thought I was your favorite, Momo said. Hey, no fair. Denki complained. Midoriya, I can't help but feel a little bit hurt. Ilda said. Sorry, but I've made up my mind. Well, maybe I can change that. Denki wiggled his eyebrows at Izuku. Izuku held out his hand as to say, stop. Denki, stop. You're running on hormones. Izuku said. The class started laughing. What Izuku said basically translated to, Denki, stop, you're thinking with your d-dashed. Well, anyway, have you heard? Apparently Stain was with the League of Villains. Imagine if that dude had been at the USJ? Ojiro informed his classmates. He's scary, yeah, but did you see him in that weird video? It's all over the internet. Denki told them. I didn't even know there was a video. Ojiro responded. Yes, Stain's a pretty evil villain, but like Super 10 actions. He'd almost kind of cool, don't you guys think? Denki asked. Not reading the room. Come in, sweetie, I don't think now's the time. Izuku told Denki in a soft tone. Oh, sorry dude. Denki covered his mouth. Though he was kind of happy because Izuku called him sweetie. It's fine. He was 10 actions, and I can see why people think he's cool. Still, his actions cannot be condoned. However, I will strive to be a great hero. It's time for class to begin. Ilda was back to normal. He'd back, Tokoyami commented. It's your fault for talking about weird stuff. Jiro blamed Denki. Sorry I couldn't keep my mouth shut. Denki apologized. Izuku quietly and sneakily left the classroom to go to class 1B. When he got there, he sat down at his desk. Midoriya, how've you been? We heard what happened. Are you okay? Kendo asked. I'm fine. It wasn't nothing I couldn't handle. Izuku responded. Tetsu and Minoma also expressed their concerns, but Izuku reassured them that he was fine. After class they went to lunch. And apparently everyone wanted to pretend to be Izuku's husband or something cause everyone seemed to have something for him. Izuku needed his mom to take some stuff home just because there were so many. Now it was time for heroics. In class 1B they were doing 1v1s. Izuku and Tetsu were partnered up for one-on-one training. They were talking while they fought each other. It was nice, at least for Izuku. Tetsu just kept getting his butt beat. So you dash. Tetsu dodged Izuku's foot. Made Stain cry? Tetsu asked. Up. I sure did. I win. Izuku announced. He'd managed to get Tetsu out of bounds. Aw man, how come you keep winning? Tetsu whined. Sure, he loved spending time with Izuku, and he liked how tough he was, but Diamond did it SCK to keep losing. Not to mention he was embarrassing himself in front of his crush. He heard Izuku giggling, and Tetsu thought he was laughing at him. Of course someone as cool as him would be laughing at me, I'm pathetic. Tetsu thought. Izuku was giggling because he thought Tetsu was being cute. He loved how Tetsu never gave up, and even tried new moves with him. Mom always says I should try to flirt more often. I think I'll try it. Izuku thought. Are you laughing at me? Is it because you keep winning? Tetsu asked. No, silly. I'm laughing because you're being cute. Izuku replied. Tetsu's eyes widened, his face turned red, and he was stunned. He thinks I'm cute? Tetsu was happy. Wanna make a bet? Izuku asked. If you can beat me 2 out of 3 times, I'll owe you a favor. Sounds good. Izuku proposed. Yeah. Tetsu agreed. He knew exactly what he wanted. He was going to ask Izuku for a date after school. Izuku won. Just like that. He won. If you had won, what were you going to ask? Izuku asked an embarrassed Tetsu. I wanted to ask you on a date. Tetsu replied. Oh. Well, I mean we never really discussed what would happen if I won now, did we? Izuku asked. Izuku stepped closer to Tetsu and looked up at him. Tetsu, do you want to go on a date with me after school tomorrow? Yeah, definitely. Izuku smiled at Tetsu's answer. Great. Leave the planning to me. Izuku said. Soon the class was over and Tetsu was over the moon. So over the moon in fact that he bragged about it, which was his first mistake. After the news got out, The other guys who had a crush on Izuku started asking him out too. Guys, calm down, shut up. Izuku yelled. Everyone quieted down. Okay, clearly we need to work something out, right? You all like me and I like you. So we need to figure this out. Izuku said to the group of people in front of him. You're right. What should we do? Ilda asked. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. Well, the other day, Kaken suggested that we could have a poly relationship. Izuku informed them. Poly? As in polynomials? What does math have to do with this? Denki was stressed. No, you dunce face. A poly relationship is when you're in a relationship with multiple people and they consent to it. Bakugo explained. Oh, so it doesn't involve math? Okay, yeah, I'm cool with that. Denki responded. We should probably have a meeting about this in one of the club rooms. Shiro suggested. Right, 'cause Seiji isn't here. Izuku said. Neither is Monoma or Shindu. Tetsu added. Them too? I didn't even know. Izuku was surprised. Don't worry, Midoriya. We'll set up the meeting, you just have to show up. Does tomorrow after school sound good? Tetsu suggested to the group. Yeah, sounds good. Everyone agreed. But we have our date tomorrow. Izuku objected. We can move it down to later in the week, how's that sound? Tetsu asked. That's fine. So I'll see you all tomorrow? Izuku asked the group. Sure. Bye Izuku. Take care Deku. See ya tomorrow Midobro. They all called out saying their goodbyes. Tetsu has made a group chat. Tetsu has named the group chat. Izuku's harem. Tetsu. Hey everyone. Kirishima. Hey Tetsu. Bakugo. What the hell is this for? Shindu. Well, someone said. Bakugo. Huh. Tensu. Bakugo calmed down. Bakugo. It's whatever. Todoroki. So what is this for? Tetsu. To set up the meeting, of course. Sage. Meeting for what? Monoma. It's a meeting because everyone here has a crush on Izuku and we're trying to figure something out. Sage. Oh, sounds good. Sir. So, what we gonna do? Then we should do what Bakugo said. Tokoemi. Do you all want to try a poly relationship? Sage. Would we all have to go on dates together? 'Cause I don't think I could do that. Tetsu. That's a good point. Does anyone have a crush on anyone else? 'Cause don't poly relationships differ? Bakugo. Yes, they do. I think the one that we'd be would be a non-hierarchical polyamory relationship. This kind of relationship is the one where we're all treated equally and the same. Kirishima. What's a different one? I'm just curious. Bakugo. Another example of a poly relationship would be a hierarchical relationship. In this relationship they're a main relationship with other partners. For example, if Deku had a boyfriend-girlfriend and wanted other partners, that's what it would be. His original partner or other partners would matter more. Not necessarily matter more, but he'd pay more attention to them. You know a lot about this. Bakugo. No duh. I was the one who suggested it, so obviously I had to look into it. So all in favor of the non-hierarchical. Say aye. Kirishima. Sir. Tokoemi. Todoroki. Bakugo. Tetsu. Monoma. Shindu. Sage. Tetsu. Very well. We'll tell this to Midoriya tomorrow. Make sure to be there. It was the next day in the afternoon. Izuku made his way towards the room that Tetsu told him the meeting would be held in. He opened the door and was faced with 15 people. That's a lot. Hi. Izuku greeted them. Hey. They all said back. Midoriya, please take a seat. Ilda pointed to the chair next to him. Izuku sat down. So Midoriya, we've all agreed to the poly relationship. Specifically a non-hierarchical relationship. This is where we're all treated the same. Is that okay with you? Tetsu asked. Yes. It's fine with me. So you're all okay with it too, right? Izuku addressed everyone else. They all nodded in agreement. So now what? Izuku asked. We need to plan your dates, nerd. Bakugo replied. What do you mean? Izuku asked. Well, you promised Mr. Steele over here a date, and you also were going to plan a date with Ibags too. Oh, and we've also asked you out on dates. Bakugo pointed out. I guess you're right. So what are we going to do? Izuku asked. Tetsu, proceed to give the stage to Ilda. We've also taken care of that. We've planned out a chart with the days that we're free and wish to take you out. We spaced them out because we still have to train to be heroes after all. Ilda said while pushing up his glasses. He was very proud of himself. I do love that you all took the initiative to plan this. It shows that you care. Let me check my phone to see if I have anything to do those days. Do keep in mind that we have to be flexible about this. Izuku said, looking at his phone. Of course, after all you never know when something will come up. Shindu reassured. I'm free on all those dates as of now. Izuku said. Perfect, then we'll look forward to that. Tokoyami said. Going home was difficult. Why, you may be asking? Because Izuku was being followed. Was he being followed by a villain? Stalker? Or heaven forbid a Yandra? He was being followed by his boyfriends. They wanted to hang out with him, which was fine, but they wanted to hang out at his house. If you didn't know, Midnight and Momo still don't know about this situation. Stop following me. Izuku yelled. Look, I want you to be around you as much as you want to be around me, but I have to tell my mom about this first. Not to mention, Seiji, Shindu, don't you live across town? Izuku said. Yeah, we do. So maybe we should stay the night. Shindu suggested. He sure was smooth. Izuku was about to object, but realized he couldn't. It was late and it'd take a while for them to get home. He didn't want his boyfriends out at night so late. It felt weird to call them boyfriends. Fine, only Shindu and Seiji can stay. Everyone else has to go home. I know you all live in town. Go home, you'll see me tomorrow anyway. Izuku told them. The rest of the boys begrudgingly went home. So we're finally alone, Shindu said, wrapping his arm around Izuku's waist. Shindu was like this, he was sort of like a pervert. A pervert that only did this to his partner, though if they expressed uneasiness he'd stop. After all, he didn't want to make Izuku uncomfortable. You're such a pervert. Seiji sighed. He wanted to hug Izuku and Shindu was getting in the way. Shindu just stuck his tongue out in response. Don't worry, Seiji, I don't mind. Izuku reached out and held Seiji's hand. They walked all the way to Izuku's. Hey mom, I'm home. Izuku called out. Hey sweetie, who are your friends? Midnight asked. They're not my friends, they're my boyfriends. Izuku corrected. Midnight had to do a double take. Ah man. I can't believe I lost to Nizu. Midnight whined. Wait, what? Izuku was confused. The teachers made a bet. I said you were going to end up with Todoroki, Aizawa, and Mike thought you were going to end up with Shinso. Valid King thought you were going to end up with Monoma or Tetsu. All Might thought Bakugo, Recovery Girl thought Kurashima, and Nizu thought you were going to date someone from a different school. And clearly he was right. Midnight finished ranting. So you made a bet on your child's love life? Shindu asked. Listen, being a parent can be boring, okay? Midnight answered. I mean, none of you were right, but none of you were wrong either. Seiji said. What do you mean? Midnight asked. I'm in a poly relationship with Aoyama, Ilda, Ojiro, Denki, Kirishima, Shuji, Siro, Tokoyami, Todoroki, Kaken, Shinso, Monoma, Tetsu, Seiji, and Shindu. Izuku explained. That's a lot of people. But my baby got game. Midnight was proud of her son. Now, she just needed her daughter to get a boyfriend or girlfriend. Okay, well I'll order some food, you can go hang out. Midnight said. Mom, is it cool if they stay the night? They live across town and by the time they get home it'll be late. Izuku asked his mother. Of course. Look at you being a caring boyfriend. I knew I raised you well. Midnight said. So introduce yourselves, boys. Midnight turned her attention to Seiji and Shindu. I'm Seiji Shishikura. It's a pleasure to meet you. I promise to treat Midoriya well. I'm Shindu. It's nice to meet you, ma'am. I can see from where Izuku got his looks, you're both very beautiful. Izuku and Midnight looked at each and started laughing at his statement. Shindu was confused as F-. What was so funny? Shindu I-. Izuku was trying to talk through his laughter. Shindu, I'm the adopted one. Not Momo. The realization hit Shindu harder than that time a kid kicked a soccer ball at my head. Oh, well, my point still stands. Shindu stuttered out in panic. I like these too, well you go have fun now. Midnight dismissed them. Izuku leads Seiji and Shindu to his room when they bumped into Momo. Oh, are these your other two boyfriends? It's nice to meet you. Momo said. How'd you know? Izuku asked. The class group chat obviously. Anyway, I'll leave you three alone, I'm going to go hang out with my friends. Also, please keep the noise down at night, I don't need to hear my brother getting it up, okay? Bye. With that Momo left. Seiji and Shindu blushed but Izuku was a bit confused until it clicked. What Momo? Izuku called back. He was embarrassed to say the least. It was nighttime and they were getting ready for bed. So what are we going to wear? Shindu asked. I have some oversized clothes in my closet you could wear. Izuku told them. They changed into some of his clothes and went to sleep. Izuku was in the middle. Both of the other boys cuddled up to Izuku. Izuku ran his hands through their hair. They all soon fell asleep. It was nice, peaceful, and lovely. So, a user by the name of error_elf_206 made a comment about how imagining Izuku doing ballet as a little kid filled them with joy. So I figured why not draw it? In the picture Izuku looks a bit taller but he's supposed to be short. I do know he doesn't look that short. Anyway, here's my art. On with the story. Seiji and Shindu left early that morning. Izuku got ready for school and when he was about to leave, he was met with Denki standing outside his door. Oh, hi Denki. Izuku greeted. Hi Midoriya. Do mind explaining what you're doing outside my door before school? Izuku raised an eyebrow at him. Can't I just walk my boyfriend to school? Denki, you live like an hour away from my house. Izuku reached out and took Denki's hand into his own. Listen, this is sweet and all but, I don't want you to wake up early if you don't have to. I can see eye bags starting to form. Izuku expressed his concern. Geez, it's not that big of a deal, Midoriya. Denki said in a joking tone. Izuku grabbed Denki's tie and pulled him closer. His actions caused Denki to blush. Fine, I'll let it slide this time. But since you're here, can I kiss you? Izuku asked. Why yes. Izuku pulled Denki closer and gave him a quick peck on the lips. We should get to school, we don't want to be late. Izuku said. Yeah, you're right. Let's go. Denki proceeded to walk next to Izuku all the way to school. When they arrived at school, Izuku was approached by Tetsu. Hey Midoriya. Ready for our date today? He asked. Yeah, I am. Just to let you know what I planned was kind of basic, but that's because I didn't have much time to think, and I still need to get to know a bit more. Izuku answered. Don't worry about it, well, I'll see you at 5. Tetsu ran off to go to his class. Izuku turned to look at Denki. I have to go, I've got math class. Ugh, I hate math. Denki whined. Why don't you just stay with me? Izuku laughed. Sorry sweetie, I can't. Izuku hugged Denki. Izuku turned his head and gave Denki a kiss on the cheek. See ya later. Izuku called behind him as he left to get to his class. Needless to say, Denki walked into his class with a bit of pep in his step. What's got you so happy? Shiro asked. Let's just say that Midoriya kissed me twice today. Denki made sure to put an emphasis on the word, twice. Lucky Bisudi. Bakugu mumbled under his breath. What was that, Bakugu? Denki asked in a teasing voice. Nothing. Bakugu simply answered. Sounds like somebody's jealous, Shinso teased Bakugu. Shut it, eyebags. Deku hasn't even kissed you. Bakugu retaliated. Oh, what, and he's kissed you? Yeah, he did. In fact, I was his first kiss. Bakugu bragged. I hate you. Shinso replied. I know. Tetsu and Midoriya have a date today. What are y'all gonna do for your dates with him? Denki asked. Horror movie marathon. Shoji answered. Really? I expected that more from Tokoyami. Kirishima said. No, I'm taking him to explore abandoned buildings at 3 m, Tokoyami corrected. That sounds nice. Momo commented. I'm going to have a spa day with him. Aoyama added. I'm going to take Midoriya on a shopping spree with my father's credit card. Todoroki said in a monotone voice. I'm going to buy Lading's food and candy to have him try it. Shiro said. I'm going to take him to a running marathon. Ilda said. Basically every girl in the class did a double take. Is he crazy? He can't be serious. Dear Lord help him. The girls thought. Wow, that's so romantic. Shinso sarcastically said. Ilda, bro, I think you should think of something else. Kirishima told his friend. Like what? Ilda asked. Okay, so, Ilda, you like reading books, right? Chaco asked. Yes, I do. Ilda answered. Midoriya also likes reading books. Mina added, hoping Ilda would get the hint. So, we should study. Ilda was completely clueless. No. Everyone yelled at him. The logical thing to do would be to go to the library or bookstore to get books. And maybe read one together. Toru yelled at Ilda. You're right. Thank you for your advice. Ilda thanked everybody. I'm going to take him to the upcoming fair. Kirishima stated. We're going to watch musicals at my house. Shinso answered. I'm going to teach him how to ride a skateboard. Denki said. I was planning on making food with him. Ojiro answered shyly. What about you, Baku bro? Kirishima asked the explosive boy. I'm going to take him on a picnic to a special place that only he and I know about. Bakugu answered with a smirk on his face. Guys, I think we need to protect Midoriya. It sounds like Bakugu's gonna murder him. Todoroki said with genuine concern. Huh? What's his say icy hot? Bakugu yelled. Does anyone else know what the other guys are doing for their dates? Ojiro asked. I know Monoma is taking him to an animal shelter to volunteer. Tokoyami answered. Seiji is doing arts and crafts with him. Shinso added. Shindu didn't say, I think he's just going to take him to a concert. Seiji said. Well, I'm X-. All right, everyone should be in their seats. Mr. Aizawa said as he entered the classroom, signaling for all of them to shut up. So, today, Shigaraki was still having his tantrum. He'd stopped complaining as much after a few days. He was still mad at the blonde kid that rescued Izuku from his Nomu. We were close, so close. Shigaraki kept saying. Yes, we were, but we can only learn from our mistakes. Kurojairi said, trying to get Shigaraki to shut up. Shigaraki, you have to remember, this Midoriya kid is a hero in training. All for One began to say. And? Shigaraki sassed. He probably won't like to be around people like us. Don't you think the heroes would have changed his view on villains? He probably thinks we deserve to die. All for One wanted Shigaraki to get angry at Izuku. The reason being that he remembered Izuku. Izuku had always been able to make Tamura be nice. All for One had Izuku's parents killed for many reasons, but one reason was Izuku. You see, what All for One had hoped for was that Izuku would be put in an orphanage and adopted by a family that would hopefully change his views on villains. Since that way, if Izuku and Tamura ever met again, Izuku wouldn't try to help Tamura, he'd try to take him down instead. So surprisingly, All Might wasn't the biggest threat to his plan, it was Izuku. If Izuku was still the same as he was when he was younger, then he was a bigger threat than he'd imagined. How can you say something like that? Zuzu is one of the kindest, sweetest, and helpful people I've ever known. He believes in what he believes and you can't change his mind. He wouldn't think that. Tamura was infuriated. How could Sensei suggest such a thing? You shouldn't keep your hopes up. I bet Midoriya is just as shallow as every other hero. With that, All for One turned off his communication. He's wrong. Zuzu isn't like that. I don't like what Sensei is saying. I feel weird now. I think I might dislike Sensei now. He can do a lot of things, but disrespecting Zuzu like that is where I draw the line. Zuzu is my best friend and nothing can change that. I know Zuzu feels the same. Shigaraki thought to himself. Whatever you're trying to do, All for One, I think it might have backfired. Kurojairi thought to himself. After school, Izuku went home to get changed. He put on a yellow t-shirt with blue overalls. He'd told Tetsuetsu to meet him at the park at Iron Man. Izuku, hey, you ready? Sorry, I don't mean to annoy you, but I'm just nervous. Iron Man, you're not annoying me. I'm a bit nervous too, but I am excited. I can't wait to see you. Izuku 3. Neither. It was 4:30, but Izuku figured he'd make his way to the park. He couldn't wait. He'd planned to watch an action movie at the movie theater, then they'd go to a cat cafe and end it with making brownies at Izuku's house. Izuku arrived at the park and saw Tetsu. Izuku called out to him and Tetsu ran towards him. Hey Midoriya. Hi, Tetsu. Are you ready? Sure am. What are we going to do? Well, I was planning on watching an action movie. More specifically Marvel's Endgame. You mentioned you wanted to watch it when it premiered. So, a few days ago I watched all the Marvel movies just so I'd be caught up with what was happening. Izuku smiled at Tetsu. You watched them all just to watch this one with me? That's so sweet. Tetsu pulled Izuku into a hug. Yeah. Plus, I got really into the story and I knew I just had to watch Endgame. Izuku said. They walked to the movie theater. When they got there, they got their tickets, food, and chose their seats. They watched the movie, both occasionally whispering to each other when an epic moment happened. They both cried at the end of the movie. If you've watched it, you know the ending was sad. I also cried when I saw it. I loved it. It was so cool, Tetsu exclaimed. I liked the scene where Peter met Mantis. Izuku said. My favorite scene was where all of the Avengers stood together before they attacked. I felt like it gave me chills. Izuku finished for him. Yeah, chills. Tetsu agreed. So what are we going to do now? Tetsu asked his date. We're going to a cat cafe. Cool. They kept talking and laughing all the way to the cafe. When they got there, they sat down and ordered their food. They petted cats and just had a lot of fun overall. Now we're going to end our date with making brownies at my house. Izuku announced. I can't wait. Tetsu replied. They went to Izuku's house and went to the kitchen. They took out all the ingredients and began to make the brownies. I'll crack the eggs. Tetsu said. Okay, but be careful to not get the eggshells in the mix. If you do, it'll be fine, but try not to get them in. Tetsu tried cracking the eggs cleanly but failed. Aw man. Tetsu whined. Izuku laughed. It's fine. Let's just take them out. Izuku removed the eggshells that fell into the mix. I'll set up the oven and butter the pan. You can start mixing the mix. Izuku told his boyfriend. Okay. Tetsu got ready to mix. It can't be that hard. There's no way you can mess up. Tetsu has officially jinxed himself. Because something did go wrong. He turned on the mixer, but he'd set it way too high. He turned on the mixer and immediately the mix in the bowl went flying all over the kitchen. Izuku had been mid-buttering the pan when he was splat by brownie mix. He stood in shock for a bit before looking at Tetsu. Meanwhile, Tetsu was struggling to turn off the mixer, but when he did he looked at Izuku. Sorry. Tetsu said. It's fine. Though, we don't have any more brownie mix, and we have to clean the kitchen. Sorry I ruined it. Tetsu apologized. It's fine. You can start cleaning the kitchen, I'll go change and look for clothes for you. Then after that we can wash the dishes, make hot pockets and chill on the couch. Sound good? Izuku always had a backup plan. Yeah. I'll make sure the kitchen looks spotless. Okay, baby. Izuku blushed like mad and left the kitchen as soon as possible, leaving behind a blushing Tetsu. After the cleanup, they made their hot pockets and sat down on the couch. They decided to watch a Disney Channel movie, because why not? Not gonna lie, some of those movies are good. The movie they were watching was called The Parent Trap. I actually really like this movie. I was surprised when I found out it was a Disney Channel movie. Like, I didn't know it was from Disney until I found it on Disney+. Izuku had brought some pillows and blankets. He'd set them up on the couch. They both sat down on the couch and snuggled up next to each other, eating their mediocre hot pockets. Listen, no matter how much you heated them up, The middle was always cold. Even if you followed the instruction, they'd still be cold. I'm sorry that I don't want to bite into a cold sausage. Ever thought about that? They put FNG sausage slices, not pepperoni slices, sausage slices. Those things were thick. And they didn't even taste that good. My school's cafeteria version of Hot Pockets tasted better. Anyway, Hot Pocket ran out of the way. Let's move on to the next date. If you hadn't noticed, the next 2 to 3, maybe 4 chapters are just going to be about Izuku's dates. Izuku met up with Seiji at an arts and crafts store. They'd agreed to meet there to get the supplies before going to Seiji's house. Hey, how's my favorite shy boy doing? Izuku wrapped his arms around Seiji's waist from behind him. Ah, good. Seiji blushed. Okay, Seiji, you can do this. Kami trained you for this. Though, that might have not been the best idea. Seiji thought. How's my ray of sunshine been? Seiji asked. Izuku looked at him as his face turned red. You're embarrassing me. You're so sweet you might give me a cavity. Izuku hid his face behind his hands. Okay, Seiji, you can do this. The goal was to embarrass him. Now for the next part. If you can't follow through, all those hours of uncomfortable interactions with Kami and Inesa will have gone to waste. Seiji thought. Seiji stepped closer to Izuku. He grabbed Izuku's hands gently and moved them out of his face. Seiji got closer and planted a light kiss on Izuku's nose. They stared into each other's eyes before Seiji stepped back. His hand formed into a fist, which he put up to his lips to clear his throat. We should probably get going. Seiji said. Yeah, let's go. Izuku followed Seiji into the store. Beforehand, they'd both decided to make birdhouses. They picked out some wood, decorations, etc. After shopping, they rode a train to Seiji's house where they began to build their houses. To summarize everything, Izuku needed help. He wasn't that good at arts and crafts, and he kept burning himself with the hot glue gun. You just hear ow, and the sizzle of glue on Izuku's skin. Seiji liked being able to help Izuku through. Your house looks nice. Izuku complimented Seiji's arts and craft skills. Yours does too. Seiji tried to be nice, but Izuku's house was horrendance. Seiji, when you're in a relationship, communication is key. Meaning you tell each other the truth, so don't lie to me. We both know my house looks like a mess. Not even a homeless bird would live in it. Izuku said. That last part of Izuku's sentence caused Seiji to laugh. Yeah, you're right, it looks like trash. Seiji said. Yeah, anyway, it's kind of late. I should get going, but before I do, I have to give you something. Oh, really? What is it? Seiji asked. A goodbye kiss. Izuku said. Well, I'll gladly take it now. Seiji leaned in closer to Izuku. Izuku leaned forward as well and gave Seiji a deep kiss. They pulled away and said goodbye. Izuku's date with Shuji was great. They had cuddled on the couch while watching horror movies. They had popcorn and other snacks. They watched some old movies along with the newer ones. They laughed at the older movies. You know, the old horror movies where you can see the special effects? Those movies, they laughed at those movies. You can see them flinch when the balloon pops next to them. Izuku pointed out. Imagine being told that they're going to pop a balloon next to your face, and being told not to flinch. Shuji laughed. Yeah. Izuku laughed in agreement. They watched more movies. They'd occasionally flinch at some of the more explicit gore scenes. Izuku's date with Shinso was pretty chill. They were watching Hamilton. At first they hadn't been doing anything, but Izuku spotted some nail polish in Shinso's room. Izuku grabbed it and asked Shinso if they could paint each other's nails. Sure, you can do mine first, Shinso said. Both of them would start singing along with the musical. When Helpless started playing, they sang their hearts out. Izuku painted Shinso's nails black and purple. After Hamilton ended, they watched John Mulaney. Shinso was painting Izuku's nails yellow and blue. J.J. Bittenbinder, Street Smarts. Izuku said. Both boys laughed. Izuku ended up sleeping over at his house. The next morning they made chocolate chip pancakes. You need to add more, Shinso said in a tired tone. He'd wrapped his arms around Izuku's waist and nuzzled his face into Izuku's neck. Shinso, if I add more, You're just going to have a bunch of melted chocolate chips that are loosely connected by a thin amount of bread. Izuku informed him. More. Shinso added more. Fine, have it your way. Izuku turned to look at Shinso. He gave him a kiss. I don't deserve you. Yeah, I'm way out of your league. Izuku teased. Shinso's mouth dropped open, forming an O shape. I'm kidding. You know I love you. Izuku reassured. Yeah, I know. I love you too. Aoyama had set up his spa day things. He had nail polish, hair products, face mask, all those nice things. Izuku showed up to his house at around 9 in the morning. It was the weekend. Here, let me put on the mask. Aoyama offered. He put a headband on Izuku and spread the sparkle pink face mask on his face. Then I'll do yours. Izuku did the same for him. They were wearing bathrobes to add to the experience. Do you want to use the wax to shave? Aoyama asked. Sure. I've never used wax to shave before. This was going to be a new experience. Aoyama heated up the wax and placed it on Izuku's leg. The pain substance has bonded with you. Aoyama said. Okay. A few minutes passed, or however long it takes before you can rip it off. No, we remove it. Aoyama said, beginning to remove it. Wait, I thought it was a bond dash. Izuku was interrupted when Aoyama ripped the wax off. Sweet life giver. Izuku said. He didn't yell or scream. That's all he said, but he was in pain. Wow, you didn't scream. That's surprising. Izuku agreed. After they finished waxing, they painted their nails and removed the mask. Wow, my skin is so smooth. Izuku was surprised. Yeah. Let me do your hair, please? Aoyama asked. Sure. Izuku agreed. Aoyama did Izuku's hair in a side part. It wasn't permanent, but it looked nice, and he straightened his hair. Izuku put Aoyama's hair into a bun and left out his bangs. They took a picture together to remember the day. Aoyama sent it to the group chat and they all saved the picture. Hey Ilda. Yeah. Midoriya, you scared me. Sorry about that. Ready to go? Yes. They both walked into the bookstore to pick out a few books. They found out they both liked fantasy books. They headed to the fantasy section and looked at the books. Hey, what about this one? Izuku asked, holding up a book. The Land of Stories, The Wishing Spell. It sounds interesting. Ilda smiled at Izuku. Let's get the rest of them and we can read them together. Izuku reached out and grabbed the other books from the shelf. Let's go. They left the bookstore and went to Ilda's house. They sat down on the bed. Izuku and Ilda sat down next to each other. Ilda was the one holding the book. So, naturally he wrapped his arm around Izuku. Izuku snuggled into Ilda's chest. They read the whole afternoon. Eventually Ilda fell asleep. Izuku placed the books on his bookshelf. He tucked Ilda in and laid down next to him. They took a nice nap before waking up. Ojiro and Izuku were cooking in the kitchen, while Fantastic Mr. Fox played in the background. They were making chicken nuggets, fries, and mac and cheese. Because let's face it, little kid food is great. Also, who the hell decided that food should have an age range? Why must I be afraid of being judged for ordering off the child menu? So what if I have the same taste as a 4-year-old? Chicken nuggets taste amazing and I'd like to not be ashamed of ordering them. Stop judging me, Bethany. Like, what, when I'm 30 I'm just not allowed to order chicken tenders? Anyway, let's get back to the story. God, I hope at least someone relates to this, otherwise it's just going to look dumb. Ojiro was peeling the potatoes and frying them. Izuku was making the mac and cheese. They'd already made the chicken nuggets. Hey, I'm done with the mac and cheese, I'll help you slice the potatoes. Izuku said. Okay. While Izuku was frying the potatoes, he turned to get more and saw Ojiro eating some of the mac and cheese. Ojiro, are you eating the pasta? Izuku asked. You didn't see a thing. Ojiro ran and hid under a blanket on the couch. Izuku went chasing after him. He walked into the living room, pretending not to see him. Oh, I guess Ojiro is gone. I suppose I'll just have all the pasta to myself. Izuku teased. Not the pasta. Ojiro yelled, taking off the blanket. He looked around but he didn't see Izuku. Ojiro was confused. Huh, Ojiro screamed. Izuku had hugged him from behind, scaring him. Boo. Did I scare you? The answer was very obvious. Yeah. But it was fun. Beep 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 beep. The fire alarm went off. Izuku and Ojiro looked at each other. The fries. They screamed, running into the kitchen. I don't even know if that could cause a fire, maybe a grease fire, but they dealt with the fire and made more fries, this time making sure they didn't catch on fire. They ate and laughed the rest of the night away. Denki was teaching Izuku how to ride a skateboard. Everything had been going great. Izuku almost fell a few times, but Denki caught him. As I said, everything was fine until Denki tried to show Izuku a new trick he'd learned. Let's just say a rock with the mix-up of Denki's feet and falling face first into a thorn bush lead him to his current situation, which was sitting in the bathroom with Izuku tending to his scraped leg, scratches and bruises. Ah! Denki screamed. Izuku had to disinfect everything first before healing him. I'm going to use my quirk on you just this once. I usually only use it in extreme situations. Since I don't have my hero license yet. Okay, oh God, why does it hurt? Sorry. I'm almost done, just a few more. Izuku finished disinfecting the wounds and started using his quirk. Wow. It looks so cool. Denki looked at the green dust coming from Izuku's fingers. Thanks. And done. Izuku put everything back into the first aid kit. Izuku gave Denki a kiss on the forehead. Let's go, I wanna cuddle. Izuku and Denki cuddled on the couch and decided to try again some other time. Izuku and Kirishima were at the fair in the afternoon. They decided to go on some rides. Izuku and Kirishima had a great time. After riding some roller coasters and smaller rides, they spotted a mirror house. Hey, we should go in there. Kirishima pointed towards it. Okay. Izuku agreed. They entered the house and began to make their way through. Izuku was stretching his hands out to touch the glass and find his way. Kirishima had gone in front of him, so he was ahead. However, Kirishima kept running into the mirrors. Izuku laughed. They eventually made their way out. We should go to the haunted house now. Izuku dragged Kirishima to the haunted house. I dunno, Midobro, I'm kind of scared. Kirishima expressed his concern. Oh, it's fine. We don't have to if you don't want to. Izuku reassured. No, it's fine. We can go in, just will you hold my hand? Kirishima asked. Sure. Let's go. Izuku grabbed Kirishima's hand and they went in. Izuku didn't really react to the scares, but he would give them an just to be polite. Kirishima, on the other hand, would jump and hold on tighter to Izuku. In the end, Izuku exited the building while carrying Kirishima bridal style. That was fun. Izuku cheered. Can we not do that again? Kirishima asked. Yeah, it's not for everyone. Let's go play some of the stands. They went to some of the game stands. Izuku saw a cute bunny stuffed animal and expressed his interest in it. At that same stand, Kirishima saw a shark stuffed animal that he wanted. They'd agreed to win them for each other. Izuku had asked the person running the stand to use the ball they had when it was his turn. Izuku won the stuffed animal for Kirishima. Thanks. I love it and I love you. Kirishima hugged Izuku, planting a bunch of kisses all over his face. You're welcome. I love you too. Kirishima tried, and I mean he really tried, but he kept failing. He was sad he couldn't get his boyfriend the animal he wanted. Izuku pulled him away from the stand. You know, usually the hoops are oval-shaped and they overfill the ball with air. If you ask to use the ball that the man has, you'll be able to win. Try it. Kirishima took Izuku's advice and won the bunny for him. Thank you, Kiri. Izuku pulled Kirishima into a hug. You're the best. Shiro had taken Izuku on a candy-buying haul. They bought so many candies. You know the classics, Duvalins, Mazapan, Pica Freezes, literally any of the Lucas candies, Gansitos, and so many more. Shiro gave Izuku a palette de payaso. When Izuku opened it, he was disappointed. I'm sure the other Latine peps can agree with me on that one. You know, when you open it you expect it to look like how it does on the package, but it doesn't. In reality, it's just a big head-shaped marshmallow covered in chocolate with 2 blue gummies as eyes and a red gummy shaped like a mouth. But I'll be damned if they don't taste amazing. Shiro laughed at Izuku's disappointment and confusion. Yeah, I remember the first time I opened one I had the same look on my face. They still taste amazing though. Shiro said. Izuku took a bite and loved it, it tasted good. I like it. What else is there? Izuku asked, excited. Izuku reached into a bag and pulled out a marzipan. He began to open it when Shiro tried to warn him. Wait dash, it was too late. Oh, the candy broke. For those of you who don't know, marzipans are very delicate. And opening one without breaking it is hard. It can be done, but very rarely. The candy fell into Izuku's lap. Well, that's unfortunate. Izuku looked at Shiro before laughing and cleaning it up. Yeah, those candies always break. Shiro spotted the donitas, they're basically powdered donuts, but they aren't very powered. Shiro got an idea. Hey, Izuku, wanna share a donut? He asked. Sure. Shiro proceeded to put one half of the donut in his mouth before turning to Izuku. Izuku, being the smart boy he is, figured out what Shiro wanted. Izuku leaned in and bit off the other half of the donut. I feel like I should say, those donuts I'm talking about are small. After swallowing them, Izuku gave Shiro a kiss on the lips. Shiro, donut know how much I love you? Izuku asked. Did you make a donut pun? Shiro asked, smiling. Yes, I did. Izuku smiled at Shiro. You're so cute. Shiro hugged Izuku tightly. No, you. Izuku argued, hugging back. It was nighttime, more specifically 3 a.m. Tokoyami quietly woke Izuku up. Izuku had stayed the night at Tokoyami's house. They'd gone to bed together and cuddled, but now they needed to get going. Izuku. Tokoyami was shaking Izuku at this point. He's a heavy sleeper. Tokoyami thought. 5 more minutes. Izuku whined. Izuku. Tokoyami was finally successful in waking him up. Oh, hi Tokoyami. Are we leaving already? Yes, so you need to get ready. Okay. Izuku hopped out of bed and went to his bag. He pulled out some leggings and a sweater. He began to change when he heard It was Tokoyami. He hadn't expected Izuku to immediately start changing, so when he turned around he was surprised. Are you okay, Tokoyami? What is it? Izuku asked as he finished getting dressed. He was putting on his shoes. It was nothing, I stumped my toe. Do you want me to look at it or dash? No, it's fine. Okay, if you say so. Izuku and Tokoyami were ready. They headed out to a few abandoned buildings. They hadn't really found anything until the last one they went to. They looked around and eventually went up the stairs. When they got up there, they saw a figure standing at the end of the hall. They called out to the thing? It didn't look human, but maybe it was just a mutation. They called out, big mistake. The thing, and I say thing because there's no way it was human. Its body began to contort in ways no human body should be able to. It then began crawling on all fours at them. Now, neither of them gets scared easily, but they both screamed. Izuku grabbed Tokoyami, and using his quirk, he ran them out of there. Izuku used his quirk to get them home as fast as possible. We shouldn't do that again. Izuku said, going straight for the light switches and turning them on. I agree. Next time let's just watch a movie. They both looked at each other before laughing. That was eventful. Izuku said, laying on the bed. Yeah, I'm tired. Let's sleep. Okay. Izuku proceeded to spoon Tokoyami. Tokoyami would never admit he was a little spoon, ever. Are you sure? Izuku asked. Yes, I am. Todoroki replied. They were at the mall buying things that they liked. Well, more like Todoroki was buying whatever Izuku wanted. Or whatever Todoroki wanted for Izuku. Todoroki had picked some clothes for Izuku to try out. Currently Izuku was wearing some short shorts with an oversized pink hoodie that had a wither bear on it. Yes, let's buy it. It looks good on you. Todoroki confirmed. If you say so. By the time they left, Todoroki had bought Izuku a lot of clothes. They decided to get some food before going home. They went to Izuku's house, for obvious reasons. Midoriya, can we change into the matching clothes? Todoroki asked. Sure. I'd love to. They changed into matching dinosaur onesies. This was mainly what Todoroki wanted to do on the date. Hugging Izuku, so that's what he wanted to do. Hey, I have some ice cream. Do you want to eat some while we watch TV? Izuku asked. Todoroki gave Izuku a soft smile. When Izuku saw Todoroki's small smile, he wanted to protect it. He wanted to make sure Todoroki could smile like that more often. No, I'm fine. Okay. Izuku left to get ice cream. When he got back and sat down, Todoroki put his arm around him. He pulled him closer, and when Izuku was close enough, Todoroki wrapped his arms around Izuku's torso. Todoroki rested his chin on Izuku's head. Meanwhile, Izuku watched a video greatly analyzing the movie, A Boy Named Charlie Brown. It was very relaxing. When Izuku was done eating his ice cream, he adjusted his body to cuddle Todoroki. Izuku wrapped his arms around Todoroki and rested his head on Todoroki's shoulder. I love you, Midoriya. Todoroki mumbled. What? Izuku asked. He couldn't quite hear him. Nothing. Todoroki sighed and hugged Izuku tighter, almost as if he was afraid that he'd be taken from his grip. Kaken, can I take the blindfold off now? Izuku asked. Not yet, nerd. Bakugo replied. He was leading Izuku to the special place. Kaken, I know we're somewhere in the forest, but I don't know where. Don't worry about it. Kaken, I feel like you're gonna murder me. Why does everyone keep saying that? Izuku laughed. They kept walking for a bit more before arriving. We're here. Bakugo took off Izuku's blindfold, revealing a picnic. There was a red and white checkered blanket on the grass. There was a basket on it too. Next to the picnic there was a pond. Oh, Kaken, it's beautiful. Izuku exclaimed. Of course it is. Only the best for my death. Thank you, my Kaken. Bakugo blushed like mad. They sat down and ate some sandwiches. They talked and even rolled down a hill. I don't care if that's what little kids do. Okay? You can't tell me that if you could roll down a hill you wouldn't. Izuku had been looking over the pond when Bakugo shoved him lightly. However, Bakugo overcalculated how much strength he put behind it, because Izuku fell into the pond. Kaken, you JRK? Izuku said in a joking tone. It's natural selection, Deku, only the strong will survive. Bakugo joked. Shut up and help me up. Izuku stretched out his hand for Bakugo to take. Geez, don't get your panties in a twist, I'll help. Bakugo grabbed Izuku's hand, but when he did, Izuku pulled him down. Bakugo yelled. Izuku laughed. I got you back. Izuku bragged. Whatever. Now we're both wet. Let's go home. Bakugo got off Izuku and helped him up. They raced back to Bakugo's home and changed. After changing, they went to the living room to play board games. I won, Deku. Yeah, whatever. Izuku rolled his eyes. Are you sassing me? Bakugo smirked and raised an eyebrow. So what if I am? What are you gonna do about it? Izuku stuck his tongue out. Then he was hit with a pillow. Izuku pretended to look offended. How could you? I thought you loved me. That's it. You're dead to me. Izuku threw the pillow back at Bakugo. All's fair in love and war. Bakugo got a pillow and began a pillow war. And I mean war, like these two made pillow forts on the opposite side of the room. They were throwing pillows at each other. Izuku decided that he'd be the one to win. He quietly made his way to Bakugo's side. Izuku hit Bakugo with a pillow from behind. I win. Izuku announced. I want my prize. Izuku winked at Bakugo. What prize? Bakugo blushed, looking away. Is it a kiss? Making out? Bakugo thought. I want a Pop-Tart. Izuku declared. Bakugo was disappointed. Fine, they're in the pantry. Bakugo pointed to the pantry. Izuku grabbed a Pop-Tart packet and shared it with Bakugo. Izuku gave him a peck on the cheek. Love you. Love you too, nerd. Minoma and Izuku were at the animal shelter. They were cleaning cages, refilling water and food bowls, and playing with the animals amongst other things. How long have you been volunteering for? Izuku asked Minoma. I've been volunteering since I was 13, so about 3 years. Minoma answered. That's so cool. Have you ever adopted an animal or wanted to? I've wanted to adopt a pet, but they don't let us have pets where we live. Monoma explained. Well, which one is it if they're still here? Izuku asked. I wanted to adopt a cat named Chip. She's still here but I can't adopt her. Monoma sighed and frowned. Izuku had an idea. What if I adopt Chip and that way you can see her? If you ever move to a different house that does allow pets, then you can take her. This way you won't have to worry about anyone else adopting her. Izuku suggested. You'd really do that? Monoma asked. Of course I would. You're my boyfriend and I want you to be happy. Monoma's eyes began to water before he hugged Izuku. Thank you. I'd love that. Monoma said. But first we need to get the things that she needs. You're right. After their date, they went out to get cat stuff. The next day, Izuku adopted Chip and took her home. Monoma and Izuku set everything up and they played with Chip. Ah, Chip is so cute. Izuku commented. Not as cute as you, Monoma winked at Izuku. But, seriously, thank you Izuku. I could just kiss you. Realizing what he just said, Monoma blushed and looked away in embarrassment. You can do it. Izuku replied. What? You can kiss me. Monoma kissed Izuku and immediately buried his face into a pillow. Izuku was wearing an orange tank top crop top with blue shorts, a black choker with a necklace, and an ankle bracelet. He was getting picked up by Shindu to go to the concert. It looks like this. You look good. Shindu commented, looking Izuku up and down. Thanks. You too. They made their way in. They'd been there for a while. That's when Izuku took notice of two girls that were being harassed by two other guys. Izuku swiftly made his way over to see what was happening. Hey, is everything okay? I couldn't but notice that you two looked uncomfortable. Izuku addressed the girls. No, we keep telling them to leave us alone but they won't. One of the girls said. Come on, babe, it's called persistence. One of the douchebags said. No, it's called harassment. The other girl yelled. Plus, we told you we're lesbians. We're dating. Leave us alone. She added. Please, just give us a chance. The other F-boy said. You should leave them alone. Izuku was rudely cut off by F-boy number 2. Shut up FT. He yelled. I know that members of the LGBTQ+ community can use the F-slur, but not everyone does and not a lot of you are comfortable with it. That's why I'm censoring it out, but yeah. Oh. There's no need to use a slur. You know I feel very sorry for you, clearly your parents didn't raise you well. Izuku scoffed and folded his arms over his chest. What did you say? The men screamed. Do you want to fight? They yelled. You know what? Maybe I do. Izuku yelled back. The two girls had gone off to find security. Shindu noticed that Izuku wasn't next to him. He began to look around when he noticed a security guard holding back his boyfriend. Izuku was moving around, squirming, trying to get out of the man's grasp. He was screaming, "Let me at him." Shindu quickly made his way over. Izuku, what happened? Shindu was worried. Sir, do you know him? The guard asked. Yes, what happened? Well, two men were harassing these young ladies and your friend stepped in. The men began a fight, but your friend severely beat them. The guard explained. Oh, Izuku, do you want to go home? Shindu asked. Izuku stopped trying to escape and pouted. Yeah, I want to go home. Izuku sighed. Okay, don't worry sir, we'll be leaving. Shindu and Izuku left the concert. Sorry for ruining our date. Izuku said on the drive home. Hey, you didn't ruin it. You just did what was right. Do you want to play video games at my house? Yeah. They drove to Shindu's house. Here, you can wear some of my clothes, yours has some blood on it. Okay, can I shower? Sure, go ahead. After Izuku showered and changed, they played video games for the rest of the night. One thing led to another and now they were making out. Izuku pulled away, panting for air. Shindu began to kiss Izuku's neck. He was licking, sking, and biting at Izuku's smooth skin. And Izuku ummed while Shindu was giving him hickeys. You're so cute. I could eat you up. Shindu hugged Izuku tighter. You left me marks, what am I going to tell my mom if she sees? Izuku asked. Let's not worry about that now. I'll get you some makeup to cover them up tomorrow. Okay. Izuku hugged him back and buried his face in Shindu's chest. Momo, do you mind explaining what happened? Aizawa asked. He hadn't had his coffee yet and it was way too early for this. In front of him stood Momo with a 4-year-old Izuku. Well, when we were coming to school, we ran into a couple arguing and one of them used their quirk on accident. Their quirk allowed them to turn people into kids. Depending on their age, the quirk can last 3 to 5 days. Since Izuku is a teenager, he'll be like this for about 3 days. Momo explained. So now what? Mina asked. I'll have to tell the teachers about this. Aizawa sighed. I guess today you can deal with him. Class reps, take care of this, I'm going to take a nap. Aizawa rolled into his caterpillar self and went to sleep. Okay, well, first things first, Izuku where is he? Momo asked. She looked around but she didn't see him. Everyone else was looking too, and they noticed the classroom door was open. Sheet, the whole class seemed to say. They rushed out to look for Izuku. They eventually found him in the locker room. Izuku had gotten into his own locker and was looking at everything. He found the taser with the bunny design and he was playing with it. Now Midoriya, please give us the taser. It's dangerous and you could get severely hurt. Ilda said as he slowly approached Izuku. Izuku just stared at him as he got closer. When Ilda was within arm's reach, Izuku tossed him. He didn't remove the taser either. The only way the tossing stopped was when Ilda fell down. The class gasped. Bakugo started laughing at the situation. God, nerd, that was hilarious. No, give me the taser. Bakugo held out his hand. At this point Izuku had stood up. Izuku pretended to try to taste Bakugo, causing him to flinch. Now, Midobro, no need to be mean. Kirishima said. If you try to take it from me, you're going down. Izuku answered simply. It took them an hour to take the taser away. What should we do about Midoriya? Aizawa asked in the teacher's lounge. I think this could be a very beneficial experience. Nizu sipped his tea. God, I'm gonna regret asking, but how will it be a beneficial experience? Midnight dreadfully asked. Well, Aizawa, valid king, as I understand your classes get along for the most part, right? Nizu asked. Yes. Both teachers agreed. The only students that don't seem to get along are Nito Monoma and Katsuki Bakugo. And they both care about Midoriya, so we can use their feelings to help both classes bond and possibly unite them. Ah. Nizu tipped his head back laughing. Nizu, clam down. Midnight said. Sure, I think that'd be a great idea. All Might said. Then it's settled, that's what we'll do. Nizu declared. You'll be taking care of Midoriya with Class 1B as a bonding exercise. Aizawa announced it to both classes. They were shocked at first but they accepted it. They were okay at first and the classes did actually bond. Students from both classes talked about a lot of different things. They became closer, heck even Bakugo and Monoma were able to stand each other. They weren't anything close to being friends, but it was progress. It was all good, Nizu's plan was a success. Except that they forgot about one little thing. That little thing was about the size of a 4-year-old. They forgot about Izuku. He was nowhere to be found. He wasn't in either classroom and they couldn't find him. Not again. Denki pulled at his hair. How does he keep sneaking away? Kirishima was freaking out. He's been doing this since we were 6. I didn't think he'd be like this when he was 4. Momo yelled. What's up with him? He didn't do this when we were 4. Bakugo yelled. Why is everyone screaming? Tetsu yelled. Okay, let's calm down. Let's think rationally, he's a 4-year-old after all. He couldn't have gone far. Kendo calmed everyone down. Hey, not to be a downer but, we don't know exactly how long Izuku has been missing. Momo pointed out. Another wave of panic. How about we split up into groups of 5 and look for him? 3 groups search the school, and 2 groups search outside and the surrounding streets. And the last 3 groups search more into the town and alleyways, okay? Ilda suggested. Everyone agreed. Either way, in 3 days he can find his way back. Right. Monoma was trying to be optimistic. Izuku was doing fine. No one seemed to notice him. Actually, there seemed to be a problem with adults not noticing small children that are out all by themselves. Cough, cough, Shigaraki, cough, cough. If you know, you know. He'd found his way to a park. There weren't many children, but there were some. Izuku approached the playground and began to play by himself. Unbeknownst to him, he was being watched by a man in a black jacket. The man was mainly watching him because he was told to keep a lookout for a boy with green hair and eyes, freckles, and chubby cheeks. This man had been watching Izuku whenever he went into town for a while now. This man had scars covering his body. He was a man that went by the name Dabi. Why does Shigaraki want me to keep an eye on him? He doesn't seem that special. Though that incident from this morning was interesting. Dabi thought. I want you to keep an eye on him till summertime. Shigaraki had told Dabi. Shigaraki had already recruited a few new members. There was Toga Himiko, Dabi, Spinner, Twice, Mr. Compress, and Magna. There were other, but they weren't important. The league had come up with a plan. The plan was to kidnap Izuku and Bakugo during the training camp during the summer. Until then, the league had to train to have more success in their plan. Why? Dabi questioned. Because he's very close to the teachers and you might be able to find out more information. Shigaraki said. It was a blatant lie. Shigaraki just wanted to get a report of how Izuku was doing. Fine. Whatever. Why do you want to kidnap him anyway? Dabi asked. Don't worry about it, he's an old friend. I just want to see him again. Shigaraki responded. Really? A hero in training is your friend. And you think he won't judge you? I know he won't judge, because he's an understanding person. I just don't see what's so special. Dabi scoffed. When he turned to look out at Izuku, he didn't see him. Where is he? Dabi looked around until he felt a light tug at his jacket. Excuse me, mister, are you okay? You seem to have a lot of burns on your body. I have a healing quirk and was wondering if I could heal you. Izuku said. Yes. Izuku had noticed the man and saw his scars. He wanted to help. Dabi was confused. Usually children ran away from him. They didn't approach him. What are you doing here, kid? Aren't you scared? Dabi spat out. He was trying to intimidate him. You just look like you need help. I want to help you. I want to help you. Izuku's words rang through Dabi's ears. No one had ever helped him before or wanted to. Even his brother had ignored him when he'd been younger. But why? I'm a villain. Dabi said. He'll run away for sure. No way a child would want to help a villain. No does. That's more of a reason to help. People don't become villains for no reason. They've usually been through a lot to get to this point. If someone had just helped, you wouldn't be here right now. Some villains and criminals just need help. Now give me your arm. Izuku reached out and grabbed Dabi's hand and tried to heal it. Dabi let him, thinking over what he said. He might have been this way when he was younger, but he's older now. I guess I'll just have to see how he is now. Why isn't it healing? Izuku was visibly frustrated. Dabi laughed and gently ruffled Izuku's hair. Dabi squatted down to Izuku's eye level. You can't heal it. These are scars, they've already healed, they just look like this. Dabi explained. Oh, sorry I couldn't help you. Izuku said. Don't worry about it. Dabi looked at the small child in front of him. How can someone be so kind? Deku, where are you? Izuku heard Bakugo calling for him. Kaken. Izuku cheered. He turned to look at where the voice was coming from. You should get going. I'm sure your friend is worried. Dabi sent Izuku off. Okay, bye, sir. Have a good day. Izuku called out before running towards Bakugo. Kaken. Izuku ran and hugged Bakugo's leg. You little brat. Why the hell did you leave? Bakugo scolded Izuku. You were talking with each other and no one was paying attention to me. Not to mention there weren't any other kids. The only kid that was there was a pervert. Izuku pouted. Yeah, whatever, nerd. So, what were you doing? I was talking to that man. Izuku trailed off. He had turned to point at the man that he'd been talking to, but when he did, he wasn't there anymore. Never mind, let's just go. The next day, the class reps decided to teach little Izuku about things he shouldn't do, such as smoking and talking to strangers. Did they decide to do this because Izuku talked to a stranger yesterday? Did they throw in talking about smoking, drags, and alcohol so it wouldn't look suspicious? Also yes. Are you doing this because I mentioned I talked to a stranger yesterday? Izuku saw right through them. What? We just didn't have anything else to do. Denki said, listen buddy, things were getting serious. I may be 4 years old, but I wasn't born yesterday. 4 years is 4 years. Izuku said, anyway, let's start by talking about smoking. Yeah, smoking. Momo said, okay. Izuku replied, as you know smoking is bad for you, and if you do it it's gonna ruin your life. And you're gonna get addicted. Momo explained, if it's so bad why do people do it? Izuku is asking the real questions here. 'Cause it makes you feel like you have nothing to worry about, and you can finally sit back and relax. Momo yelled, she probably needs a break. It does what? That sounds amazing. Izuku responded. A few of the students began laughing. No, Izuku, it's bad for you because when you get addicted you'll turn into a loser who'll never do anything with their life, because you'll be too busy smoking. Momo yelled. The class was just watching this whole situation. Oh, Momo, I'm addicted to watching SpongeBob, okay? But I'm not watching it 24/7 am I? No, I watch it when I have some time to myself to kick my feet up and relax, which is exactly what I plan to do with my Wii Dash. What if you become a loser who never amounts to anything? Momo was having PTSD. She remembered what these conversations were like when they were younger. It's happening all over again. Why would I care? I'm gonna be high. I can't. Someone else teach him. I can't go through this again. Mom went and sat down at her desk. I guess that's one way to look at it. Tokoyami said. Guess so. Siro agreed. Ilda, it's your turn. Uraraka nodded at Ilda. Okay. Ilda stepped up to the front of the class. Okay, so Midoriya, we don't talk to strangers. Why? Izuku asked. 'Cause it's dangerous. But then how am I supposed to make new friends? You bring someone you already know so that you're safe. But what if I'm all alone? You don't talk to them, okay? Oh, okay. So if a man says, hey little boy, do you want to get in my van? I have candy. What do you say? You have candy? Let's go to the van. No. Why? He's giving me candy. You don't know the man, you can't trust him. Look, Ilda, I love candy, okay? This is candy we're talking about, okay? Yeah, and he's a stranger and you can't talk to strangers. So you want me to sit in the back of this man's van, eating all his candy and not even talk to him? That's kind of rude. Midoriya, you're not getting in the van to begin with. Oh, does he have lawn chairs so we can sit outside? No. He's a stranger. You don't trust and talk to strangers. Okay, so I'll just introduce myself. I'm Izuku, you're Dan, you have candy, I'll get in your van, that's it? But Deku, he's gonna take you away and you're never going to see me again. Bakogu added. I don't know if that's a problem for me. Izuku answered. Bakogu was shocked, everyone else bursted out laughing. After that they gave up, they only had one more day. The discussion about smoking and stranger danger came from a TikTok by Confused Under Skirtichoke. On the last day, the girls decided to dress Izuku up in different outfits. They were mainly playing dress up. Let's just say, a lot of pictures that could be used from blackmail were taken. A few hours later, Izuku was back to normal. I'm finally back. Izuku was looking himself over. Thankfully, the clothes he'd been wearing also grew along with him, so he wasn't naked. Ah man, I thought the clothes were going to disappear. Denki whined. He was joking, of course. Kaminari, how can you say that? That is disrespectful to your classmate and lover. Ilda lectured. Oh well, I guess that is for you, Denki. Izuku replied. Hey, so are the summer plans still on? Midnight said into the phone. Oh yeah, total. Even though he won't say it out loud, Koda is excited to see Izuku and Momo again. Shino replied. Great, well see you then. Midnight hung up the phone and went to sleep.